Chapter 1888. With a flip of his hand, he smashed the 3 blood dragon guards to the ground, immobilizing them. Such a scene shocked everyone. Blood dragon guards. That was the Dragon's Gate's law enforcement hall, under the direct jurisdiction of the Dragon's Gate. In terms of rank, it was even higher than the Heaven Dragon Palace Hall. Each of the Dragon's Gate's 7 outer palaces was comparable to a peak rank, 6 sect. Naturally, the Dragon's Gate's upper echelons had to set up a counterbalance mechanism. Otherwise, if he allowed it to develop, it might threaten him instead. That would truly be digging his own grave. The existence of the Blood Dragon Guards was a thorn that came from the Dragon's Gate, piercing deep into every outer palace. The stronger the outer palace was, the more difficult it was to remove the thorn growing in the flesh. It had a reputation of being a taboo. Every Blood Strike Guard was extremely powerful, and they were in charge of enforcing the laws of the various outer palaces. Today, Xiao Chen sent these 3 Blood Dragon Guards flying with one palm strike. This would definitely cause a huge commotion. But no matter what happened in the future, it was now, alone now. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. It was not because Xiao Chen dared to anger the Blood Dragon Guards. Instead, it was because he, a middle-stage star Venerate, defeated 6 Holy Venerates and 3 Blood Dragon Guards. Strong. Only this word existed in the minds of many Inner Hall disciples. He's ridiculously strong. Boom! The 3 Blood Dragon Guards struggled to their feet on the ground, showing incredibly sullen expressions. Although the 3 were in sorry states, they were not severely injured. After all, they were peak early-stage Holy Venerates. The Blood Dragon Guards enjoyed even better resources than core disciples, as well as cultivation techniques and martial techniques from Ancestor Dragon City. He was rather old, and his strength far surpassed that of ordinary Holy Venerates. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had only executed Firmament's Rage, not his full power. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had only executed the first layer of Firmament's Rage, not activating the 2 Dao seals in his hands. Hence, he did not bring out its full might. Hua! A scarlet flame blazed in the eyes of the 2 Blood Dragon Guards. They seemed to have activated some kind of secret technique, and their killing chi spread out in an even more terrifying manner. Xiao Chen smiled coldly, unafraid. The atmosphere became tense once again. It was as if there were flames everywhere in the air, igniting and exploding at the slightest touch. The confrontation between the 4 of them was far more terrifying than when Xiao Chen faced the 6 core disciples. At the foot of the vast mountain, there was only silence. No one dared to speak. After a long time, when the Blood Dragon Guard in the middle saw Xiao Chen's gaze, he felt some fear. After hesitating for a moment, he stretched out his hand to block the somewhat rash Blood Dragon Guards on both sides. Lead the way, I'll go to the law enforcement hall myself. Xiao Chen was expressionless as he spoke indifferently. He had to find a way to end this matter. Since he had to deal with it sooner or later, he might as well take the initiative to face it. Sorry for the offense. When the person in the middle heard Xiao Chen say that, he heaved a sigh of relief. The flames in the eyes of the Blood Dragon Guards on the left and right also slowly faded. Such an attitude was a sign of fear and respect for the strong. After making their moves, the 3 of them were no longer as arrogant and haughty as before. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the 3 of them didn't dare to say anything else. They turned around and led the way for Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Electric light flashed, and Xiao Chen quickly followed. His expression remained calm, not showing any fluster. The surroundings were silent. Only after the 4 of them had walked far away did all sorts of discussions begin to ring out one after another. It's Firmament's Rage. What Xiao Chen executed earlier was Firmament's Rage. It is exactly as described in the secret technique. No, it is even more horrifying than described in the secret technique. Aside from the first palace master, no one has managed to practice this secret technique in more than 1,000 years. To think that Xiao Chen actually succeeded in practicing it. Furthermore, he easily executed it. No wonder he could defeat 3 Blood Dragon Guards with one palm strike. However, Xiao Chen seems to have only reached small perfection. He did not manage to infuse his great Tao into it. If he could infuse his great Tao into it, that would be too heaven-defying. That is absolutely impossible. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen will be skinned alive after going to the law enforcement hall this time. How unfortunate. Previously, 2 inner palace disciples broke the sect rules and had their cultivation crippled for 10 years. In the end, the discussions turned from shock to sighs. One would not have a good ending after entering the law enforcement hall. However, in reality, Xiao Chen's treatment in the law enforcement hall was somewhat different from what everyone imagined. After the 3 Blood Dragon Guards brought Xiao Chen to the Blood Dragon Guards, they immediately reported Xiao Chen's matter to their superiors. Xiao Chen injured 6 holy venerates in the mission hall and even attacked the Blood Dragon Guards. He was truly bold. The news quickly spread and startled the law enforcement hall's upper echelon. What? This person is only a middle-stage star venerate? This matter immediately caused a huge commotion in the law enforcement hall, startling the strict law enforcement hall's vice hallmaster, who had not been involved in matters for a long time, to make a personal appearance. The law enforcement hall's vice hallmaster had the surname Li. He was a stout old man with a thick beard and an extremely fiery temper. When the vice hallmaster heard about Xiao Chen, he immediately took charge. Vice hallmaster Li did not go to see Xiao Chen directly. Instead, he hid in the dark and observed Xiao Chen, who was waiting for his trial. Slowly, a smile appeared on Vice Hallmaster Li's face, appearing somewhat playful. Xiao Chen, who was waiting for his trial, did not show any expression on his face. Then, he took a sip of tea and closed his eyes to rest. After that, there was no movement from Xiao Chen. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Chen directly started cultivating, not moving at all from start to end. Interesting. He treats my law enforcement hall as his residence. To think that he directly started cultivating. Vice Hall Master Li smiled, making it hard for others to tell whether he was happy or angry. No one knew what he meant. Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. Vice Hall Master Li's expression changed slightly. Then, he dismissed the people around him and said indifferently, "To think that he discovered me." Whoosh! In the next moment, Vice Hall Master Li's figure flashed, and he directly arrived in the room where Xiao Chen was. Boom! A pressure immediately appeared in the average-sized room, making Xiao Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable. This was not a sovereign personage will but Vice Hall Master Li's dragon might. Given his strong cultivation, he did not purposely withdraw this dragon might, letting it spread out. Xiao Chen sized up the person who arrived and said seriously, "Senior is really patient, only appearing after 6 hours. This junior feels honored." Humph! Even after arriving at my law enforcement hall, you still do not show any signs of repentance. It looks like you do not want your core disciple status anymore. Vice Hall Master Li became slightly angered. Immediately, his dragon might fluctuated, and a true dragon roar came from it. The roar resounded in Xiao Chen's ears and penetrated deep into his soul, causing fear to spread in his mind. Xiao Chen guarded his heart and easily dispelled this fear. Then, he looked at Vice Hall Master Li, who had a strong background and a terrifying aura. Xiao Chen asked softly, "Why should I repent? I am not in the wrong. Furthermore," after pausing for a moment, Xiao Chen released an overwhelming aura from his body. Then he said, "Furthermore, does the so-called right and wrong really matter? If anyone is in the wrong, they can only blame me for being too strong and them being too weak." Boom! The moment the dragon might from Xiao Chen's body appeared, it cleanly swept away the dragon might that Vice Hall Master Li casually released. Vice Hall Master Li's grave expression suddenly vanished. Then he guffawed. "Good, good, good." After saying, "good," 3 times, Vice Hall Master Li said loudly, "Well said. What is right and wrong? Only the weak need sect rules. The sect rules have always been made by the strong. Hee. I still have to say that you beat them up well and beautifully. You overestimated yourself and went to mock them, resulting in you getting beaten up. What else can you do but deserve it? Ha ha ha. If you had beaten up those 3 Blood Dragon Guards, that would have been even more in line with my temper." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. I made the right bet. As long as I have sufficient potential, I can ignore all the sect rules and precepts. I think highly of you becoming a heaven-class core disciple and of you entering Ancestor Dragon City. The current core disciples all boast about how strong they are and how incredible their backgrounds are. This old man looks down on none of them. If you do not have a temper, even if you enter Ancestor Dragon City, you will be nothing. Vice Hall Master Li appeared very bold. His tone showed extreme disdain for the other core disciples. Xiao Chen remained calm. Although there were some discrepancies and the matter was much easier to deal with than he had imagined, this was a good thing and not a big deal. In the future, if you find anyone displeasing, feel free to beat them up. Hee. If one day, you even beat up the blood dragon guards like dogs, this old man will directly guarantee your entry into Ancestor Dragon City. Haha. Vice Hall Master Li spoke excitedly, directly giving Xiao Chen the authority to beat up people in the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, I still have to put on a show. I will announce to the outside world that I will lock you up for 1 month and deduct your stipend for 3 months. Just go out and do some missions and not appear in the sect. What do you think? The Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hallmaster spoke in a negotiating tone, not treating Xiao Chen as an outsider. That suits me. Ha ha ha. Good. It is decided then. Come, let's go and have a few drinks. To think that you even managed to practice Firmament's Rage. How rare. Chapter 1889. Just as Xiao Chen and Vice Hall Master Li were chatting happily, Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, Feng Tianyi, and the other core disciples, who had been showing off recently, received news of Xiao Chen beating up 6 core disciples at nearly the same time. All of them felt shocked and incredulous. To think that he dares to beat up my people. Xiao Chen, you are clearly targeting me. When Yi Qianyun received the news, he was the most furious. Among the more than 1,000 core disciples, everyone knew that Zhang Yunxian was Yi Qianyun's man. The other 6 core disciples were also on good terms with him. In the end, Xiao Chen beat them up. This was especially so for Zhang Yunxian, who was beaten up beyond recognition. Finally, Xiao Chen sent him flying with a slap. This was a tragic sight. If others saw this, they would definitely take it as a slap to Yi Qianyun's face. Just you wait. Just you wait. When I break through to middle stage Holy Venerate, I will definitely teach you a lesson in the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition. Yi Qianyun showed an enraged expression as he tightly clenched his right fist. He wished that he could trample on Xiao Chen right now to regain his face. On the other side, Elder Tian Yun personally arrived at Xiao Jinyu's residence and informed him of what happened at the foot of the mountain in the mission office. That's impossible. This Xiao Chen has only been in the Heaven Dragon Palace for 3 months. How can he defeat 6 core disciples at the same time? To think that he even succeeded in practicing the most difficult Firmament's Rage. When Xiao Jinyu heard the news, he showed some fluster on his face. However, he then remembered that Elder Tian Yun personally brought this news. In that case, it can't be wrong. Xiao Jinyu quickly apologized. Master, Jinyu did not mean to offend you. Elder Tian Yun showed an unsightly expression as he said sullenly, You understand what I mean by bringing you this news, right? Disciple understands. Humph. Back then, this Xiao Chen called me out at the dueling plaza and said that I chose the wrong person. This old man did not lower himself to his level on the surface. However, if you really lose to him, I will lose face. You can forget about remaining in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Elder Tian Yun's expression turned sullen, putting heavy pressure on Xiao Jinyu. This disciple will not live up to Master's expectations. Give me 2 months, and I will definitely break through to middle stage Holy Venerate. Ignorant. What was the point of cultivation? Unless one was a peak intermediate Holy Venerate, one would not have an absolute advantage over him. That Xiao Chen is just a middle stage Star Venerate. Have you never thought about how he could defeat 6 core disciples in a row? He relies on the Dragon's Gate secret technique and his own accumulations. Although his cultivation is low, the quality and quantity of his veritable essence energy are not low. Elder Tian Yun felt somewhat disappointed at Xiao Chen for failing to meet his expectations. He paused for a while before continuing. What you need to do is bring out your advantages to the limit and accumulate them properly. You should not be in a rush to raise your cultivation. The 3 Heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace are only early-stage Holy Venerates. However, they can sweep through all the core disciples. Xiao Jinyu seemed to think of something. Master means, after tomorrow, I'll bring you to the sword-sweeping peak. If you can achieve great mastery in the great way of the sword, you'll be able to stab Xiao Chen to death with a single strike. It's 100 times better than you advancing to the mid-stage Holy Venerable level. Thank you, Master. The other core disciples were more or less inspired. Under the guidance of their masters, they all put in effort. All this was for the sake of obtaining a slot in the upcoming Heaven-class core disciple competition. Right now, everything was just an illusion. If they could not even obtain a slot, they could forget about entering Ancestor Dragon City. After entering Ancestor Dragon City, they would leave that Xiao Chen and the other competitors far behind. In the mission hall, Vice Hall Master Li personally led Xiao Chen in through a secret passageway. No one knew about it. With the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master Li leading the way, the manager of the mission hall personally received Xiao Chen in fear and trepidation. What high-quality missions are there recently? Let Xiao Chen look through them, Vice Hall Master Li said indifferently. Vice Hall Master Li said indifferently. The mission hall's elder looked at Xiao Chen, feeling greatly startled. Isn't this the person who caused trouble at the foot of the mountain and got taken away? Why did the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master personally bring him over in the blink of an eye? The mission hall's Vice Hall Master felt somewhat confused. However, since Vice Hall Master Li gave him instructions, he naturally had to obey. This is the list of recent missions. Take a look and let me know if there are any suitable ones. Xiao Chen received the mission list and carefully looked through it. There was a total of 7 Rank 1 missions. Rank 1 was the highest. Above Rank 1 were Transcendent Rank 1 and Absolute Rank 1. Those were issued to the sect elders and required the strength of a sovereign personage to accept them. Xiao Chen's gaze focused on the Rank 1 missions. Soon, he locked on to 4 Rank 1 missions. 2 of them were assassination missions. One was to search for the Blazing Sun Heart in Blazing Sun Valley, which one could obtain by killing the Blazing Sun Berserk Apes in Blazing Sun Valley. The last was a Rank 1 mission. Of the 4 missions, helping the Dragon's Gate take back its lost base in the underground world was the most complicated and the highest. However, the reward was extremely bountiful, a total of 20,000 primeval heavenly pills. The first 3 Rank 1 missions also had bountiful rewards, at least 8,000 primeval heavenly pills. These are the 4 Rank 1 missions. Wait, that's not right. I seem to have to take on some other missions before I can fulfill the quota set by the sect. Just give me a few Rank 7 missions. Xiao Chen made his choice and handed the mission list to the other party. What? You want to take on 4 Rank 1 missions? No way, no way. The mission hall's manager shook his head and said, absolutely not. The Rank 1 missions themselves require one to be a holy venerate. Furthermore, 2 people need to work together to take them. Letting you take them alone is already showing mercy. To think that you want to take on 4 Rank 1 missions alone. What about the other core disciples? Humph. If this old man says it's fine, then it's fine. Stop being so long-winded. Since this little brother of mine chose these 4 missions, then these 4 missions it is. When Vice Hall Master Li heard the word no way, he became angry. After all, he had personally sent someone over. To think that Xiao Chen did not give him any face at all. Xiao Chen's furious voice was accompanied by his dragon might, scaring the mission hall's manager. The manager felt very bitter in his heart. This was the person in charge of the Blood Dragon Guards. He simply could not afford to offend him. Sure. However, I'll say this first. You will have to bear the punishment for failing the mission. Don't blame me for not warning you. The punishment for failing is much heavier than you imagine. The manager did not dare to offend Vice Hall Master Li, so he could only vent his anger on Xiao Chen. Since I already made my choice, I naturally know the consequences. Haha. That's more like it. Let me take a look at the mission list. Vice Hall Master Li received the mission list and took a look. Then, his expression changed slightly. None of them were easy to complete. Of the 2 assassination missions, one was to eliminate a group of bandits that had been killing people and robbing their goods in the Divine Dragon Empire for many years. There was a total of 18 people in this group of bandits, who called themselves the Demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits. All of them were holy venerates. Their lair, the Demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, had been refined into an inherited Dao tool that could hide in the starry heavens at any time. Every time a sovereign personage went to kill them, they would flee far away. When the sovereign personage experts left, they would find a random place to hide. They killed people to snatch their treasures and resources. Their methods were extremely cruel. The number of dragon race martial artists that died in their hands and the number of dragon race forces that were destroyed was unknown. The Dragon's Gate had been troubled by this group of crafty demonic cloud bandits for many years, giving them a headache. The second assassination mission was an assassination mission. Recently, a demonic Dao expert appeared in Yunyang province. This expert specialized in killing dragon race experts and absorbing the special dragon souls of dragon race cultivators to refine the demonic dragon pennant. His movements were mysterious, and his methods were even crueler. All the people he killed were dragon race experts. After they died, he extracted their souls and drained them of their dragon blood. The dragon race bloodline had an extremely strong life force. The dragon race's souls were even more tyrannical, which would be of great help in refining the demonic dragon pennant. Yunyang province was the red dragon race's territory. Several red dragon race holy venerate experts had already died at the hands of this demonic Dao cultivator. This attracted the attention of the Dragon's Gate, and they sent it to the 7 outer palaces of the Dragon's Gate as a rank 1 mission. Since this demonic Dao cultivator dared to come to the Divine Dragon Empire alone, it proved that he was very confident and strong. The third mission, Blazing Sun Valley, was a dangerous land. Although the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape was strong, it was still a ferocious beast, after all. The risk of this mission could be controlled. As for the fourth mission, Vice Hall Master Li shook his head slightly. The underground world was simply too deep. The missions that could become rank 1 missions were definitely not easy. The rewards depended on how much effort one put in. The Dragon's Gate would not give 1 primeval heavenly pills for nothing. The price would definitely be equal. Vice Hall Master Li frowned and said, "Brother Xiao Chen, isn't this mission a little inappropriate? The risk is too high. The mission has already been accepted. If you give up, it will be considered a failure." The manager also had a temper in his heart. He walked over and handed the mission card to Xiao Chen. He smiled coldly in his heart. It is too late to be afraid now. Xiao Chen received the mission card calmly and smiled. It's fine. I have my own plans. Without sufficient primeval heavenly pills, Xiao Chen would not be able to raise his cultivation quickly while he was a late-stage star venerate. He would not be able to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Remaining in this Heaven Dragon Palace was just waiting for death, waiting to be defeated by the people of the other outer palaces. Either way, he would die. He might as well accept the mission and gamble. Furthermore, Xiao Chen still had many trump cards. While it was inconvenient to use them in the sect, there were no restrictions once he left the sect. Xiao Chen felt somewhat confident of completing these missions. Little brother, since you have your own plans, I will not say anything more. Remember to rush back in 2 months. Otherwise, you will miss out on the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition, and you will suffer a great loss. The Heaven Class Core Disciple slot will definitely be mine. Many thanks, Big Brother Li. The mission hall manager grumbled in his heart. Whether Xiao Chen could return alive was still a problem. To think that Xiao Chen still wanted to become a Heaven Class Core Disciple. He really did not know his limits. Chapter 1890. Xiao Chen accepted a total of 10 missions, mainly because of the sect rules. Core disciples had to complete 3 missions every month. Aside from the 4 rank 1 missions, the rest were all rank 7 missions. As Xiao Chen held the mission card, he carefully analyzed each mission for a long time, forming a plan in his heart. He had only 2 months. Many of the 10 missions clashed with each other. One was in the south, and the other was in the north. Even if he could use transportation formations, it would take a long time. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen decided to hire someone to complete the 6 rank 7 missions. If he had time, he would definitely do it himself. However, the rewards of these rank 7 missions could not compare to the time required. Xiao Chen felt that the losses outweighed the gains. He could only pay for the primeval heavenly pills himself and hire cultivators outside to do it. This was simple. The Divine Dragon Empire definitely did not have only cultivators in the sections. There were many other factions. Spending some primeval heavenly pills would cause many factions to fight over these missions. As for the remaining 4 rank 1 missions, the order in which they were completed was also very important. I should go and deal with this demonic Dao cultivator first. To think that he dares to use the blood and souls of dragon race cultivators to cultivate a demonic Dao cultivation technique and refine a ghost pennant. This is simply unforgivable. Rage flashed in Xiao Chen's heart. He always felt that the current demonic Dao sects and cultivators had reached an extreme. This kind of extreme was very terrifying. If left unchecked, not only would they destroy themselves, but they would also destroy the foundation of the entire world. For the sake of strength, they would do anything. They would even lay their hands on ordinary people, even doing something as heartless as using the souls of infants. In comparison, although the righteous Dao sects had many hypocrites and people who killed and robbed, they rarely made a move on ordinary people. It was even more impossible for them to make a move on infants or pregnant women. When demonic Dao cultivators reached the Holy Venerate realm, they would be known as demonic venerates. Xiao Chen's target this time was known as demonic venerate Mu Yun. The Divine Dragon Empire had 7 provinces, each with 100 counties. Each county was as large as First Senior Sisters. The Red Dragon race governed Yunyang province. In the Yunyang state, there was a huge desert called the Violent Flame Desert. This desert was unusually hot. It was an excellent experiential training ground for fire-attributed dragon race cultivators. Most of the red dragons were fire elemental and had fiery temperaments. A person's temper was like an unstable dynamite. When they were angry, they would explode with a loud bang, causing people to feel extremely terrified. The blazing light from the blazing sun was a natural treat for the red dragon race cultivators. Just staying in the desert for a day would benefit them immensely. The Red Dragon Palace disciples frequently roamed Violent Flame Desert, hunting ferocious beasts, searching for fortuitous encounters, and practicing cultivation techniques. The place was extraordinarily bustling. However, right now, the lively atmosphere of the Violent Flame Desert was filled with grief and anger. 3 months ago, Devil Sovereign Mo Yun suddenly appeared in this desert and started a massacre. Hundreds of the Red Dragon Palace disciples had already fallen victim to Xiao Chen. Their blood was drained, and their corpses laid out in the desert. They looked like dried corpses, dying miserable deaths. The most hateful thing was that this demonic venerate Mu Yun was extremely arrogant. He purposely laid a trap and lured out several core disciples. After killing a holy venerate of the Red Dragon race, who had gotten careless, Xiao Chen's strength soared in the past 3 months, becoming increasingly terrifying. While in Violent Flame Desert, Xiao Chen looked at the intelligence reports and calmly analyzed the situation. The Red Dragon race possessed the Divine Dragon bloodline. After advancing to Holy Venerate, the power of their bloodline had already developed significantly. Xiao Chen was not an ordinary Holy Venerate. For demonic Venerate Mu Yun to be able to kill several core disciples, he definitely had a trump card that no one knew about. The most recent murder happened 7 days ago. To think that this fellow still has not left. He must have cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique or a ghost pennant to a critical juncture. Once he breaks through, he will be even more horrifying and difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He could no longer analyze demonic venerate Mu Yun's strength based on the intelligence reports from 3 months ago. This mission was somewhat thorny. However, thorny was interesting. If it were ordinary, there would not be any challenge. Let me see how strong this demonic venerate Mu Yun is. Let's go and meet up with the others first. The Dragon's Gate distributed this mission to the 7 outer palaces. Someone from each outer palace could go and accept it. Of course, only one person could complete the mission. Whoever obtained demonic venerate Mu Yun's head would complete the mission and obtain the reward. One could communicate with others through the mission card. One could hear the voices of the other people accepting the mission and obtain information. 3 days later. In the depths of Violent Flame Desert, 6 dragon race cultivators gathered on a sand dune. Among them, there were 3 from the Red Dragon Palace. Based on their attire, Xiao Chen could determine that the other 3 were from the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace. Of the 7 outer palaces, aside from the Golden Dragon Palace and the Green Dragon Palace, everyone accepted the mission. Although it was a rank 1 mission, it was not guaranteed that someone would accept it. It was normal that no one from the 2 dragon palaces had accepted it. Only one person can take on this mission. To think that your Red Dragon Palace sent out 3 people. It looks like you are truly angry. The youth in the Blue Dragon Palace's uniform said as he looked at the Red Dragon race trio. It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as they die at the hands of our Red Dragon clan. The leader of the Red Dragon clan was a muscular young man in a white robe with flame patterns on it. His voice was filled with suppressed rage. This mission was a humiliation to the Red Dragon Palace. The Red Dragon Palace did not intend to get the Dragon's Gate's help at all, wanting to kill demonic venerate Mu Yun on their own. However, after the upper echelon of Ancestor Dragon City's Dragon's Gate evaluated demonic venerate Mu Yun's strength, they still sent the mission to the 7 outer palaces. If we run into demonic venerate Mu Yun, we can just attack him ourselves. After we kill him, we do not need Mu Yun's head, the the leader of the Red Dragon Clan cultivators said seriously. Rage flashed in the eyes of the Red Dragon Palace's leader as he said sullenly. The 3 core disciples of the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace exchanged glances, feeling helpless. The Red Dragon race seemed to be xenophobic. Their words did not sound very pleasant. The core disciples of the 6 outer palaces all had their own pride as they possessed the divine dragon bloodline. Murong Yen, aren't your words a little overboard? Although you are hailed as an unparalleled genius of the Red Dragon Palace, there is no need to look down on us like that, right? The Silver Dragon race core disciple, Yun Tianhe, said indifferently with a slight frown. If you feel that we are going overboard, you can leave now. The Red Dragon race does not need your help. The 3 of us will give you the reward for the mission. We will not let you make this trip for nothing. Murong Yen did not appreciate the offer at all. His tone was filled with hostility. The Blue Dragon race core disciple smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. Then, he patted Yun Tianhe's shoulder to stop him from continuing. Chong Feng, on account of you, I will not lower myself to his level. The rage in Yun Tianhe's eyes had yet to fade. Murong Yan's words were simply too overbearing. However, the Red Dragon bloodline was extremely hot-tempered. If they continued arguing, they would definitely end up fighting. Someone is coming. Just at this moment, the only woman in the team, the young woman from the White Dragon Palace, raised her head slightly and looked into the distance. The others also sensed someone flying over from the mission cards. I wonder if it is from the Golden Dragon Palace or the Green Dragon Palace. If it is a Golden Dragon Palace core disciple, then this mission is in the bag. If it is a Green Dragon Palace core disciple, that is fine. At the very least, there is no need to worry about injuries or the corrosion of the demonic chi. The 3 discussed softly. As they spoke, they felt interested in this final person. However, as that figure approached, the expressions of the 3 Red Dragon race cultivators turned increasingly unsightly. Yun Tianhe and the other 2 also showed strange expressions, feeling somewhat flabbergasted. Damn. This is never-ending. It is one thing for the people of the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace. Now, even a mixed blood dragon is here to join in the fun. What do they take our Red Dragon Palace for? Murong Yan's rage completely erupted. Boom. A terrifying, scorching aura burst forth. Murong Yan's figure flashed as he turned into a flame and charged out, moving as fast as a meteor. Whoosh! The Blue Dragon Palace core disciple frowned slightly. He leaped up and blocked Murong Yen at the critical moment. Situ Chong Feng, what are you trying to do? Murong Yen showed an irritable expression on his face. Clearly, he was in a rage. Situ Chongfeng's expression remained calm as he said in an amiable manner, Murong Yen, no matter what, one more person means one more force. Why the need to reject him like this? There is no need. Humph! The 2 of you, tell that mixed blood dragon to scram. If he does not, blast him out. Before Situ Chongfeng could finish speaking, Murong Yen snorted coldly and got the other 2 Red Dragon race core disciples to chase away Xiao Chen. Situ Chongfeng sighed and decisively turned around to meet up with Xiao Chen. Situ Chongfeng, stay here and mind your own business. However, Murong Yen did not give Situ Chongfeng this opportunity. He directly punched at the turning Situ Chongfeng. When Murong Yen punched, intense flames surged into the sky. A boundless sea of fire burned behind him. The boundless mysterious phenomenon of fire looked as terrifying as lava from hell. Although Situ Chongfeng wanted to, he could not. He could only turn around and fight, delayed by Murong Yen. I'm afraid this person is going to be unlucky. The Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Tianhe looked at the distant Xiao Chen and said indifferently to the young White Dragon race girl. The 2 of them did not want to interfere in this matter. A mixed blood dragon was not worth their time. Chapter 1891. Xiao Chen had rushed all the way to the rendezvous point on the mission card. In order not to delay others, he had rushed at full speed. When Xiao Chen approached, he saw 2 people flying out of a distant sand dune, charging at him. 2 people fought on the sand dune. Even from a distance, Xiao Chen could feel their horrifying auras. Before Xiao Chen could understand what was going on, 2 furious shouts rang out. Where did this mixed blood dragon come from? Scram! This is the matter of our Red Dragon Palace. It is not your mixed blood dragon palace's turn to make a move. If you still don't scram, we will make a move. The two Red Dragon Palace core disciples unleashed their dragon might, pressing towards Xiao Chen. Rumble. Formless might and might immediately caused the surface of the violent flame desert to churn like waves. Xiao Chen's face sank. Just as the two dragon might approached, he landed firmly on the ground, and his dragon might surged out. Bang! Amid the loud rumbles, the surging desert dust suddenly exploded as the dragon might clashed with each other. It was like a sandstorm that soared into the sky. An enormous murderous cloud filled the air, traversing the heavens and covering the sun. You dare to retaliate? You are reckless. The two Red Dragon Palace core disciples raged. Their holy venerate wills surged out, pressing down on Xiao Chen. Under the pressure of the two holy venerate wills, the desert for 5,000 kilometers around immediately exploded apart. Many cracks spread out for 500 kilometers, looking like a spiderweb. However, Xiao Chen had already turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed over. His cultivation was his greatest weakness. The thing he feared the most was clashing with the holy venerate will. The pressure from the holy venerate will would weaken his strength significantly. Even if Xiao Chen forcibly scattered the holy venerate will, it would only last for a moment. Fortunately, he was fast enough to prevent the holy venerate will from suppressing him. The two Red Dragon Palace core disciples were also hot-tempered. The moment they attacked, they immediately used their holy venerate wills. When the two saw Xiao Chen dodge, they turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at the Red Dragon Palace core disciples. The two snorted coldly and attacked, sending out their fire Dao might. The two fire Dao might layered over each other and surged out, trying to force Xiao Chen out. Bang! Who knew? The lightning did not come out. Instead, a lightning dragon that was even more violent than the flames pierced through the Dao might and flew out. The two of them were shocked and hastily retreated. However, Xiao Chen's thunderous attack had already begun. The dragon tail covered in electric light swept out, filling the sky with yellow sand. The yellow sand in the violent flame desert looked like sparks. The sandstorm created by the dragon tail was like a flaming tornado. The two retreating red dragon race cultivators each sent out a punch, trying to block the force of the dragon tail. However, the two of them had still somewhat underestimated the strength contained in the dragon tail. Blood leaked out from the corner of their mouths as they were violently knocked back, landing miserably on a sand dune. The Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Tianhe and the young White Dragon revealed shocked expressions. The two of them were core disciples of the Red Dragon Palace, yet they were knocked back. Boom! What a strong dragon aura! Following that, the roaring lightning dragon appeared in the two's vision. The berserk dragon might made the two's expressions grave as they raised their guard. Whoosh! Xiao Chen appeared and landed on a sand dune. Then, he looked at the two Red Dragon Palace core disciples. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at Murong Yan and Situ Changfeng, who had stopped fighting in the air. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Murong Yan. This person should be the one who gave the order. Xiao Chen's calm gaze instantly turned somewhat cold. Damn it! You mixed blood dragon, how dare you injure me? Boom! Murong Yan raged in the air. He had not expected his two junior brothers to suffer at the hands of a mixed blood dragon, so he immediately wanted to make a move. However, Murong Yan did not expect Xiao Chen to take the initiative to charge at him after he determined his target. There was no time to think. After Xiao Chen charged over, he immediately attacked. His vital qi surged as he threw a punch. Murong Yan swallowed the words that he could not say with much difficulty. Then, he had to deal with Xiao Chen's attack. Bang! 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 The two figures in the air quickly clashed, losing their momentum in one move. Murong Yan continuously retreated. After 100 moves, he shouted and forced Xiao Chen back. Whoosh! Murong Yan landed on the ground and took 10 steps back. Sand and dust exploded in the surrounding desert, surging into the clouds like waves. The ground sank by more than 1 kilometer. After the two exchanged moves, the surroundings changed drastically. The two exchanged moves so quickly that the others could not react. By the time they reacted, it was already too late to stop them. Now, the two separated after much difficulty. Situ Changfeng and Yun Tianhe attacked at the same time, blocking the two. This brother, although the Red Dragon Palace has offended you, we are in the same boat now. There is no need to get angry. If we work together, we will both benefit. If we fight, we will both end up injured. That will just benefit demonic venerate Mu Yun, Situ Changfeng advised softly as he appeared before Xiao Chen. Yun Tianhe stopped Murong Yen from continuing to attack. Then he mocked coldly, Murong Yen, you are really incredible. I didn't see you kill demonic venerate Mu Yun, yet you are flaunting your prowess. Murong Yen smiled coldly and said, that is because I did not make a move. You cannot even deal with a Heaven Dragon Palace disciple, yet you want to kill demonic venerate Mu Yun? You sure talk big. Yun Tianhe retorted, not giving Murong Yen any face at all. Xiao Chen looked at Situ Changfeng. The other party should be a blue dragon race core disciple, as he gave off a peaceful aura of wind. The blue dragon race was good at dancing with the wind and clouds. They were also known as the dragons of the sky. Just as Xiao Chen was about to say something, 2 red dragon race disciples rushed over from behind and headed for Murong Yen. Senior brother, demonic venerate Mu Yun killed someone else? The 2 red dragon race disciples sent a voice projection. Murong Yan's expression changed drastically. He could not be bothered to continue fighting, quickly leading the 2 away. Qiu Xiuying and Yun Tianhe arrived beside Xiao Chen. When they sized up Xiao Chen, they felt shocked. A disciple from the Heaven Dragon Palace actually dared to attack Murong Yen. This was simply incredible. Let me make introductions. This is the Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Tianhe. This is the White Dragon Palace's Miss Qiu Xiuying. Situ Changfeng gave a simple introduction. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying nodded slightly in greeting. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen responded and gave his name. Murong Yen should have obtained demonic venerate Mu Yun's whereabouts. From the looks of it, he intends to act alone. From the looks of it, he intends to go alone, Yun Tianhe said indifferently as he looked in the direction Murong Yen left, his tone containing dissatisfaction. Let's go and take a look. We all have a share in this mission, Qiu Xiuying said softly. Qiu Xiuying said softly, and was the first to follow. Obviously, she did not want to miss this mission with rich rewards. Yun Tianhe followed close behind, not wanting to be too slow. Brother Xiao, do you want to go together? Situ Changfeng invited. This demonic venerate Mu Yun is not someone we can easily deal with alone. Let's go then. Xiao Chen did not overthink. It was fine as long as he could complete the mission. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 hours later, Xiao Chen and Situ Changfeng sensed the dense aura of a demonic Dao cultivator. When they looked up, sinister winds filled the distant sky. All sorts of terrifying mysterious phenomena appeared continuously. There were raging flames soaring into the sky, wailing malicious spirits, and all sorts of ferocious beasts from hell. Quick, let's go. They are already fighting. Situ Changfeng's expression changed slightly as he quickened his pace. Xiao Chen followed unhurriedly. After a while, the 2 saw Qiu Xiuying and Yun Tianhe watching from a tall sand dune. After the 4 gathered, they looked down and saw Murong Yen leading 2 red dragon race core disciples in a huge battle with a black-robed middle-aged cultivator. That middle-aged cultivator showed disdain on his face as he held a ghost pennant with demonic dragons embroidered on it and fought with the 3. The black-robed cultivator should be that demonic venerate Mu Yun. Black smoke surrounded demonic venerate Mu Yun as he fought against 3 alone. He appeared to be in a sorry state, especially when facing Murong Yan's attacks. However, demonic venerate Mu Yun did not show any dismay or panic on his face. He just stared at the 3 with greed in his eyes. Ha ha! Holy venerates of the red dragon race. Good timing. What I want is the blood of a holy venerate. Ha ha ha! Stay here and don't let any of you leave. Demonic venerate Mu Yun ferociously waved the ghost pennant in his hand. A sinister wind blew, and the horrifying temperature of the violent flame desert immediately dropped. Murong Yen and the other 2 felt a chill and could not help shivering. This was a chill that came from the soul. Veritable essence energy could not block it. Die! Demonic venerate Mu Yun shouted, and a black demonic dragon head with a scarlet horn emerged from the ghost pennant. The demonic dragon's eyes glared, inspiring horror in the hearts of Murong Yen and the other 2. When the demonic dragon's head appeared, the terrifying demonic dragon's might forced back the 3's dragon might. Ha ha ha! Use your blood and souls as a sacrifice to my blood prison demonic dragon. Demonic venerate Mu Yun laughed maniacally. As the demonic dragon slowly emerged, its might grew increasingly terrifying. Demonic clouds gathered in the sky, turning pitch black. Roar! When the demonic dragon completely emerged, it roared ferociously. Murong Yen and the other two were no match for it, forced back by the demonic dragon's roar. What a terrifying demonic dragon! Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying could not help exclaiming. This demonic dragon refined using an evil technique was already much stronger than demonic venerate Mu Yun himself. Chapter 1892. The moment the blood prison demonic dragon appeared, Murong Yan's group immediately fell into a disadvantage. This demonic dragon's dragon might was extremely frightening. It was unknown how many experts' dragon souls it had absorbed to achieve such an effect. The strangest thing was the blood horn on the demon dragon's head. It was bright and glistening. It didn't match his black torso at all. Just looking at it would make people feel uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. They are all holy venerates with grade 5 divine dragon bloodlines. With the blood and souls of the three of you, my blood hell demonic dragon can be considered a success. I can leave this damned place now. The demon cloud venerate laughed maniacally. Occasionally, he made a move to harass Murong Yen and the other two, making things even more difficult for them. Just the blood prison demonic dragon alone was already a headache to deal with. Blood prison demonic dragon? This person is a cultivator from one of the 10 great devil sects, the blood prison devil hall. He isn't a rogue cultivator. Situ Chongfeng stared at the demonic dragon as a trace of worry flashed between his brows. This time, things were going to be troublesome. A good opportunity. This is the best opportunity to kill this demon cloud overlord. The eyes of Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying lit up. They could clearly tell that the blood prison demonic dragon was demonic venerate Mu Yun's greatest trump card. That demonic dragon's strength had far surpassed his own. It would definitely take a lot of effort to control it. So. The two did not hesitate to attack decisively, charging at that demonic venerate Mu Yun. Situ Chongfeng frowned slightly. He wanted to stop Xiao Chen but did not say anything in the end. He only looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Brother Xiao, I think this demonic venerate Mu Yun still has trump cards. If Brother Yun and Lady Qiu run into trouble later, I'll have to trouble you to save them." Xiao Chen could not help criticizing demonic venerate Mu Yun in his heart. These two were clearly greedy and rash, underestimating him. If there was any danger, he could not blame anyone else, so he had no obligation to help. However, since Situ Chongfeng said so, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I will do my best while ensuring my own safety. That's all I need to say." Situ Chongfeng smiled faintly and leaped into the air. Wind and clouds gathered around him. In an instant, the gentle Situ Chongfeng seemed to have become a completely different person. Looking disdainfully at the world, looking down on the world, wind and clouds rose together, and only I am supreme. With a furious bellow, he reached out and grabbed the blood prison demon dragon's neck. Dragon's Gate secret technique. Dragon seizing hand. Situ Chongfeng, who was in the air, was incomparably insignificant compared to the blood prison demonic dragon. His aura expanded infinitely. Although his body was small, the entire world could become his body. With the sky as his will, with the clouds as his body, with the wind as his wings. Situ Chongfeng's attack was boundlessly imposing. As the blood prison demonic dragon leaped high into the air, his attack struck. Standing on the dragon's back, he pressed down on the blood prison demon dragon's head and pinned it to the ground. Murong Yen and the other two quickly moved back, finally getting a chance to catch their breath. Wind God's silver wing palm. A pair of silver dragon wings suddenly appeared on Yun Tianhe's back. As the dragon wings flapped, the silver light of the great path behind him immediately expanded until it covered the entire sky behind him. When Xiao Chen threw a palm strike, thousands of silver palm imprints carrying the rage of a strong wind flew towards demonic venerate Mu Yun. Sword light like leaves, falling leaves like ice. Ice falling leaves sword. Qiu Xiuying remained expressionless as she swung her sword. The sword intent filling the air froze into ice, turning into fallen leaves drifting in the air. A cold light as resplendent as a star appeared at the tip of Qiu Xiuying's sword as it headed for demonic venerate Mu Yun's chest. The two's auras flourished, and they attacked decisively, preparing to deal with demonic venerate Mu Yun in one strike. "Do you think that I did not discover you? Indeed, the Dragon's Gate's outer palace is filled with a bunch of fools. Ha ha ha. Since you are here, then there is no need to leave. Great sun like blood. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun had long been prepared to face the two's attacks. As he laughed maniacally, his skin suddenly ruptured, revealing a ferocious expression. Blood slowly flew out of Demonic Venerate Mu Yun's body drop by drop. Then, it gathered into a huge ball of blood encasing him. Whoosh! The ball of blood grew increasingly resplendent and intense, dazzling and piercing. The terrifying demonic might actually contained an aura that Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying were familiar with. The aura of their race. This is dragon blood. Boom! The ball of blood exploded like the sun. Be it the thousands of palm imprints or the ice sword chi filling the air, they all shattered. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying, who sensed that something was wrong, retreated one step too late. The scarlet light knocked them back, severely injuring them. The scarlet light scattered, and Demonic Venerate Mu Yun laughed maniacally. You are still too inexperienced to fight with me. All of you, I will drain you of your blood and trample on your souls. I will make you suffer so much pain that you wish for death. Ha ha ha. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun ferociously waved the ghost pennant in his hand, and many miniature demonic dragons came out of it. The might and aura of these demonic dragons were much weaker than that of the blood prison demonic dragon. However, there were many of them. A sinister wind blew behind Demonic Venerate Mu Yun, producing ghostly wails and wolf howls. More than 1,000 miniature demonic dragons flew out and surrounded Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying. The severely injured two could not catch their breath before they fell into the encirclement, overwhelmed. Damn it! Yun Tianhe's face twisted in extreme rage. The dragon wings behind him flapped continuously, but he could not do anything. On the other side, Qiu Xiuying's situation was not much better. When Situ Chongfeng, who had captured the blood prison demonic dragon, saw this scene, he felt greatly startled. After observing for a while, he quickly shouted, Miss Qiu, Brother Yun, the two of you quickly regroup. If the two of you work together and use your sword intent to open a path and strong winds to shock the enemy, you will definitely be able to escape. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying, who were fighting on their own, startled to their senses. That was indeed the case, so they quickly did their best to regroup. Just take care of yourself, you fool. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun raged. Taking advantage of Situ Chongfeng's distraction, the blood prison demonic dragon roared ferociously and struggled free. The blood prison demonic dragon raised its head and soared, ruthlessly flinging Situ Chongfeng away. Roar! The scarlet dragon horn on the blood prison demonic dragon's head pierced towards the tumbling Situ Chongfeng at lightning speed. Connected cloud steps. In the time it took for a spark to fly, flower-like clouds suddenly appeared under Situ Chongfeng's feet, allowing him to move in the air. As Situ Chongfeng floated around, he continuously attacked. Palm winds rumbled like thunder, shaking the surroundings and knocking back the blood prison demonic dragon. Dragon's Gate secret technique, heaven-burning rage. Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from below. Murong Yen, who had rested for a while, attacked again. With a wave of his hand, the sky was instantly set ablaze. Blazing flames spread out for 1,000 miles, as if they were going to burn through the sky. Pah! The flames formed a huge palm in the sky and ruthlessly smashed the blood prison demonic dragon into the ground. Situ Chongfeng took the opportunity to land. Thank you for saving me, Brother Murong. After Situ Chongfeng landed, he felt lucky. Others did not know about the danger from earlier. If he was pierced by the blood horn of the demonic dragon, he would immediately fall into an illusion. His soul would be without a place to rely on, and even a deity would not be able to save him. Murong Yen remained expressionless as he looked at the blazing blood prison demonic dragon, which was smashed to the ground by the colossal palm. He frowned slightly. Surprisingly, it was only a light wound. This demonic dragon was not made of flesh and blood, so the damage that the dragon flames could do to it was limited. This won't do. We have to instantly kill this blood prison demonic dragon. Situ, if the four of us activate our great desolate Aeon bloodlines at the same time, we won't be able to kill this blood prison demonic dragon. If I use my holy venerate will to suppress it, I can instantly kill this blood prison demonic dragon. Then, it will be easy to capture and kill that demonic venerate Mu Yun. Determination flashed in Murong Yan's eyes as he said sullenly. No. The only thing we can do now is to think about how to leave. We do not hold any advantage. Since this demonic venerate Mu Yun dared to come, He must have thought of a way to deal with the great desolate Ian bloodline. Situ Chong Fong analyzed calmly. Once we stake everything on this, there will be no way out. While the blood prison demonic dragon is injured, let's save Brother Yun and Miss Chiu and leave first. We are at a disadvantage not because we cannot defeat him. It is just that we know too little about demonic venerate Mu Yun. Next time we will be prepared. We will be able to take him down easily. Humph. Murong Yen snorted coldly. How did the Blue Dragon Palace produce a cowardly person like you? It is just death. Why should the people of my Red Dragon Palace fear death? Let's attack. Yes, senior brother. Boom. The 3 Red Dragon Palace core disciples suddenly burst out with terrifying dragon might. The Overlord-class bloodline from the ancient Great Desolate Aeon reappeared. The 3 burst out with a red light that rivaled the blazing sun. Their eyes looked like they were painted with a golden light. Damn demonic dragon. Suffer the rage of the Red Dragon race. Murong Yen roared, and his forehead swelled up. A terrifying holy venerate will, supported by the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, pressed down on the demonic dragon like it was solid. 3 overwhelming wills carrying an unparalleled dragon might instantly encase the blood prison demonic dragon before ruthlessly pressing down. Fiery light spread out, and everything within 5,000 kilometers collapsed. 5,000 kilometers away, yellow sand surged like a tsunami in all directions, surging towards this place. Countless fireballs floated in the sky, swaying back and forth. Senior brother, the dragon might of that blood prison demonic dragon is gone. The 2 Red Dragon Palace core disciples exclaimed loudly, rejoicing when they sensed that extremely hateful demonic Dao dragon might vanish from their bodies. Good. Let's pursue this victory. Before the Great Desolate Aeon dragon might vanishes, we will deal with this demonic venerate and take revenge for our Red Dragon Palace brothers. Murong Yen shouted. Then, he led the 2 towards demonic venerate Mu Yun. Stupid. Lowly dragon. Demonic venerate Mu Yun revealed a mocking smile. Then, he took out an evil talisman made of dragon blood and shot it over. After the dragon blood talisman landed, the blood prison demonic dragon immediately burned with a large scarlet light, turning it into a scarlet sea. Malicious spirits filled the sea, making it look like hell. Roar! Waves surged, and the blood prison demonic dragon was reborn in blood. Not only did it recover from all its injuries, but it even recovered to its peak, even stronger. How can this be? Murong Yen and the 2 Red Dragon Palace core disciples were greatly startled. Despair appeared in their golden eyes. Ha ha ha. I already said that none of you can leave today. You 3 little bugs, obediently lie down and die. As demonic venerate Mu Yun laughed maniacally, the reborn blood prison demonic dragon gave off an even stronger dragon might. It opened its mouth and spat out a clump of filthy corrosive flame, looking like it would swallow up the 3 stunned people. Sky, please protect my race. A golden light flashed in Situ Chongfeng's eyes as he instantly came to life. Wind and clouds gathered around him as he held his hands in front, palms facing the sky. His veritable essence energy and soul energy drained continuously. A blue light burned in his palms. Vaguely, a strand of an ancestor dragon's dragon might traveled through time and space, coming from the distant past to hear a junior's call. 3 invisible palms instantly tossed Murong Yen and the 2 Red Dragon Palace core disciples tens of thousands of meters into the sky, avoiding the fatal corrosive flame and leaving the battlefield. Damn it! 3 managed to escape. However, your bloodline alone is enough to deal with 3 of them, demonic venerate Mu Yun said as he looked at the incredibly weak Situ Chong Feng after executing his secret technique. Just as demonic venerate Mu Yun was about to make a move, his expression changed slightly as he sensed an extremely weak killing chi. Then, he turned his head and looked in Xiao Chen's direction. Insignificant mixed blood dragon, I did not go and look for you, but you actually dared to come and overturn the sky, demonic venerate Mu Yun said as he looked at the incredibly weak Situ Chong Feng after executing his secret technique. Where is he? Demonic venerate Mu Yun suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen, whom he sensed earlier, had vanished. He could not help feeling bewildered. Dang! Firmament's rage. It turned out that Xiao Chen had already turned into a lightning bolt and entered the clouds. Then, he descended from the sky and executed Firmament's rage. The fingers of the huge burning palm were like sabers. A boundless saber intent spread out from the palm. When the palm landed, it completely encased demonic venerate Mu Yun. Firmament's Rage. The Firmament's Rage that has already been cultivated to the second layer. Pleasant surprise flashed in the fatigued Situ Chongfeng's eyes. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, Brother Xiao Chen. Chapter 1893. Xiao Chen found the right opportunity and struck like a bolt of lightning. It was effective in an instant. With one look, it was clear that this demonic Dao cultivator was good at controlling all sorts of demonic creatures. He had strong soul energy, but his physical defense was relatively weak. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's Firmament's Rage, even with defensive Dao tools and secret techniques, Xiao Chen's Firmament's Rage would not be able to withstand it. Even if all of them were hit, it would be hard for him to escape death. Boom! As demonic Venerate Mu Yun watched in despair, Xiao Chen's palm strike landed. The saber intent covering his palm instantly riddled his body with holes. The power of thunder exploded violently, and the giant palm fell with a loud rumble. His entire body was smashed into nothingness on the spot. Without a head, he could only gather the remnant souls around him as proof that he had completed the mission. However, when Xiao Chen landed on the ground and radiated his soul power, he frowned slightly. No! There wasn't a single remnant soul in the surroundings. It didn't seem like someone had died here. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, it was impossible that he couldn't find a single remnant soul when he spread out his soul power. There was only one possibility. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun was not dead yet. The one he killed was just a clone. The ghost streamer on the ground suddenly flew up, and the blood prison demonic dragon and many smaller demonic dragons quickly entered the ghost streamer. The ghost streamer moved as fast as lightning, turning into a beam of light and fleeing far away. Boom! A sand dune in the distance exploded. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun leaped out and landed on the ghost pennant, quickly fleeing into the distance. So. When Yun Tianhe and the White Dragon Maiden landed on the ground, they looked deeply at Xiao Chen with lingering fear. When Xiao Chen was trapped earlier, he had a narrow escape. Fortunately, he had received Situ Chongfeng's guidance. Otherwise, not to mention escaping, he would not even be able to protect himself. Even when the five of them worked together, they could not defeat such a horrifying demonic Venerate. Yet, the moment Xiao Chen appeared, he scared off demonic Venerate Mu Yun. How could they not be shocked? Brother Xiao Chen, thank you for saving me. Situ Chongfeng walked over tiredly and thanked him softly. Xiao Chen didn't feel good accepting this gratitude. He shook his head and said, "Not really. I'm just doing it for myself. Brother Situ, you don't have to be so polite. I still have to chase after this demonic Venerate Mu Yun, so I'll take my leave first." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he did not want to waste any more time. Without waiting for Situ Yu to reply, he quickly chased after demonic Venerate Mu Yun. This fellow is truly abominable. He waited until we fought to the death with demonic Venerate Mu Yun before making a move. Now that demonic Venerate Mu Yun is injured, he is ungrateful and immediately left. Seeing Xiao Chen leave, Yun Tianhe was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that he was trapped. He also wanted to chase after them, but unfortunately, his strength was not enough. However, in his current state, he was incomparably weak. There was no way for him to forcefully chase after them. However, Xiao Chen's words were rather interesting. It was as if he had forgotten that he had watched Murong Yen and demonic Venerate Mu Yun fight for a long time before deciding to make a move. Situ Chongfeng frowned slightly and said, "These are all minor matters. However, although this demonic Venerate Mu Yun is injured, it is still very risky to give chase alone. Unfortunately, we still let him escape. If we had detained him earlier, we could have killed him," Qiu Xiuying said with some dissatisfaction as she looked into the distance. Situ Chongfeng smiled and said, "There is no need to find it unfortunate. This demonic Venerate Mu Yun is not as strong as we imagined. It is just that we do not understand him well enough. The next time we meet him, we just need to recruit a cultivator good at archery and a beast controller. We can easily defeat him. Alternatively, we can recruit a dragon race cultivator good at mental attacks. One of them can defeat him." Where's demonic Venerate Mu Yun? Just at this moment, Murong Yen and his two junior brothers, who had been sent out of the battlefield, rushed over anxiously. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying glanced at Murong Yen. However, they were not in the mood to bother with him. They closed their eyes and sat down cross-legged to recuperate. Situ Chongfeng went over and gave a rough account of what happened. It's that mixed blood dragon again. Feeling upset, Murong Yen asked sullenly, which direction did he go? Situ Chongfeng felt helpless. After thinking for a while, he pointed in the opposite direction. After him. Murong Yen did not hesitate to lead his two junior brothers in a mad dash, kicking up a trail of sand and dust. Yun Tianhe slowly opened his eyes and looked at the distant Murong Yen. Then, he closed his eyes again and said indifferently, "Idiot!" At this moment, Xiao Chen, who was chasing demonic venerate Mu Yun, stood on a sand dune. When Xiao Chen looked into the distance, he could no longer see demonic venerate Mu Yun's figure. There was not even a lingering aura. He truly lives up to being a demon venerate who dared to charge into the divine dragon empire alone. He really has many backup plans. Xiao Chen said faintly. He was also a little impressed in his heart. He was cunning enough, had many tricks up his sleeve, and handled matters cautiously. When he escaped, he did not forget to remove the aura he left behind. It was indeed difficult to deal with. However, the more it was so, the more Xiao Chen wanted to chase after it. The various signs showed that this demonic venerate Mu Yun was truly injured. The destruction of his clone had significantly affected his main body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away. Even if demonic venerate Mu Yun had set up a diversion, he would have left behind some clues to lure his pursuers. If Xiao Chen did not deal with demonic venerate Mu Yun while he was injured this time, he would be even harder to deal with next time. Xiao Chen took out the death god mask and put it on. Then, he closed his eyes and executed the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art with a thought. Whoosh! Demonic clouds filling the sky immediately gathered in the sky, continuously spreading out to the front. As the demonic clouds churned, they covered 500 kilometers in one breath. This was much faster than Xiao Chen's movement technique. The demonic clouds in the sky were like Xiao Chen's eyes. Everywhere he passed, he could see everything clearly under the demonic clouds. It was even clearer than what one could see with the naked eye. Every grain of sand on the ground could be clearly distinguished. More importantly, these demonic clouds were extremely sensitive to the auras of demonic Dao cultivators. As long as Xiao Chen discovered one, he could immediately lock onto the target. As the demonic clouds spread out, the clouds gradually thinned, reducing the drain on veritable essence energy. Although Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy could not cover an entire great realm like the Scarlet Blood Pirate Kings, it was still incredibly dense. However, it could still cover millions of kilometers. Furthermore, Xiao Chen could consume primeval heavenly pills to replenish his drain at any time. Demonic venerate Mu Yun, who had already fled far away, sensed that there were no pursuers within 5,000 kilometers. Furthermore, demonic venerate Mu Yun had completely erased his aura along the way. A holy venerate would not be able to discover any traces at all, unless it was a sovereign personage. However, based on the information that demonic venerate Mu Yun obtained, the Dragon's Gate had not raised the rank of the mission to absolute rank yet. That way, no sovereign personage experts would come, and demonic venerate Mu Yun could rest easy. Damn it! To think that a mixed blood dragon spoiled my plans. Demonic venerate Mu Yun leaped out of the ghost pennant and cursed as he held the ghost pennant. As demonic venerate Mu Yun spoke, he could not help coughing a few times. The destruction of his demonic Dao clone had inflicted significant damage to his main body. Most importantly, his soul energy was damaged, preventing him from maintaining control over the thousands of small demonic dragons and the blood prison demonic dragon with a horrifying might. If demonic venerate Mu Yun persisted, when these demonic creatures saw that he was weakened, they would definitely attack him and destroy him. However, it does not matter. After some time, my blood prison demonic dragon will advance further, and it will be able to materialize an endless hell. At that time, even if a sovereign personage comes, I will not be afraid. When I return to the demon royal halls, my status will be even higher. Demonic venerate Mu Yun said seriously, a fanatical look flashing in his eyes. That's not right. Why do I feel like someone is targeting me? Suddenly, demonic venerate Mu Yun looked up and was shocked to discover that demonic clouds had gathered above him at some point in time. Someone of the demonic Dao? Demonic venerate Mu Yun grasped the ghost pennant in his hand tightly with his right hand. His eyes showed uncertainty as he raised his guard. Whoosh! Xiao Chen, who was far away, suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of demonic eyes appeared in the demonic clouds that gathered above demonic venerate Mu Yun in the sky. Might I ask which expert you are? Since we are on the same path, why not show yourself? Demonic Venerate Mu Yun asked somewhat nervously, praying that the person who came was not too strong. No one answered him. The pair of eyes that appeared in the demonic clouds glanced at him before vanishing silently. Whoosh! Xiao Chen turned into a flash of lightning and merged with the demonic clouds. His speed immediately increased by more than 100 times. In merely one breath, he rushed over. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the clouds and struck a sand dune. Then, Xiao Chen appeared on the sand dune and looked coldly at Demonic Venerate Mu Yun. Demonic clouds gathered from all directions, churning like the tide. The demonic clouds became thinner and thicker. The demonic might in the sky slowly strengthened. Under the demonic might, the air turned viscous. No wind could move it. I am the Blood Prison Demonic Palace's Demonic Venerate Mu Yun. Why are you here? If it is for the dragon blood, I can give you half of what I have. Xiao Chen, who wore the death god mask, had his aura isolated. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun could not see through Xiao Chen at all. He only found Xiao Chen mysterious and unfathomable. His expression immediately turned extremely grave. That mask looked exquisite. There were 2 rows of mysterious scriptures on the white mask. With one glance, one found it strange and felt fear in one's heart. If one continued to look, one would feel fear in one's heart, not daring to continue looking. Sir, don't be too greedy. Half of the dragon blood is already my greatest concession. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun snorted coldly, and the ghost pennant in his hand fell heavily. An overwhelming demonic might surged out from his body. I don't want your dragon blood. What do you want? I can give you whatever I can. Everything is negotiable. I'll kill you. When Demonic Venerate Mu Yun heard that, he immediately became enraged. He waved the ghost pennant in his hand and said, This old man has been enduring for so long. You really think that I am easy to bully? Dang! The Blood Prison Demonic Dragon darted out of the banner like a bolt of lightning, carrying an even stronger demonic dragon might as it swept towards Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen sensed the vast demonic clouds in the sky, he could look down on the surroundings without moving. It was a wonderful feeling to look down on the world. Looking at the charging Blood Prison Demonic Dragon, Xiao Chen sneered. The Cheong Qi ghost streamer appeared in his hand. With a slight wave, Cheong Qi, a prehistoric fierce beast, flew out. Soul Tool. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun was startled. In his fluster, he tried to summon back the Blood Prison Demonic Dragon. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! The Blood Prison Demonic Dragon instantly clashed with the great desolate Ian Cheong Qi in the air. After clashing for a while, the ferocious beast tore the Blood Prison Demonic Dragon into pieces. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun screamed in pain. His complexion paled, devoid of blood. Withdraw! Xiao Chen shouted, not wanting to overuse this Cheong Qi ghost streamer. The ferocious beast roared ferociously, shaking the surroundings before reluctantly returning to the banner. Bang! The ferocious beast's roar directly knocked Demonic Venerate Mu Yun into the air. When Demonic Venerate Mu Yun landed on the ground, he secretly held a talisman and silently circulated his secret art, making one last gamble. However, his face still showed horror and despair. As long as this person comes over, I can instantly reverse the situation. I still have a chance. I still have a chance. Whoosh! Clearly, this was just Demonic Venerate Mu Yun's wishful thinking. Then, Xiao Chen took out the God Shadow Bow and used the last of his soul energy to shoot an arrow. The instant Xiao Chen let go, the arrow stabbed into Demonic Venerate Mu Yun's chest, bringing him back to life. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun's meridians shattered, and his soul scattered. His life force drained in that instant. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he removed his mask. Then, he looked at Demonic Venerate Mu Yun expressionlessly. However, he still did not approach. After Xiao Chen verified that Demonic Venerate Mu Yun was truly dead, he walked over and took a look. Then, he swung his saber and chopped off Demonic Venerate Mu Yun's head. Xiao Chen successfully completed the first mission. Chapter 1894. Xiao Chen took the head and destroyed the ghost pennant. After using 2 soul tools in a row, Xiao Chen felt somewhat uncomfortable. Although he had only brought out a small portion of the soul tool's might, he had drained Xiao Chen's soul energy. However, this also drained his soul energy. His mind was fatigued, and his complexion paled. Actually, Xiao Chen could have killed this demonic venerate Mu Yun without using a soul tool. After all, this person was already severely injured in the first place and had drained a lot of his soul energy. However, it would be hard to avoid spending more time, and there might be some variables. After putting away this person's storage ring, Xiao Chen returned the way he came, not rushing or slowing down. Then, he recuperated and recuperated. Xiao Chen recovered his exhausted soul energy and dealt with uncontrollable accidents. 1 hour later, Murong Yen rushed back with his 2 junior brothers. He said angrily, "Damn it! This demonic venerate Mu Yun ran too far away. There are no traces of him at all." Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying slowly stood up. They knew what was going on, but they showed no intention of explaining anything to Murong Yen. Yun Tianhe looked at Situ Chongfeng and asked, "Chongfeng, what do you think of Xiao Chen's chances of catching up to demonic venerate Mu Yun and killing him after that?" If Xiao Chen dealt with demonic venerate Mu Yun, there would be no need for them to continue wasting time here. Facing the red dragon race displeased him. If someone snatched away the mission, Xiao Chen would immediately leave this place and go as far as he could. Qiu Xiuying also looked at Situ Chongfeng, waiting for his answer. Situ Chongfeng entered deep thought. Then he said, if he can catch up, he should have an 80% chance of killing demonic venerate Mu Yun. Demonic venerate Mu Yun has drained a lot of his soul energy and is severely injured. If he does not have any trump cards, only death awaits him. After all, he is facing someone who successfully cultivated Firmament's rage. However, whether or not we can catch up to him is a question. Since this person left behind a demonic path avatar as a backup, it's impossible. Since this person left behind a demonic Dao clone as a backup, he must have thought about how to escape after the clone was destroyed. Murong Yen nodded at the side and said seriously, "That's right. He did not leave behind any aura at all. I even used the Sex Dao tool for tracking demonic qi. In the end, I did not find any clues at all. That Xiao Chen will not be able to find him, either. Violent Flame Desert is boundless." Yun Tianhe and the White Dragon Girl had weird expressions on their faces, but they still didn't say anything. "What's with your expressions? Did I say anything wrong?" Murong Yen demanded angrily when he saw Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying's strange expressions. Situ Chongfeng quickly smoothed things over. He smiled and said, "That makes sense. Let's do it this way then. Let's go first. We can't just wait here for Xiao Chen. Leave a jade slip and tell him where we're going to stay. When he comes back, he can meet up with us." Murong Yen said disdainfully, "The next time we meet this demonic venerate Mu Yun, we will need the help of a mixed blood dragon. I already have a countermeasure." "I'm afraid your countermeasure is useless." A bolt of lightning descended from the clouds in the sky. Then, Xiao Chen revealed himself and slowly walked over. "I already killed demonic venerate Mu Yun." Astonishment flashed in Yun Tianhe's and the White Dragon Maiden's eyes. This development startled Murong Yen. He said sullenly, "That's impossible. My senior brother and I searched 500,000 kilometers to the northwest and did not find the aura that demonic venerate Mu Yun left behind. How could you have found him?" "Northwest?" Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression. He glanced at Situ Chongfeng and roughly understood the reason. Then he took out demonic venerate Mu Yun's head and said, "His head is here. Do you still not believe me?" "Senior brother, it really is demonic venerate Mu Yun's head." The 2 red dragon cultivators could not help exclaiming when they saw it clearly. Murong Yen immediately felt extremely upset. To think that a mixed blood dragon, whom he looked down on the most, killed demonic venerate Mu Yun in his own territory. This was simply a slap to his face. Murong Yen simply could not accept this. His rage surged up and down. "Senior brother, in any case, you took revenge for our red dragon brothers. In the future, this violent flame desert will be safe. In the end, this is a good thing," the other person tried to console Murong Yen. Demonic venerate Mu Yun had killed hundreds of red dragon disciples. The red dragon race already hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him. If the red dragon race could not complete the mission, they would send out their own elders to complete it. However, the elders in the sect were all sovereign personages. They were very useful and could not be easily mobilized. Naturally, it would be best if the elders could not be mobilized. Murong Yen calmed down for a while before he regained his composure. Then, he gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Consider this my red dragon race's thanks to you. This old man has not thanked a mixed blood dragon before. You should feel honored. Murong Yen took out a jade bottle and tossed it to Xiao Chen. Then, he turned around and led his two junior brothers away. Xiao Chen gently grasped the jade bottle and opened it. It was filled with primeval heavenly pills, about 3,000 of them. If it were in the past, Murong Yan's words would have upset Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen would not have let him leave so easily. Now, it did not matter. Xiao Chen could tell that this Murong Yan's intelligence was somewhat lacking. There was no need to lower himself to his level. Congratulations, brother Xiao. Situ Chongfeng said with a cupped fist salute as he walked over. Although Qiu Xiuying and Yun Tianhe were reluctant, they still came over to congratulate Xiao Chen. You are too polite. Although I killed this demonic venerate Mu Yun by myself, I would not have been able to kill him so easily without the help of the three of you. Hence, I did not complete this mission alone. The reward is a total of 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Chen's words stunned Situ Chongfeng and the other two. After a pause, Xiao Chen continued. Originally, I only wanted 5,000 primeval heavenly pills and split the rest evenly among the three of you. However, since Murong Yen left, I will keep 7,000. Of the 3,000 primeval heavenly pills, each of you will get 1,000. As Xiao Chen spoke, he took out the primeval heavenly pills he had and distributed them to the three. Primeval heavenly pills were good stuff. Although the core disciples of the other outer palaces had high stipends, receiving at least 2,000 primeval heavenly pills a month or 3,000 or 4,000 at most, no one would complain about having too many primeval heavenly pills. However, no one would complain about having too many primeval heavenly pills. They all accepted the primeval heavenly pills with smiles. This is the first time I feel somewhat guilty. Situ Chongfeng smiled but still accepted the primeval heavenly pills. There was no need to be overly pretentious at this moment. Goodbye. Xiao Chen acted decisively. He still had 3 major missions to attend to and could not delay for too long. After dealing with the demonic venerate mission, he had to rush to the next one. As Situ Chongfeng watched Xiao Chen leave, he sighed. He left in such a rush. I still wanted to chat with him along the way. However, I do not have a chance to do so. Haha. Could it be that you want to befriend him? Although this person is pretty good, he is still a mixed blood dragon in the end. He will not amount to much. There is no need to waste time on him. Yun Tianhe smiled faintly. Although he did not show his disdain on his face like Murong Yen did when facing a mixed blood dragon, the pride on his face remained. After saying that, Yun Tianhe took his leave. Qiu Xiuying and Situ Chongfeng said their goodbyes and quickly followed Yun Tianhe. Mixed blood dragons. Mixed blood dragons. Mixed blood dragons are the most common in the empire. Was the Black Dragon King's lesson not enough? Situ Chongfeng smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat helpless. Back then, when the Black Dragon King waved his hand, most of the mixed blood dragons in the Divine Dragon Empire followed him, going on an expedition to the abyssal underworld. When the Black Dragon King became the prime of the underworld monarch, he nearly destroyed the entire Divine Dragon Empire. However, that period of history was too distant. The Divine Dragon descendants of the current empire had already forgotten it. Thinking of the Black Dragon King, Situ Chongfeng suddenly felt excited, comparing Xiao Chen to the Black Dragon King. In the future, if this Xiao Chen waved his hand and called for help, how many mixed blood dragons would follow him? Situ Chongfeng also felt that his thoughts were a little ridiculous. Situ Chongfeng leaped into the air, using the sky as his will, the wind as his wings, and the clouds as his body. Then he turned into a dragon in the sky and soared far away. Soon, he overtook Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying, who were still in a daze, in the clouds in the sky. Blazing Sun Valley. This was one of the famous danger lands of the Divine Dragon Empire, located in Blazing Sun County. This Blazing Sun County was the territory of the Golden Dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen used the transportation formations between the counties and the Light of Freedom to travel in the clouds. After 7 days, he arrived at this place. There were more than 10,000 ferocious beasts in Blazing Sun Valley. Many of them had overlord-class bloodlines and were known to be unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. Fortunately, the Blazing Sun Berserk ape that Xiao Chen wanted to kill was not an overlord-class ferocious beast. However, it was still very difficult to deal with. It was a middle-stage Holy Venerate. Normally, it would be unrivaled among middle-stage Holy Venerates in pairs. However, this was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that this Blazing Sun Berserk ape had a berserk bloodline. After it entered a berserk state, it could burst out with the strength of a late-stage Holy Venerate. This mission could only be accomplished with intelligence, not brute force. The only good news was that ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts, after all. Unless they were like the six-tailed heavenly fox, they were much less intelligent than humans. As long as one was not stupid, one would be able to think of a way to deal with them. 3 days later, Xiao Chen found the aura of a Blazing Sun Berserk ape in the perilous Blazing Sun Valley. However, what surprised Xiao Chen was that someone had already started fighting with the Blazing Sun Berserk ape. Chapter 1895. Someone beat me to it? This was something unexpected. After all, this mission was not like the earlier assassination mission, which was not shared with the other palaces. Given this, it could only be that someone else wanted to obtain this Blazing Sun Berserk ape's beast core. The Blazing Sun Berserk ape possessed a berserk bloodline. Its beast core was very valuable and could be refined into a medicinal pill with a berserk effect. If one could reduce or eliminate the side effects, then the refined medicinal pill would tempt even Xiao Chen. Just think about it. It could instantly raise one's cultivation by several times. That was simply horrifying. Even if there were some side effects, it could be used as a trump card to turn the tide at a critical moment. It was still very attractive. After withdrawing his aura, Xiao Chen silently appeared on a mountain peak. Then, he opened his heavenly eye. The heavenly eye soared into the sky and hid in the clouds. Immediately, Xiao Chen saw the scene of that person fighting the Blazing Sun Berserk ape. That person fought 2 Blazing Sun Berserk apes alone on the lava-covered land without being at a disadvantage. That person wore golden dragon robes and a purple gold crown on his head. He also wore several rings with gems embedded on his fingers. That person exuded a noble aura. Strands of golden dragon chi circled his body. That person's cultivation was not high, only early-stage Holy Venerate. However, his aura and the air that he gave off were stronger than several late-stage Holy Venerates that Xiao Chen had seen before. The 6-colored divine dragons, the golden dragon race. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. The golden dragon race was the strongest of the 6-colored divine dragons. The current Dragon Emperor, who was also the Dragon's Gate's master, was the current Dragon Emperor. The Golden Dragon Emperor held supreme authority in the Divine Dragon Empire, and his strength was incredibly horrifying. Naturally, the overall strength of the Golden Dragon race was higher than that of the other 5 races. Without the corresponding strength, one could not take the position of Dragon Emperor. The other 5 races were not people to be trifled with. When the 2 Blazing Sun Berserk apes worked together, their strength equaled that of a late-stage Holy Venerate. Furthermore, they did not go berserk. If they went berserk, their overall strength would be even higher. This person dared to fight 1 against 2. He was truly confident in his strength. Xiao Chen squinted and discovered that the 5 rings on the other party's hand were all inherited Dao tools. Looking at the golden dragon robe, it was also an inherited Dao treasure. In other words, this person could use the power of 6 great Daos. This, Xiao Chen felt somewhat speechless. In reality, inherited Dao tools were even more useful than soul tools from a certain point of view. Xiao Chen could not bring out a soul tool at full power. He could only use it slightly and could not control it freely. As for inherited Dao tools, he could use them casually. As a Holy Venerate, he could easily bring out the full might of inherited Dao tools. With so many inherited Dao tools, it was no wonder this person was so confident, daring to barge into Blazing Sun Valley alone and fight 2 Blazing Sun Berserk apes alone. The Blazing Sun Berserk ape was covered in long, fiery red fur. When it stood upright, its fur looked like it was on fire when it fought. Its body was as large as a small mountain, and it let out angry roars from time to time, causing the surrounding lava to explode. Terrifying waves of fire burst out and soared into the sky before turning into burning flames. When they fell, they were like blazing meteors, dazzling and resplendent. They crashed into the ground with a huge impact. This resulted in an even bigger explosion, and the surrounding waves of fire never stopped. That golden dragon race cultivator fought steadily, occasionally using his great Dao energy to easily resolve the various dangers, dealing with them calmly. Xiao Chen thought to himself, Thinking of countermeasures. The reward for the Blazing Sun Valley mission was slightly less. Only 8,000 primeval heavenly pills. However, to Xiao Chen, this was a huge sum. He absolutely could not give up on it. However, someone had already beaten him to his target, and the battle had gone on for a long time. Xiao Chen did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Xiao Chen could only search for other targets. There were many ferocious beasts in Blazing Sun Valley. It would not be easy to find other Blazing Sun berserk apes. For example, Xiao Chen had searched for the target before him for several days before finding it after much difficulty. If he was unlucky, he would have spent even more time. How unfortunate. Xiao Chen shook his head and left decisively to search for other Blazing Sun berserk apes. For hours after Xiao Chen left, the two Blazing Sun berserk apes finally lost their patience and went berserk. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, turning into a sea of lava. Only a few places could stand. A strong and berserk aura spread out from the two Blazing Sun berserk apes. Their heavy breathing sounded ear-splitting like thunder. At this moment, the most suitable countermeasure was to put some distance between them. Xiao Chen could not clash head-on with the two Blazing Sun berserk apes. After this period, it would be time to reap the harvest. However, this young golden dragon race cultivator revealed a smile on his face. He did not show any signs of pulling away. Anticipation flashed in this young golden dragon race cultivator's eyes as he muttered, "They finally went berserk. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time already." This young golden dragon race cultivator did not move at all as he stood on the sea of flames. The two berserk Blazing Sun berserk apes charged at him without even thinking. Bang! 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 With every step the Blazing Sun berserk apes took, they kicked up tsunami-like fiery splashes, shaking the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Terrifying roars spread out, causing many ferocious beasts to flee in fear. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the two Blazing Sun berserk apes landed on the golden dragon race cultivator at nearly the same time. His golden dragon robes glowed. The golden dragon motifs on his robes seemed to come to life, forming a golden dragon shield around him. Cassie! The dragon shield immediately shattered. The huge rebound knocked the two Blazing Sun berserk apes into the air. The two Blazing Sun berserk apes crashed into the sea of flames, kicking up large waves. When the waves fell, it looked like fire rained down from the sky. The two Blazing Sun berserk apes were severely injured. The earlier dragon shield seemed to have some trick to it. The stronger the attack, the more severe the injury. The auras of the severely injured Blazing Sun berserk apes instantly plummeted from their peak. They were even weaker than before they went berserk. Die then! The yellow-robed cultivator snorted coldly. Under his control, the shattered golden light in the air shattered. Under his control, the shattered golden light in the air carried the golden dragon's might as it flew out. Cassie! Cassie! Thousands upon thousands of incredibly sharp golden shards stabbed into the bodies of the two Blazing Sun berserk apes. The life force of the two Blazing Sun berserk apes immediately drained rapidly. It only took a moment for them to go from peak to end. The Blazing Sun berserk apes lost their patience, but so did the yellow-robed cultivator. He had never thought of dodging these berserk Blazing Sun berserk apes. The 5 gemstone rings on the yellow-robed cultivator's hands flashed at the same time. Then, 5 Dao discs appeared behind the yellow-robed cultivator. Layers of Dao might layered over each other, and his aura reached an incredible level. Then he punched. A 5-colored fist wind kicked up boundless waves, finishing off this dying Blazing Sun berserk ape. The yellow-robed cultivator revealed a smile after successfully retrieving the beast core. With 2 beast cores, it is time to search for the remaining Blazing Sun berserk apes. 2 days later, Xiao Chen's luck was pretty good. He found a pair of Blazing Sun berserk apes at the foot of a desolate mountain. He did not rush to make a move, patiently observing them. As he observed this pair of Blazing Sun berserk apes from afar, he kept his guard up against the other ferocious beasts in the valley. Xiao Chen had a hard time. For the past 3 days, he had been observing the 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes' every move in great detail. Xiao Chen was not like the golden dragon race cultivator, who was covered in inherited Dao tools. He could only be cautious and create the most suitable opportunity to attack. If only the demon blood vulture were here. With its speed and strength, it could easily lure one away for Xiao Chen. However, that did not matter. After observing for 3 days, Xiaochen finally found an opportunity. The two blazing sun berserk apes did not always forage together. They also took turns to forage, but there was no pattern. On this day, the opportunity that Xiaochen had found came. One of the blazing sun berserk apes came out alone again. However, it did not stray too far from its companion. As long as it roared, it would quickly receive a response. If Xiaochen attacked head-on, the other blazing sun berserk ape would definitely sense it. Whoosh! Standing on the mound, Xiaochen took out the Soul Slayer bow. Then, he drew back the bowstring and fired an arrow, striking the blazing sun berserk ape that went out to forage. That blazing sun berserk ape immediately became enraged and charged in the direction of the arrow. The other blazing sun berserk ape found this slightly strange. However, it did not sense any danger. Since its companion did not call out to it, it did not pay it any mind. Just like that, Xiaochen leaped around the mountain, luring this blazing sun berserk ape further away. However, he still did not show himself. This drove this blazing sun berserk ape crazy. It's almost time. Xiaochen smiled faintly and put away the Soul Slayer bow. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the clouds. In the next moment, Xiaochen arrived before the blazing sun berserk ape that had been left behind. This blazing sun berserk ape already felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to give chase, Xiaochen suddenly appeared and launched an attack at him. Just like that, the distance between the two blazing sun berserk apes widened. As Xiaochen dealt with the blazing sun berserk ape's pursuit, he carefully avoided the territories of some overlord-class ferocious beasts. He lured the blazing sun berserk ape to a remote area. For the past 3 days, Xiaochen had been observing the actions of these two blazing sun berserk apes. However, his heavenly eye did not stop. He had already grasped the terrain and the ferocious beasts within 1,000,000 miles. Only by making ample preparations did this operation go smoothly. 4 hours later, Xiaochen stopped on a vast piece of black land. He silently turned around and instantly executed Firmament's Rage. Boom! The colossal palm carried the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon as it descended from the sky. Its fingers were like sabers, flickering with electric light as it smashed at the blazing sun berserk ape chasing after him. That blazing sun berserk ape had never expected its prey, which had been fleeing, to suddenly attack. Caught off guard, the blazing sun berserk ape got struck by Firmament's Rage. The blazing sun berserk ape's colossal body was smashed down in midair. The blazing sun berserk ape's coarse skin and thick flesh immediately became riddled with wounds. Electric light flickered endlessly as the blazing sun berserk ape lay on the ground, howling in pain. His anguished wails contained a shocking rage. Boom! The instant the blazing sun berserk ape got up, it suddenly entered a berserk state. A blood-like flame burned on its body. The blazing sun berserk ape stared straight at Xiaochen, and a terrifying ferocious might pressed down on Xiaochen. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and the mountain behind him instantly shattered under this ferocious might, vanishing without a trace. It went berserk in advance. Xiaochen frowned slightly. The situation before him somewhat surpassed his expectations. The main reason was that Firmament's Rage was too mighty. The moment Xiaochen attacked, it injured the blazing sun berserk ape, making it feel threatened. If the blazing sun berserk ape did not go berserk, its injuries would worsen, and it would have no chance of defeating Xiaochen. However, that's fine. It will be fine after this period. After the blazing sun berserk ape went berserk, Xiaochen was not willing to clash head-on with it. He would suffer greatly with every exchange. Using Light of Freedom's movement technique, Xiaochen turned into lightning and continuously clashed with the blazing sun berserk ape. The blazing sun berserk ape swatted at Xiaochen like it was swatting a fly. However, it could not land a hit on Xiaochen. The horrifying attacks completely changed the landscape, turning it into a scene of desolation, riddled with thousands of holes. The ground cracked, covering 5,000 kilometers. Shattered rocks filled the air, covering the sun and sky. Boom! Just at a certain moment, Xiaochen felt the blazing sun berserk ape's aura drop. The electric light turned into a lightning dragon, charging over with a boundless dragon might of thunder. The blazing sun berserk ape got knocked into the air. When it landed, it blasted out a huge pit. No matter how hard it tried, it could not stand up. Whoosh! The lightning dragon circled around, and Xiaochen landed at the edge of the huge pit. Then, he looked coldly at this blazing sun berserk ape. After all, ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts. Their intelligence could not compare to that of cultivators. Of course, cultivators like Murong Yen did not count. In hindsight, Murong Yen was actually very similar to this blazing sun berserk ape. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to deliver the final strike with the tyrant saber, a disharmonious voice rang out behind him. Haha, not bad. This young master feels gratified that there is a talent like you among the mixed blood dragons. Step back then. I want this blazing sun berserk ape's beast core. I, Qin Outyen, owe you a favor. In the future, you can come to the Golden Dragon Palace to repay me. Chapter 1896. Qin Outyen? Xiao Chen turned around and saw that it was the Golden Dragon race cultivator that he noticed a few days ago. Based on this person's tone, this person seemed to have a great background in the Golden Dragon Palace and was rather famous in the Divine Dragon Empire. It seemed like as long as this person reported his name, many things could be easily resolved. Based on this person's attire and inherited Dao tools, this person clearly had the confidence to say such words. If it was someone else, they would be treated as an idiot if they said such a thing. This person spoke very logically, as if this was how it should be. Since I reported my name, you have to do as I say. I owe you a favor. In the future, you can come to the Golden Dragon Palace to repay me. However, Xiao Chen had not heard of this person before. In reality, he did not know many people in the Divine Dragon Empire, either. Xiao Chen was more concerned about something else. This person had stayed by his side for such a long time without making a single sound. This person should have planned this and observed him for a long time. For him to not notice him. He was indeed strong. However, this had to do with Xiao Chen's focus on the blazing sun berserk ape. After all, after that blazing sun berserk ape went berserk, it could severely injure him with a casual strike. Xiao Chen could not afford to be distracted. What's wrong? Are you not willing? Qin Outyen frowned, appearing dissatisfied. A trace of anger flashed on his face. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "This mission is worth 8,000 primeval heavenly pills in the Heaven Dragon Palace. I do not know the price of failure. If you give me 8,000 primeval heavenly pills and personally write that you will bear the price of failure for me, I can give it to you." After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chen felt that he was rather sincere. After all, he did not need this blazing sun berserk ape's beast core. As long as the other party could satisfy his conditions, he would not mind giving it to the other party. You want to negotiate with me? Rage flared in Qin Outyen's eyes. 5 Dao discs of different colors appeared behind him. Layered Dao might spread out in the world. While Qin Outyen was in a daze, there seemed to be a vast nation behind him, raising his aura to an untouchable height. Even though they were at eye level, it gave off the illusion that they had to look up to him. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently. Naturally. How can I give you the blazing sun berserk ape's beast core if I do not negotiate a good condition? I won't take advantage of you, but I will at least make up for my losses. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. This young master already said that I owe you a favor, yet you're still trying to bargain with me? When Qin Outyen saw that Xiao Chen was unwilling to hand over the beast core, he immediately flew into a rage. Scram! When Xiao Chen punched, a 5-colored fist wind containing the great Dao energies of ice, fire, lightning, strong wind, holy light, and many other great Dao descended on him. When Xiao Chen saw this, he couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. It was all superficial knowledge. It looked like a grand display of power, but in reality, there was not a single specialization. Against ordinary people or ferocious beasts, its power was truly boundless. However, to anyone who had reached small perfection in great Dao energy, even if that Xiao Jinyu were here, they would be able to easily deal with this attack. As for Xiao Chen, it was even easier. Xiao Chen held the tyrant's saber with both hands as it landed quietly in front of him, touching the ground with its scabbard. As Xiao Chen watched the gale of gale descend, his expression fluctuated endlessly. When the densely packed gale of fistlights containing all sorts of great Dao energy landed, Xiao Chen's saber intent erupted. Strands of saber chi appeared out of nowhere and shot out of his physical body. Dang, 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 dang. The saber chi scattered the thousands of gale of fistlights, not injuring Xiao Chen at all. More accurately, the attacks did not even get within 100 meters of him. An azure-colored Dao disc flickered behind Xiao Chen. It was as calm and peaceful as the wind, just like Xiao Chen's calm heart. He was neither arrogant nor rash, calm and unruffled. "Young Master Qin, don't push things too far," Xiao Chen said indifferently as he looked at Qin Outyen. Qin Outyen felt enraged. The scene before him, combined with Xiao Chen's words, was clearly threatening him. "You mixed blood dragon, to think that you dare to threaten me. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Emperor Dragon Fist. Boundless Sovereign Grace. The golden dragon chi circling Qin Outyen merged into one strand and soared into the clouds, turning into Emperor's might, filling the sky and hanging there. When Qin Outyen moved, he punched. A punch filled with Emperor's might tyrannically headed for Xiao Chen. The vast divine dragon empire seemed to turn into a huge ship that supported the heavens. This punch activated the precise gears of the empire's huge ship. "Kasie! Kasie!" The fist wind caused the words empire to roll out. This person is a direct descendant of the golden dragon race's dragon emperor. Xiao Chen felt startled in his heart. In other words, this person was like a prince or king of a dynasty with the royal bloodline. Is he the dragon god crown prince? That can't be. If the dragon god crown prince were so exaggerated, then the divine dragon empire would no longer be ruled by the golden dragon race. Or perhaps, everyone in the golden dragon race can use the empire's dragon might? That is possible. After all, the golden dragon race is of the same bloodline. As long as one has the golden dragon bloodline, one would more or less have some connection to the dragon emperor. However, no matter who you are, since you are unwilling to agree to my conditions, don't pester me endlessly. Xiao Chen would not take the initiative to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of it. If someone came to bully him, then don't blame him for being impolite. Firmament's rage. When Xiao Chen saw the vast empire surging towards him, he did not even think before executing Firmament's rage. Boom! An ancient dragon might from the great desolate Aeon tore through the clouds in the sky like the rage of heaven. The rage from a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon immediately surged in Xiao Chen's body as he threw a palm strike. Xiao Chen vented this boundless rage to his heart's content. A huge burning palm covered half the sky as Xiao Chen threw a palm strike. Rumble! The huge palm immediately shattered the formless empire. The saber chi from the 5 fingers tore the shattered empire into pieces. Then, the lightning that followed quickly blasted the pieces into nothing. In the blink of an eye, the vague divine dragon empire with the boundless dragon might vanished. This flabbergasted Qin Outyen. Flabbergasted and flabbergasted. How can this be? Not wanting to waste time with Qin Outyen, Xiao Chen soared into the air and drew his tyrant saber. A startling saber intent tore through the sky. Knowing that the dragon robes Qin Outyen wore were an inherited Dao tool, Xiao Chen directly used his strongest saber move, resolving the mundane. Xiao Chen needed to end the battle with one saber strike and leave. Resolving the mundane, cutting off the 6 desires. Only I am eternal. The emotions of the mundane world immediately vanished from Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen's stern face was like a blank sheet of paper. It was not cold, but it chilled one's heart to the extreme. When the eternal saber light landed, it shattered the other party's dragon-patterned shield in one breath. However, to Xiao Chen's surprise, a force quickly rebounded. Very quickly, a force bounced back. It was his enlightenment heart. Boom! The impact knocked Xiao Chen back, causing him to vomit blood. When he landed on the ground, he knelt on one knee. His complexion was pale, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. A mixed blood dragon is indeed a mixed blood dragon. You have not even heard of the dragon-patterned battlesuit that I am wearing. How pitiful! Qin Outyen flew back 50 kilometers, but he was not injured at all. Mockery flashed on his face, his eyes filled with the pride and pity of an expert. Xiao Chen wiped off the blood at a corner of his lips and revealed a smile. However, this smile made Qin Outyen feel flustered for some reason. Still not scramming? Emperor Dragon Fist. Sovereign Descent. Qin Outyen did not want to be long-winded. This punch was incredibly fast, descending from the sky like an emperor descending, carrying a supreme dragon might. Qin Outyen suddenly appeared above Xiao Chen's head. A vast dragon might sealed off the surroundings, causing space to ripple and hindering Xiao Chen's movement technique. This punch contained Qin Outyen's holy venerate will. Furthermore, it was incredibly fast. If Xiao Chen got struck, he would be in an even worse situation. However, while Qin Outyen was fast, Xiao Chen was faster. The instant Qin Outyen punched, Xiao Chen turned into a flash of lightning and landed on a distant mountain summit. Boom! Qin Outyen's punch missed, only leaving a city-sized pit in the ground. Even the dust turned to dust. Qin Outyen stood up and looked at Xiao Chen, who was on the distant mountain summit. Then he said coldly, "I have the dragon-patterned battle suit. It is impossible for you to break my defense. You have no chance of victory. If you leave now, I will take it as nothing happened." "Is that so?" Xiao Chen took out the Soul Slayer bow and aimed it at Qin Outyen. "Is it useful?" Qin Outyen's lips curled up in a disdainful smile. This dragon-patterned battlesuit had another set of formations to deal with long-range attacks. He did not fear it at all. A strand of heart flame ignited, and the arrow shot out like a meteor, instantly striking Qin Outyen. Bang! Blood leaked out of Qin Outyen's lips as he looked at the arrow that pierced through the barrier and stabbed into his chest. Then, he revealed a strange expression. Whoosh! 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 Before the old man could understand what was going on, Xiao Chen shot out arrows like rain. In an instant, the old man was riddled with arrows, looking like a hornet's nest. The heart flame, a simplified version of heart force, completely ignored the dragon-patterned battlesuit's defense. This completely surpassed Qin Outyen's understanding. Qin Outyen was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Earlier, he had been arrogant and despotic, but now, he lost his temper. Qin Outyen's internal organs were all injured. A sapphire ring on his finger gave off a gentle light as it helped him recover from his injuries. However, his injuries were too severe, and it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Xiao Chen appeared and landed in front of Qin Outyen. Qin Outyen pointed at Xiao Chen. Before he could say another word, Xiao Chen kicked him into the air. Then, Xiao Chen flew forward and pulled out the arrows on Qin Outyen's body one by one. Every time Xiao Chen pulled out an arrow, Qin Outyen would scream like a dying pig in pain. However, Xiao Chen turned a deaf ear to it. He only stopped after retrieving all the arrows. I have indeed never seen this dragon-patterned battlesuit before. I'll take it back and study it properly. Thank you then. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen removed the flickering golden battlesuit on Qin Outyen's body and put it in his storage ring. Shameless fellow. This is the battlesuit that my big brother gave me. Qin Outyen, will definitely not let you off. I swear it. Qin Outyen roared in pain as he pointed at Xiao Chen, his arms trembling. Xiao Chen looked at Qin Outyen, who was on the verge of collapsing. Then he shook his head slightly. Just be a young master at home. Why go out and take risks? Don't you know that this world is very dangerous? Fortunately, Xiao Chen ran into Xiao Chen. Pity flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then, he punched Qin Outyen's face heavily, pulverizing his handsome facial features. Qin Outyen fainted from the pain, and the world became peaceful. After removing the spiritual mark in the dragon-patterned battlesuit and leaving his own mark, Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied smile. This dragon-patterned battlesuit was indeed pretty good. It was worth studying. Chapter 1897. After putting away the dragon-patterned battlesuit, Xiao Chen took away the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's beast core. Then, he collected all the valuable parts of the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. It's time to leave. Although Xiao Chen had spent some time and encountered some mishaps, he had successfully completed the mission. Now, there were only 2 missions left. One was to eliminate the demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, and the other was to enter the underground world to help the Dragon's Gate snatch back its lost resource points. Of the 2 missions, there was no need to think too much. It would be better to complete the first one first. The underground world was also known as the Abyssal Underworld. The 4 dynasties and 8 great empires all interacted with it. The waters were very deep. Holy venerates were nothing in there. Sometimes, startling battles would erupt. Even divine vein powerhouses would appear. However, since the mission given by the sect was a rank 1 mission, it should not exceed the limits of a holy venerate. There were still some guarantees. If it exceeded that, it would definitely be a peerless rank 1 mission. However, the Underground World mission was specially marked as a peak rank 1 mission. It was extremely dangerous and recommended 3 people to complete it. 1 hour after Xiao Chen left, 2 old men suddenly appeared where he was. The 2 old men's cultivations were extremely horrifying. Although they were not sovereign personages yet, they were still very strong. Although they were not sovereign personages, their auras already reached the limits of late-stage holy venerate. Their gazes were sharp, and their dragon might was strong. Whoosh! The 2 old men arrived beside Qin Outyen. When they took a look, they were stupefied. Qin Outyen's handsome face now looked like shit. If not for the 2 old men following Qin Outyen for a long time, they would not have recognized him. Who did this? This is too ruthless. Stop talking. Quickly reassemble young master's bones. Otherwise, if he sees his current state, he will probably feel like dying. However, this difficulty is simply too high. Even if we reassemble it, it will be difficult for it to return to its original state. I really don't know where to start. The 2 old men sighed. However, after checking, they found that although Qin Outyen was severely injured, they were not fatal. Qin Outyen could recover quickly with some good medicinal pills. Of the inherited Dao tools on him, only the dragon-patterned battlesuit was missing. He still had all 5 rings. However, the missing dragon-patterned battlesuit was the most valuable of all the inherited Dao tools. What should I do? How am I going to explain this to the young master? That dragon-patterned battlesuit has been passed down in the Qin family for several generations. Now that it's gone, we're in big trouble. It's fine. Eldest young master has always been impartial. This time, it was young master who insisted on not letting us go in. I believe that eldest young master will not blame us. I hope so. Xiao Chen didn't know about this, but even if he knew, he wouldn't regret what he had done. The 18 bandits of the Demon Cloud Mountain. The demonic Cloud Mountain was not a mountain, but it was indeed a mountain. This sounded contradictory, but it was true. The demonic Cloud Mountain was a legacy Dao artifact. Moreover, it was a rather impressive legacy Dao artifact. As long as Xiao Chen had sufficient resources, he would be able to refine it into a soul tool in the future. There were many capable people among the 18 great bandits. Some were good at formations, some were good at alchemy, some were good at divination, and some were good at smithing. There were experts in every field. Because of this, they were able to divine good or bad fortune and turn misfortune into fortune every time. The 18 great bandits could divine whether a sovereign personage expert would come to kill them. If there was, they would immediately flee. The demonic Cloud Mountain entered the starry heavens, hidden in the boundless universe. It was boundlessly vast, making it impossible to find. The Dragon's Gate had been keeping an eye on this group of great bandits for many years. However, it could not do anything to them. If the Dragon's Gate sent a strong person, the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits would flee in advance. If the Dragon's Gate sent a weak person, the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits would end up being killed. If the Dragon's Gate sent a divine vein expert to prevent the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits from making a divination, it would be overkill. Divine vein powerhouses disdained making a move on these holy venerates. This gave the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon a headache. The mission to eliminate the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits had been pending for many years, but it had never been completed. The reward was very high, a total of 13,000 primeval heavenly pills, nearly equal to a core disciple's annual stipend. Xiao Chen used the Dragon's Gate strong intelligence network throughout the empire to find out news of the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits. Then, he quickly rushed over. Divine Dragon Empire, Smoky Cloud County. There was a very conspicuous mountain peak hidden in the Smoky Cloud Mountain Range, the largest mountain range in the Smoky Cloud County. However, this Smoky Cloud Mountain Range spanned from north to south. It was simply too vast. No one would notice the strangeness of a mountain peak. The mountain peak towered into the clouds. However, the clouds around it were pitch black and surging with demonic chi. This mountain peak, which was not much different from an ordinary mountain peak, was the infamous demonic Cloud Mountain. A white-clad youth sat on a mountain summit in the distance. He had a treasured saber at his waist, and he had a delicate face. Clouds and mist surrounded him, giving him the air of someone from ancient times. When the clouds and mist on the peak of the mountain dispersed, he noticed to his surprise that the white-clothed young man was sitting on a blood-red bird. This large scarlet bird had a sharp gaze, its eyes glowing with a golden light. Its scarlet feathers were bright and glistening. Its body stood tall, and the golden line in its tail feathers looked exceptionally eye-catching. Naturally, the white-clad bladesman was Xiao Chen. That large scarlet bird was the awakened demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture consumed the scarlet blood beast pill and turned into a scarlet cocoon for several months. This breakthrough was indeed extraordinary. Not only did the demon blood vulture advance to Holy Venerate, but its mutated bloodline also improved. The demon blood vulture's demonic might became even stronger. It awakened some of the incomplete memories hidden in its bloodline and grasped many new skills. Its strength was no longer the same as before. 3 to 5 regular Holy Venerates would not be sufficient before it. Demonic Cloud Mountain. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he looked at the distant mountain peak. The Dragon's Gate's information on the demonic Cloud Mountain had always been rather accurate. However, knowing was one thing. Whether they could destroy it or not was another matter. If Xiao Chen were a sovereign personage now, then the demonic Cloud Mountain before Xiao Chen would definitely vanish in advance, not letting Xiao Chen discover it. There were divination experts among the 18 great bandits. They could divine some crucial clues in advance, allowing them to roam freely for so many years. This showed that the divination experts were rather skilled. Master, when are we going to kill our way over? I'm dying of thirst. The demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, sounding impatient. There's no rush. Let me prepare for a while. Xiao Chen stabbed his saber into the ground and took out the god shadow bow. Then he slowly stroked it. This soul tool was undoubtedly his greatest reliance. Honestly speaking, it would be difficult for Xiao Chen to deal with these 18 infamous great bandits with his own strength. If he was not careful, he might end up dying. If Xiao Chen focused on fleeing, he would not be afraid of the 18 great bandits catching up. However, the mission required him to kill these 18 great bandits. Inside the demonic Cloud Mountain. This was a mysterious black space. That pitch-black space was empty. Nothing could be seen. It seemed infinitely large and infinitely small at the same time, mysterious and unfathomable. Boom! Suddenly, a clump of light appeared in the pitch-black space. Boundless stars appeared in the ceiling, looking boundless and vast. Ninth brother, are you done divining yet? Are there really no sovereign personages targeting us this time? A vague voice came from that clump of light in the pitch-black space. I have divined 3 times. There is indeed no one. However, it is too hard to divine who is coming. However, I am certain that it is not a sovereign personage. Another clump of light appeared in the mysterious space, replying to the person who spoke earlier. Hee. It's good that there are no sovereign personages. Without a sovereign personage around, our demonic Cloud Mountain is sufficient to sweep through the place. No matter how many Holy Venerates come, it will be useless. Ha ha ha. I hope that it is a heaven-class core disciple of one of the outer palaces who comes. Just thinking about it makes me drool. The heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces are all very fat. Heaven-class core disciples probably have life-saving means. They are not that easy to kill. This old man hopes that there will be more Holy Venerates. That way, they will think that they can break through the demonic Cloud Mountain with numbers. Hee. First brother, what should we target this time? The Smoke Cloud County's Mo clan is an average-sized clan. I just received news that their clan's sovereign personage has passed away. The sovereign personage of their clan already passed away. There is no need to fear them. I can't wait any longer. The last time we made a move was 1 year ago, right? That was really satisfying. Eighth brother, you bastard. You want to destroy a clan every time. Not even letting off the children. Ha ha ha. However, don't fight with me this time. Leave the matter of destroying the clan to me. Ha ha ha. No problem. As long as we, the demonic Cloud 18 great bandits, work together, we will be able to sweep through the place. There is nothing we cannot do. In the pitch-black space, more and more lights appeared, and the sounds of discussion became more and more heated. Just at this moment, Lord Zhou's eyebrows twitched slightly. His heart skipped a beat for some reason. For those who practice divination, the appearance of this inexplicable sign was an extremely terrifying matter. Lord Zhou's expression changed drastically as he frantically divined. The clump of light that represented Lord Zhou became incredibly resplendent, blazing, and dazzling. Lord Zhou, what's wrong? What's going on? Such a strange change made the other great bandits feel that something was wrong. Big brother, quickly leave. Quickly activate the demonic cloud mountain to leave. The person who comes has a soul tool. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. The light shattered, and Lord Joe vomited a mouthful of blood. After he spoke of the results of his divination, he fainted. The others went into a huge commotion, feeling shocked. Far away, a brilliant light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he drew his bow. Xiao Chen had already infused all his soul energy into the bow. However, this was still not enough. He continued to pour in his veritable essence energy. A clump of heart flame appeared on Xiao Chen's fingertip and spread into the arrow, merging with it. Xiao Chen's body wobbled slightly, on the verge of fainting at any moment. However, he still did his best to persevere. He maintained his strong willpower and continued to infuse his veritable essence energy into the god shadow bow, continuously challenging his limits. Whoosh! When Xiao Chen felt that he had reached his limits, he let go, and the arrow shot out. The arrow was so fast that Xiao Chen could not catch it. The demonic cloud mountain, which had just soared into the air, exploded the instant Xiao Chen let go. Miserable shrieks rang out as 18 figures were blasted into the air. The god Shadow Bow's arrow blasted the entire demonic cloud mountain into countless shards that surged out and formed tens of thousands of storms. When the storm spread out, it shattered the surrounding peaks. Xiao Chen jumped off the demon blood vulture's back somewhat weakly. However, a cold and emotionless murderous intent appeared on his pale face. He said coldly, "None of you are allowed to escape. Leave no one alive. If anyone escapes, I will hold you responsible." "Yes, master." The impatient demon blood vulture screeched and turned into a scarlet arrow as it shot out. Chapter 1898. One arrow exploded the demonic cloud mountain range. The 18 great bandits were all inside. Naturally, none of them could escape. They would all be affected. The inherited Dao tool exploded. The damage to the 18 great bandits could be easily imagined. It was already rare that they did not die on the spot when the Dao tool exploded. Sending the demon blood vulture to clean up the mess was the best option. On the summit, Xiao Chen took out a primeval heavenly pill and swallowed it. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to recover. Miserable cries rang out endlessly in the misty cloud mountain range. Xiao Chen ignored them, meditating and recuperating. That earlier arrow drained all his soul energy and veritable essence energy. He even overdrew on a portion of his life force. Otherwise, the god Shadow Bow would not have been able to unleash such vast might. Normally, only rank 5 sex and above had soul tools that could be used as the sex cornerstone weapon. Even a sovereign personage could not bring out the full might of a soul tool. Although Xiao Chen had vast veritable essence energy as a star venerate, his soul energy was still lacking. Every time he used a soul tool, he would suffer a significant backlash. Xiao Chen absolutely could not use it unless he had no other choice. He also had to do his best to keep his possession of a soul tool a secret. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His complexion had recovered some color. A red light flashed before Xiao Chen's eyes. The demon blood vulture had returned smugly, circling in the air. Xiao Chen grabbed the tyrant saber beside him and soared into the air, landing on the demon blood vulture's back. Clouds shrouded the misty cloud mountain range. The white-clad Xiao Chen rode the demon blood vulture as he tore through the clouds. In mere moments, he saw the corpses of the 18 great bandits scattered among the rubble of the various peaks. They died in different ways, all killed by the demon blood vulture. Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied expression. He felt gratified at the demon blood vulture's efficiency. He had not fed it the scarlet blood beast pill in vain. 1. Withdrawing his smile, Xiao Chen drew his saber and chopped off the head of a great bandit. Then, he grabbed it and placed it in his storage ring. Soon, as the demon blood vulture circled in the air, Xiao Chen collected the 18 great bandits' heads and their storage rings. Mission complete. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The first 3 missions only took a month to complete. This gave him plenty of time to complete the last task. Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, the demon blood vulture's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Master, I've also discovered something interesting." With a thought, Xiao Chen got the demon blood vulture to lead the way. After a while, the demon blood vulture stopped before the rubble of a mountain peak. Many of the nearby mountain peaks were affected by the explosion of the demonic cloud mountain and directly collapsed. This was one of them. Xiao Chen jumped off the demon blood vulture's back. Then, he found a cube-shaped crystal with tight cracks in the rocks. Fiddling with it in his hand, Xiao Chen discovered that the four sides of the crystal were inlaid so tightly that there were almost no gaps. It looked like a natural gemstone. However, the formation patterns inscribed on it told Xiao Chen that it was a man-made artifact. After studying it for a while, a brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. This was a storage medium, something like a storage ring. However, it should have been inlaid in the demonic Cloud Mountain in the past, a part of the demonic Cloud Mountain. Could it be hiding the treasures that the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits accumulated over the years? If that was the case, then Xiao Chen would have struck it rich. However, this formation was somewhat difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen could not break it quickly. There were great masters skilled in all sorts of things among the 18 great bandits. This should be the work of a great formation master. Ordinary people would not be able to break it. Never mind. I'll put it away first. Xiao Chen carefully put it away and left this place to complete his final mission. At this moment, he was eager to return, wanting to break through to late-stage Star Venerate. He felt that after these few battles and comprehensions, it was time for him to break through to late-stage Star Venerate. He wanted to complete his mission quickly and rush back to the sect to participate in the Heaven-class core disciple selection. The Underground World. This place was also known as the Abyssal Underworld. There was a total of 9 layers, each boundlessly vast. Back then, before the martial epoch flourished, the fiendish demons ran amok. After the sages of the various races killed the fiendish demons, the fiendish demons' descendants went underground. The fiendish demons merged with the original races in the underground world, cultivating and recuperating. After 1,000,000 years, they developed a civilization that was not inferior to that of the surface world. The 9 underworld monarchs were even more famous. They had led the underground demons to charge into the Central Great Realm's orthodox positions several times. Fortunately, these 9 underworld monarchs had many conflicts with each other. They often fought among themselves, unable to take care of themselves. Furthermore, the dynasties now ruled the Central Great Realm, enjoying the Central Great Realm's luck. After accumulating for tens of thousands of years, the accumulations of the dynasties were all very horrifying. There were also the 4 Buddhist temples, the 3 Taoist sects, and other transcendent holy lands. The abyssal underworld could not cause much of a commotion. However, the dragon race had somewhat complicated feelings about the abyssal underworld. Since ancient times, the only one to unify the entire abyssal underworld was the dragon race's Black Dragon King, known as the Prime Underworld Monarch. However, this Black Dragon King nearly brought destruction to the Divine Dragon Empire. That was a part of history that no one in the dragon race was willing to mention. If one wanted to enter the abyssal underworld, one had to find a deep abyss crack. The underground world was not the ordinary underground world. It could be seen as the dark side of the Central Great Realm. It was attached to the Central Great Realm and was vast and unfathomable. It was even more horrifying than the Central Great Realm. The two did not normally interact. However, as time passed, accidents would always happen. The deep abyss crack was the result of these accidents, allowing the two realms to travel freely. Xiao Chen spent 7 days and saw a huge crack in the ground in a desolate plain in the Divine Dragon Empire. It was like the entire world had been cut in half. The crack extended endlessly, spanning thousands of kilometers. The ground of the crack was pitch black. No figures could be seen. Occasionally, Xiao Chen saw some strange creatures flying in the darkness. Blood crows. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had seen these creatures of darkness in the Kunlun realm before. They were creatures born from all sorts of negative emotions and dark energy. There seemed to be a huge blood crow nest hidden under the darkness. The demon blood vulture looked at the crack, and excitement flashed in its eyes. It smelled the demonic food that its bloodline desired. Jump! Xiao Chen commanded, and the demon blood vulture shot down like an arrow. Whoosh! 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 The demon blood vulture descended by an unknown amount of meters. Blood crows filled the air and flew out of the incredibly cold and dark crack. Indeed, they are blood crows. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. These blood crows were much more horrifying than the blood crows of the Kunlun realm. These blood crows were all incredibly huge, flickering with red light in the darkness. Their wings were like sabers, and their eyes gleamed with evil light. They were all mutated blood crows. They swarmed over, covering the sky and land. Without the strength of a holy venerate or the protection of a rare treasure, continuing like this would be no different from seeking death. However, these blood crows were delicious food to the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture laughed maniacally. The demon blood vulture flapped its scarlet wings, and a strong wind blew, sending a large group of mutated blood crows into its mouth. As Xiao Chen sat on the demon blood vulture's back, he remained expressionless as he unleashed only 2 strands of great Tao energy. The blood crow that slipped through the net and dared to get close were either electrocuted or pierced by saber chi. The demon blood vulture dove continuously. The mutated blood crows that died fell like rain. Xiao Chen did not know how many they killed. As for the ones that the demon blood vulture ate, the number was uncountable. Whoosh! Suddenly the world spun. Xiao Chen felt something strange. The demonic Tao veritable essence energy in his body strengthened significantly for some reason. When Xiao Chen's vision widened, the demon blood vulture landed on a mountain peak. When Xiao Chen looked into the distance from the summit, he saw a boundlessly vast plain with mountains and rivers. However, compared to the ground, the environment was very strange. Is this the first layer of the abyssal underworld? Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he sat on the demon blood vulture's back. The ruling races of the first layer of the abyssal underworld were the demons, followed by the Rakshasa race, and then the flood dragon humans. Aside from them, there were also various ghostly beasts that only existed in the abyssal underworld. However, the flood dragon humans were different from the Rakshasa race. There were no specific legends about the flood dragon humans in the abyssal underworld. Now, the flood dragon humans wandered around, scattered throughout the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. In each layer they were at the bottom. The Rakshasa race mainly existed in the first layer of the abyssal underworld. The first underworld monarch was Rakshasa Tian, the strongest expert of the Rakshasa race. Xiao Chen took out the corresponding mission card and activated it, indicating his arrival. Then, he waited for the response of the Dragon's Gates faction in the first layer. Chapter 1899. The underground world was boundlessly vast. The miraculous soil and special environment nurtured many resources that were not found on the surface or extremely rare. In the martial epoch, resources came first and talent second. With sufficient resources, one did not have to worry about not attracting demonic geniuses. Even if Xiao Chen ran out of resources, he would not be able to do anything. The primeval heavenly pills of the Heaven Dragon Palace had helped Xiao Chen a lot, benefiting him greatly. In a mere 2 months, he had advanced to peak consummation middle stage star venerate. Without sufficient primeval heavenly pills, this would be impossible. One could easily imagine that there would be competition for places with scarce resources. The resources in the underground world were countless. Netherworld frost iron, obsidian stone, heptagold metal, ink silver, ghost cloud steel, dark crystal stone, underworld heart jade, and many more. The more dangerous a place was, the more scarce the resources would be. This was the law of the Great Thousand Realms. With so many resources, as long as the 4 dynasties and 8 empires had the ability, they would definitely not let them go. Even the 10 holy lands of the righteous Tao and the 10 great demonic Tao sects of the demonic Tao, these aloof existences, would carve out their own territories. Furthermore, every layer of the abyssal underworld was extremely vast. Most of the time, even the underworld monarchs could not control all the resource points. This gave the other factions a good opportunity. The factions in the abyssal underworld divided up and occupied resource points. The Divine Dragon Empire was one of the top factions in the entire Central Great Realm. Naturally, they could not miss out on this opportunity. The mission that Xiao Chen accepted was to help the Dragon's Gate take back a lost resource point. After using the mission card to send a message, Xiao Chen quickly received a reply from the other party. The mission card contained not only the other party's location but also the corresponding map. After injecting a strand of spiritual sense into the mission card, a 3-dimensional map quickly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Flame Dragon City? This city was the main camp of the Dragon's Gate. A complete legion, the Flame Dragon Legion, was stationed there. Right now, Xiao Chen's destination was to rush to this Flame Dragon City and wait for the other party's instructions on how to take back the lost resource point. Whoosh! Xiao Chen leaped into the air and jumped off the demon blood vulture's back. Then, he glided over the mountain peaks and gently landed on the ground. As far as the eye could see, the wilderness was boundless. It was dark and suffused with an oppressive aura. Who knew what dangers were lurking in the seemingly peaceful front? Caution flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he executed the Thunder Dragon incantation. He stood on a lightning dragon and soared into the sky. Who knew what kind of danger he would encounter if he flew in the sky rashly? It was better to be careful in an unknown place. The abyss underworld was dark. However, compared to the surface of the underground, there wasn't much difference. It was just that the vegetation was taller and the soil was black. An ordinary weed could be hundreds of meters tall. Fortunately, it was not dense and was sparsely dotted on the ground. Otherwise, his speed would be much slower. Whoosh! A ghost beast unique to the underground world pounced towards Xiao Chen. It was a ghost beast that looked like a black tiger. His body had the most obvious characteristics of ghost beasts, lifeless and lifeless. Ghost beasts were actually the souls of dead ferocious beasts that dissipated into the underground world. Through the underground world, the special environment, as well as the dark energy and negative emotions, they were resurrected and turned into mutated beasts. Strictly speaking, these ferocious beasts were already dead. However, ghost beasts could cultivate as well. It was common for strong ghost beasts to instantly kill primes. Xiao Chen was in a rush, so he attacked decisively, not holding back in any of his moves. 2 Dao discs appeared behind him, ready to deal with the strong ghost beasts that could appear at any time. As Xiao Chen rushed over, a huge sense of danger appeared in his mind. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in the darkness in front. The white figure bared its terrifying fangs and bit at Xiao Chen's head. Whoosh! Without even thinking, Xiao Chen instinctively retreated and dodged. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and turned around to counterattack. A miserable shriek rang out. A ghost wolf with white fur opened its scarlet eyes and glared at Xiao Chen. Deep Abyss Demonic Wolf. Xiao Chen recognized the origins of this ghostly beast. He thought to himself, its speed is extraordinarily fast. Its movements are erratic, nearly injuring me. Dang! Without giving the ghost wolf a chance to turn around, Xiao Chen decisively punched, and the 2 Dao discs behind him gave off a resplendent light. Saber light and lightning flickered in the fist light. The Deep Abyss Demonic Wolf exploded with one punch. The Deep Abyss Demonic Wolf turned into scattered black energy that spread into the sky. Its next resurrection would take a long time. The black light scattered, and a white beast's beast core appeared on the ground. It looked exceptionally resplendent like a crystal. The beast core of a ghost beast was also known as the demonic soul pill. If one directly refined it, one could quickly recover soul energy. Of course, one needed to remove some impurities first. If one did not, one could only absorb a small amount. As Xiao Chen fought intensely, the ghost beasts he encountered grew increasingly stronger. However, he did not spend too much time. He dealt with them in one exchange. If he could not, he would make a detour. 4 hours later, the silhouette of a city appeared before Xiao Chen. This was Flame Dragon City. The city was not very large, but it was heavily guarded. There were many camps around, heavily guarded. Xiao Chen could also see dragon race cultivators patrolling the surroundings. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen was observing, 2 dragon race cultivators wearing battle robes suddenly appeared and looked at Xiao Chen cautiously. When these 2 dragon race cultivators discovered Xiao Chen's dragon race aura, their expressions eased up slightly. Xiao Chen had just said that the city was heavily guarded, and he was immediately discovered. Indeed, it was extraordinarily strict. Recently, Flame Dragon City has been heavily guarded. It is not open to the Dragon's Gate's Outer Palace disciples. If you are here to stay, you will be disappointed, the person on the left said directly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Naturally, Flame Dragon City provided many conveniences to the Dragon's Gate's Outer Palace disciples. As the Dragon's Gate's headquarters in the underground world, it naturally provided many conveniences to the Dragon's Gate's disciples. Many dragon race cultivators came to the underground world to adventure. Many of them would use Flame Dragon City as a resting place. Xiao Chen took out his mission token and identity token. Then he said, I am Xiao Chen, a core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. I am here on a mission from the Dragon's Gate. The 2 guards had a strange look on their faces after inspecting it. However, they still returned the mission token and core disciple identity token to Xiao Chen. Then, they respectfully led him into the city. Come with me. The general has been waiting for a long time already. Of the 7 outer palaces, you are the only one missing. After following the 2 through many checkpoints, Xiao Chen successfully entered the city. Then, he was led to a tower with the dragon race's characteristics. At the top floor of the tower, Xiao Chen reported honestly. After verifying his identity, he was invited in. When Xiao Chen pushed the door open and entered, the average-sized room was already filled with people. Aside from the Flame Dragon Legion's upper echelon, there were also the other Outer Palace core disciples who had accepted the mission. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised to see Murong Yen among the core disciples. Like Xiao Chen, Murong Yen had also accepted the mission. Xiao Chen? The Heaven Dragon Palace has a total of 3 Heaven-class core disciples. I recall that they are Exin, Li Luo, and Zhu Yun. There doesn't seem to be a disciple called Xiao Chen among them. A middle-aged cultivator wearing battle armor with a clearly stronger aura than everyone else in the room spoke indifferently as he looked at Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen guessed right, this person was the Flame Dragon Legion's leader, General Feng. Xiao Chen said calmly, "General, the mission does not seem to state that only Heaven-class core disciples can accept this mission. However, the mission specifically states the difficulty. This is not an ordinary rank 1 mission. Furthermore, it explains the mission's importance in detail. I was the one who asked the Dragon's Gate to issue this mission. I am very clear on what kind of person I am looking for." General Feng frowned slightly. Clearly, he was not satisfied with Xiao Chen. He was even more dissatisfied with the administrator of the Heaven Dragon Palace's mission hall. This was simply messing around. It was fine for the other outer palaces to send ordinary core disciples. After all, they all had divine dragon bloodlines. However, the Heaven Dragon Palace actually did not send a Heaven-class core disciple to accept this mission. "General, I can verify that although Xiao Chen has a mixed blood dragon bloodline, he is definitely not weak." Unexpectedly, Murong Yen, who initially looked down on Xiao Chen, took the initiative to speak up for Xiao Chen at this moment. General Feng felt slightly surprised. After some thought he said, "Since Murong Yen has confirmed it, then I will not question your qualifications to accept this mission. Sit down. I have always dealt with matters and not people. Please don't mind my earlier attitude." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Many thanks." Xiao Chen also felt somewhat depressed in his heart. The divine dragon bloodline was indeed good. Murong Yan's words prevented General Feng from questioning him, saving him a lot of trouble. However, the other outer palace's core disciples did not think much of Xiao Chen as they looked at him. After a glance, they no longer paid him any attention. "There's no need to thank me. I was just speaking the truth." Murong Yan's proud words appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. He did not seem to have any intention of thanking the other party, as what Murong Yen said was the truth. However, since Murong Yen sent a voice projection to him, Xiao Chen still replied, "Many thanks." Humph. Murong Yen appeared proud as he snorted coldly, showing an expression that said, "At least you are tactful." Xiao Chen knew the other party's temper. He smiled faintly and ignored him. Chapter 1900. "Since everyone can't come, I'll tell everyone the plan in advance," General Feng said after seeing Xiao Chen sit down. Then he looked at the core disciples of the 7 outer palaces and said seriously, "Xiao Chen, don't come." Murong Yen, Xiao Chen, and the others showed grave expressions as they looked at General Feng. General Feng organized his thoughts and said, "The stronghold that was taken away is rich in netherworld frost iron and underworld heart jade. You might not understand. I'll give a simple explanation. Netherworld frost iron is a crucial divine material that every inherited Dao tool needs. No other resource can replace it. As for underworld heart jade, it is a natural resource that can stabilize the soul and recover soul energy. The underworld heart pill refined from it is a medicinal pill that sovereign personages need." The others felt startled. Although they all had inherited Dao tools, they did not know that refining inherited Dao tools required netherworld frost iron. They had heard of the underworld heart pill before, but it was extremely expensive. Unless one was a sovereign personage, cultivators of other cultivation could not carry it on them in large quantities. Xiao Chen recalled that he had underworld heart pills in his storage ring. Those were the war trophies that he obtained from killing other holy venerates. However, there were not many of them. Actually, these losses are bearable as long as we do not lose our main camp. Sooner or later, we can rebuild our stronghold in this vast abyssal underworld and make up for it. The greatest loss is prestige. If we cannot retake our lost stronghold in time, the other factions will view the Flame Dragon Legion's strength significantly. At that time, not to mention what Rakshasa Heaven will do to us, the other factions from the surface might make a move on us. The struggle in the abyssal underworld is far more intense than on the surface. Do you understand what I mean? Clearly, General Feng had prepared these words for a long time. The moment he spoke, he told everyone about the severity of the matter. The matter was not as simple as losing a stronghold. In this abyssal underworld, the strong preyed on the weak. The competition was even scarier. If one could not retake the stronghold quickly, one would be considered weak. The weak had no place to live in this abyssal underworld. While it looked like losing a stronghold, in reality, it threatened the interests of the entire Dragon's Gate in the underground world. If one was not careful, Flame Dragon City might be uprooted. General Feng's meaning was not to underestimate this mission. One had to understand the importance of this mission. They could not afford any mistakes. It's just a small stronghold. Don't worry, General. It won't be a problem for us. Right after General Feng spoke, Murong Yen expressed his stance, appearing extremely confident. Who knew? The other core disciples from the 7 outer palaces all looked at him strangely. General Feng frowned slightly, not understanding. He had already made it clear enough. Why did this Murong Yen still not understand? The moment he opened his mouth, he mentioned an insignificant gathering point. He did not realize the severity of this mission. His gaze shifted to Xiao Chen, and he started to doubt what Xiao Chen had said earlier. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew something was wrong and quickly said, "General, we all know the importance of this mission. If there's anything you need help with, you can tell us. We won't be careless and will obey your arrangements." "All right." General Feng nodded slightly and said softly, "The fight for the stronghold will definitely be a large-scale battle. It's impossible to take it down with just the 7 of you. What I want you to do is to destroy the Rakshasa demon's underworld god altar, and then send out a signal for me to launch an attack. Absolutely obey the arrangements, and do not act on your own." Clearly, Xiao Chen's words had temporarily dispelled General Feng's doubts. Whoosh! General Feng waved his hand, and a jade strip appeared before Xiao Chen and the others. The jade strip contained information about the Rakshasa altar and the details of this mission. The underworld god altar could summon the clone of the first underworld monarch, Rakshasa Tian. When the clone appeared, Rakshasa Tian could use his underworld monarch will to influence the Rakshasa demons within 5,000 kilometers. This greatly increased the strength of the Rakshasa demons, who no longer feared death, and increased their combat prowess by more than 50%. Furthermore, Rakshasa Tian's clone was an extremely strong existence in the first place, posing a great threat. The existence of the countless underworld god altars allowed the Rakshasa race to become the overlord of the strongest abyssal underworld. Even when the various factions of the surface world gathered, they could not truly shake or threaten the Rakshasa demon's ruling position. As long as they destroyed this underworld god altar, it would be equivalent to breaking an arm of the Rakshasa demons. Their chances of snatching back the gathering point would increase significantly. General Feng's mission to gather the elites of the various outer palaces was to rely on the strength of the 7. They infiltrated deep into enemy territory and successfully destroyed the underworld god altar. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this mission is extraordinarily dangerous. Just 7 people infiltrated deep into enemy territory. If they were discovered and something unexpected happened, they would die for sure. It would be hard for them to escape. After the other 6 saw the mission's details, their expressions changed slightly. Originally, they were thinking of following the Flame Dragon Legion into battle. Who could have imagined that they would infiltrate alone and destroy the underworld god altar? Since the underworld god altar was so important, it would definitely be heavily guarded. General Feng said, "This mission is indeed rather dangerous. However, don't worry. There is no sovereign personage guarding the underworld god altar. There is only one sovereign personage among the Rakshasa demons. He cannot personally guard the altar. Once we destroy the altar, I will launch an attack. He will have to deal with the Flame Dragon Legion, so he will not be able to chase after you." Xiao Chen grasped the jade strip and looked at General Feng. Then he asked, "When do we depart?" General Feng felt very satisfied with Xiao Chen's attitude. He did not complain at all, going straight to the point. He said softly, 3 days later. If you have any requests, our legion will do our best to fulfill them. You should also familiarize yourselves with each other during these 3 days. When the time comes, you will have better teamwork. If you have any questions, you can raise them now. The Golden Dragon Palace core disciple on the left said, I would like to know if we can obtain additional rewards from the Flame Dragon Legion after we complete the mission. General Feng frowned slightly but still said, I can make the decision and give you some Netherworld Frost Iron and Underworld Heart Jades as additional rewards. I want 5 tons of Netherworld Frost Iron and 1,000 Underworld Heart Jades, the Golden Dragon Palace core disciple said indifferently, showing no room for negotiation. The Golden Dragon Palace core disciple asked indifferently. He showed no expression on his face, as though there was no room for negotiation. An adjutant beside General Feng could not help scolding. The Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei's expression did not change. He did not say anything, waiting for General Feng to speak. The Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei's expression did not change. He did not say anything, waiting for General Feng to speak. General Feng felt slightly angry. However, this Wei Hongfei was the strongest of the 7, a core member. In the end, he clenched his teeth and said, If you can really destroy the Underworld God Altar, I can give you 5 tons of Netherworld Frost Iron and Underworld Heart Jades. However, if you fail, you know the consequences. Wei Hongfei revealed a faint smile and said softly, Deal. After saying that, Wei Hongfei stood up and left, not lingering. When the core disciples of the other outer palaces saw the situation, they could not help asking for additional rewards based on their strength. Soon, only Xiao Chen and Murong Yen remained of the 7 core disciples. General Feng looked at the 2, indicating that they could ask for additional rewards based on their strength. Who knew? The 2 did not ask for additional rewards. Murong Yen shook his head and said, I do not have the habit of taking advantage of others. Our Murong clan does not lack resources. Only Xiao Chen remained. Indeed, Xiao Chen did not want any additional rewards. He did not have the habit of taking advantage of others, either. However, Xiao Chen made a request. He needed a batch of good arrows, in large quantities and of good quality. Xiao Chen's arrows were of poor quality. If not for the heart flame, he would not be able to use them with the god Shadow Bow. Since Xiao Chen had joined the army, he needed to exchange for a batch of good arrows for his own use. His request was very reasonable, so General Feng agreed happily. Then, he got someone to lead Xiao Chen to the supplies department. 3 days later, the 7 gathered. General Feng personally sent them off. Whether they could destroy the Underworld God Altar or not was the crux of taking back the resource node. The fact that General Feng was willing to spend so many resources showed how much importance he placed on this mission. General Feng even agreed to Wei Hongfei's unreasonable request. As General Feng watched Xiao Chen's group leave, his aide-de-camp asked, General, do you think they can complete it? General Feng replied softly, There is still a lot of hope. The strength of these 7 is extraordinary. They are the cream of the crop among the core disciples of their respective palaces. Although that Wei Hongfei is unruly and takes advantage of the situation, he is fully qualified to compete for a heaven-class core disciple position in the Golden Dragon Palace. As for Murong Yen, he is a rare genius of the Red Dragon race that appears once in 1,000 years. However, Xiao Chen is slightly weaker. The Heaven Dragon Palace is still somewhat unreliable. Prepare a backup plan and be prepared for their failure. Yes, General. After leaving Flame Dragon City, Xiao Chen clearly felt that the other 6 were already very familiar with each other. Along the way, they chatted softly, expressing their opinions. When Xiao Chen saw this, he immediately understood. The other 6 had interacted with him alone for the past 3 days, isolating him. After traveling for a while, Wei Hongfei suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Chen. I will be the leader of this mission. I believe that General Feng has already told you. I have already seen your information. Xiao Chen, since you are good at movement techniques, you will be the scout and lead the way. Scouting was a very dangerous job. However, Xiao Chen did not mind. Even if he faced a sovereign personage, he would be able to protect himself. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chen nodded. Then, he stopped resting and went ahead to scout the way. This mixed blood dragon is rather tactful. He knows that he is weak and does not have the authority to speak. He is self-aware. He knows that he can only rely on the 6 of us for this mission. It would already be good if he did not implicate us. I really don't understand. How did he become a core disciple with such a low cultivation? Or is the Heaven Dragon Palace already so weak? Seeing Xiao Chen go far away, the six immediately revealed their disdain for mixed-blood dragons in their hearts. Murong Yen knew how strong Xiao Chen was, but he did not want to say anything, so he did not interrupt. Wei Hongfei said indifferently, "Let's continue discussing how to complete this mission. This matter is very important, so we need to be careful." Chapter 1901. Xiao Chen did not have many complaints about such an arrangement, taking the lead to scout ahead. As long as he could complete the mission, it was sufficient. Xiao Chen left the group and moved quickly, not wasting any time along the way. He did not bother with the ghostly beasts he encountered. 4 hours later, he suddenly felt a strange aura. Xiao Chen stopped and gently pushed off with his feet, taking 3 steps back. 2 black figures appeared. They were tall and sturdy, and their feet were like cow hooves. 2 humanoid monsters with scarlet hair, jade-green eyes, and sinister faces appeared before Xiao Chen. Rakshasa demons. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the horrifying monsters before him. They were the demons that ruled the first underground layer. The 2 Rakshasa demons held weapons in their hands. Their jade-green eyes gleamed as they looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Kill! The Rakshasa demons radiating terrifying demonic chi did not even think as they launched themselves at Xiao Chen. The 2 Rakshasa demons were only star venerates, pitifully weak. They did not know where they got the courage to launch themselves at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stood upright without using his great Tao energy when the 2 Rakshasa demons pounced over. When the 2 Rakshasa demons charged over, he did not retreat but advanced instead, taking the initiative to attack them first. Boom! The Rakshasa demons instantly fell to the ground, no longer able to get up. Xiao Chen did not give them a chance to shout. He sent out 2 strands of saber chi and silently finished off the 2 Rakshasa demons. After that, he unleashed the heavenly flame and burned the 2 Rakshasa demons' corpses to ashes. I ran into the Rakshasa demons' patrols. It looks like we should be arriving at the dragon race's stronghold soon. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He no longer charged forward as ferociously as before, looking into the distance. After Xiao Chen discovered a rather high terrain, he gently landed on it. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and looked ahead. In front of them was a vast plain. On the plain, there was a ruined city. He could vaguely make out that this was the dragon race's stronghold. However, the Rakshasa demons clearly did not like the dragon race's aesthetics. They directly demolished the entire city into rubble. Tens of thousands of Rakshasa demons were scattered all over the rubble. In the sky, there were also many tamed ghost beasts flying. Sitting on top of them were Rakshasa demons who were obviously stronger. When Xiao Chen saw this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He already knew that this mission was very dangerous. He had not expected it to be so dangerous. With so many Rakshasa demons trapped, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the center of the ruins of Dragon City stood a tall building that looked like a tower. There were countless ancient stones piled up together. The stone had already been dyed red with blood. The entire altar gave Xiao Chen an extremely absurd feeling. Amidst the solemnity, there was an evil and terrifying demonic nature. Above the altar stood a statue of the first underworld king, Rakshasa Tian. At the foot of the statue, there were a few Rakshasa demons resting with their eyes closed. They should be the guardians of the altar. There was a total of 8 people. Every guard gave off the aura of a holy venerate. These Rakshasa demons wore armor, and their facial features were no different from humans. However, there was a bone spike protruding from each shoulder. Afraid of alerting the enemy, Xiao Chen did not dare to look too closely, so he withdrew his heavenly eye. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to leave. As he looked at the city ruins in the distance, he entered deep thought, thinking about how to complete this mission. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen felt a headache. Even if he managed to sneak through the Rakshasa demon army and destroy the altar, killing his way out would still be a huge problem. After taking one more look and imprinting the surroundings into his mind, Xiao Chen turned around and left. Just as Xiao Chen turned around, the 8 guardians sitting at the foot of the Rakshasa Tian statue suddenly opened their eyes and slowly closed them. It was like they discovered something but also like they did not know anything. After returning to the group, Xiao Chen told Wei Hongfei, Murong Yen, and the others what he saw. Could it be that General Feng agreed so readily? He is clearly sending us to our deaths, the Silver Dragon Palace core disciple Lu Feng said with some dissatisfaction. Lu Feng, the Silver Dragon Palace core disciple, said with some dissatisfaction on his face. However, Wei Hongfei remained calm. There is a special note on the mission. Since you accepted it, you should have expected the difficulty. Furthermore, if the mission was not difficult, how could the reward be so high, reaching 20,000 primeval heavenly pills? Lu Feng said softly, I was just saying. Since you accepted the mission, you cannot back out midway. The Flame Dragon army had already gathered. They were just waiting for them to destroy the Fiend God altar. There was no time to dilly-dally. The group picked up their pace. Even with their full speed, they were not slow. When the group arrived at their previous location, the expressions of the other 6 changed. Even the previously calm Wei Hongfei frowned heavily. Listening to Xiao Chen's explanation was one thing. Seeing it for oneself was another. Murong Yen was flabbergasted. Had I known, I would have made a will. The tens of thousands of Rakshasa demons stopped in the city ruins, occupying the Dragon's Gate's original stronghold. That Fiend God altar happened to be in the center of the city ruins. Lu Feng asked sullenly, Is there any way to sneak in silently? Wei Hongfei shook his head and said, Clearly that is impossible. If we can enter silently, we will not be able to do so. If we could sneak in silently, General Feng would have already sent someone to do it. There would not be a chance for us to do it, and the mission reward would not be so large. Xiao Chen thought to himself, if I want to sneak in, someone needs to stand out and attract the attention of most of the Rakshasa demons. At least half of the Rakshasa demons have to be lured away before the others can sneak in. Murong Yen and I will attract them from the front. The 5 of you will take the opportunity to sneak in. This is the signal flag. I'll leave it to you, Lu Feng. Wei Hongfei took out a flag and handed it to Lu Feng. Then, he made some simple arrangements. There was no shortcut in the current situation. This was the only way. Lu Feng was rather decisive, not hesitating at all. Murong Yen, you don't have any objections, right? Wei Hongfei asked as he looked at Murong Yen. Murong Yen smiled and replied, Since when did the Red Dragon race have people who are afraid of death? Since you dare to stand out, why would I not? Murong Yan's words put the core disciples of the other palaces to shame. If it were them, they would hesitate for a long time if they went to attract the enemy's attention with Wei Hongfei. After all, not everyone could be like the Golden Dragon Palace's core disciples, so confident and unafraid of death. Rakshasa race, does anyone dare to fight with me, Wei Hongfei? Boom! Wei Hongfei soared into the clouds, his entire body radiating resplendent golden light. A horrifying dragon might spread out from his body. The moment the glaring Wei Hongfei appeared in the dark space, he attracted the attention of all the Rakshasa demons in the rubble. Strands of golden dragon chi revolved around Wei Hongfei's body. The golden dragon light dyed the clouds in the sky above his head. They were dyed with golden feathers and looked particularly dazzling. This person is nearly a grade 6 golden dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen evaluated. This Wei Hongfei was indeed extraordinary. The Golden Dragon Palace lived up to its reputation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Wei Hongfei appeared, several figures immediately flew towards him. These were all Rakshasa race experts. They gave off terrifying demonic chi and showed ferocious expressions. However, when these Rakshasa race experts got within 100 meters of Wei Hongfei, golden light flickered in the air. Wei Hongfei exploded 6 Rakshasa demons with one punch. The Rakshasa demons turned into a blood mist spreading out in the air. Ha ha ha! Is there no one in the Rakshasa race who can truly fight me? Wei Hongfei laughed maniacally. The dragon might spreading out in the sky became even stronger. The golden clouds burned like flames. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, a pillar of fire suddenly burst out of the city and soared into the clouds, illuminating the dark space. Without saying anything, Murong Yen landed in the rubble and started a massacre. Wei Hongfei and Murong Yen were in the sky, attracting the attention of the Rakshasa race experts. The other was on the ground, using the Red Dragon race's unparalleled berserk fire Great Dao to massacre everyone. There was no pattern at all. Wherever there were more Rakshasa demons, Murong Yen would end up there. Still not leaving? Xiao Chen asked when he saw that the Silver Dragon Palace's Lu Feng was thinking about something, dilly-dallying and not making a move. Do I need you to instruct me? Lu Feng glared at Xiao Chen and ignored him. Then, he led the other three and said, "Let's go." Chapter 1902. Under Lu Feng's lead, the three silently made their way to the rubble. Xiao Chen did not rush to follow. He was thinking about something else. Would the Rakshasa demons not guess that the Flame Dragon Legion would send people to destroy the altar? Actually, the idea of destroying the altar was rather crazy. The success rate was very low, and the danger level was very high. Normally speaking, the Rakshasa demons would not think of this. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking. His body gently floated up, and he silently arrived beside Lu Feng and the others. Xiao Chen's incredibly fast speed startled the four. It was as Wei Hongfei said. His movement technique surpassed theirs. Boom! 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 At this moment, Murong Yan's entire body burned with intense flames in the rubble, looking like an ancient fire dragon. With every punch and palm strike, he could send out flames filling the air, filling the surroundings. The Rakshasa demon army appeared somewhat chaotic. Several experts tried to delay Murong Yan. They did not want to give him a chance to cause large-scale destruction. However, Murong Yan's mission was to attract the attention of the Rakshasa demons on the ground. How could he get trapped? Suppressing his temper, Murong Yan laughed maniacally as he moved about without any pattern. It had to be said that Wei Hongfei and Murong Yan were in the sky and on the ground. This created a great opportunity for the four. Wei Hongfei flickered with golden light in the sky. Dragon might spread out in golden clouds. On the ground, Murong Yan was covered in intense flames. The commotion the two caused attracted the attention of nearly all the Rakshasa demons. This resulted in a large gap in the rubble of the city. Lu Feng's group took advantage of this opportunity to move forward silently, quickly approaching the underworld god altar. Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out continuously. As the group walked through the city, Rakshasa demons filled the surroundings. Occasionally, loud sounds rang out, making everyone show extremely grave expressions. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Who is it? Suddenly, a small group of Rakshasa demons came out of a broken wall in front. Kill! Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold as he took the initiative to attack. Moving like a ghost, he jabbed the forehead of the Rakshasa demon who spoke. A strand of saber chi shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip and silently dealt with this Rakshasa demon. His hands did not stop moving. With every move, a Rakshasa demon would die. After Xiao Chen killed the three of them, Lu Feng and the rest finally reacted. They quickly took action and killed the remaining Rakshasa demons in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Fortunately, Lu Feng and the others were not weak. After they reacted, they quickly killed their enemies. This small group of devil cultivator was quickly eliminated, and did not cause any big waves. When Lu Feng's gaze landed on Xiao Chen, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen turned his head and said indifferently, "Follow me." There was something special about him, something that caused people to trust him and follow behind him. Lu Feng was far inferior to Wei Hongfei. Xiao Chen thought for a moment before deciding to lead the team himself. The mission was too important to fail. With Xiao Chen leading the team, the group moved even faster. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was very sharp, allowing him to avoid the Rakshasa demon groups in advance. While the situation was chaotic, Xiao Chen led the four to the underworld god altar. Along the way, they occasionally ran into some unavoidable encounters. However, Xiao Chen would always end the battle quickly. Several times, he managed to avoid any mishaps. He did not expose himself and trigger an even larger encounter. Stop! Xiao Chen suddenly stopped, and the people behind him quickly stopped. Lu Feng looked at the underworld god altar, which was less than 10 kilometers away, and said, "You really think that you are the leader? Move aside. Charge up the altar and end the mission." After saying that, Lu Feng ignored Xiao Chen's attempts to stop him and moved past Xiao Chen. Whoosh! The moment Lu Feng passed Xiao Chen, the Rakshasa Tian statue on the underworld god altar suddenly opened a pair of scarlet eyes. A scarlet light descended from the sky and encased Lu Feng's figure. Lu Feng had nowhere to hide within 10 kilometers. The 8 guards on the altar also opened their eyes and stared at Lu Feng coldly. Whoosh! 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 Countless Rakshasa demons rushed over from all directions, charging at Lu Feng. Although the situation in the rubble was chaotic, the guards around the altar and above did not show any signs of panic or distraction. Countless Rakshasa demons rushed over from all directions, charging at Lu Feng. Although the situation in the rubble was chaotic, the guards around the altar and above did not show any signs of panic or distraction. It was obvious that those who were able to guard the Nether God altar were all elites. It's over. We were exposed. It's really over. Not only can we not complete the mission, but we can't leave, either. Xiao Chen and the others hid at the back. However, when they saw the many Rakshasa demons rushing over, their faces turned ashen. Lu Feng, who felt Rakshasa Tian's gaze, immediately panicked. Not only did he feel a demonic might pressing down on him, but he also felt the fear of impending death. Furthermore, Xiao Chen felt the fear of impending death. The elite Rakshasa demons rushing over from all directions placed immense pressure on him. It was like many grim reapers holding scimitars to reap their souls. Since we're already exposed, there's no need to think anymore. Attack! Xiao Chen sighed to himself. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and pushed away the distracted Lu Feng with a palm strike. As Xiao Chen stood before the underworld god altar, he raised his head and met Rakshasa Tian's gaze. Rakshasa Tian, do you really think you can come back to life? Xiao Chen snorted coldly and released his dragon might. Without hesitation, he executed the Dragon's Gate secret technique, Firmament's Rage. The colossal palm's fingers were like sabers, carrying a boundless saber intent and lightning as it clawed at the statue. Those who insult the gods must die. The 8 high-ranked Rakshasa demons suddenly stood up and attacked at the same time. They all executed their best moves, shattering the colossal palm before it reached them. The 8 people on the altar paled slightly as they took a step back. Blood leaked out of a corner of their lips. Clearly, they had underestimated the might of Firmament's Rage and suffered a huge rebound. Bang! 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 The fragments of the colossal burning palm contained the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. They were not that easy to extinguish. They landed on the ground and blasted away the Rakshasa demon elites that rushed over. I'll cover you. Quickly charge up the altar. Since they were already exposed, there was naturally no need to think about anything else. There was only one thing to do. Kill. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen stepped forward, reigniting hope in the hearts of the group, whose morale had plummeted. Without any hesitation, they all rushed to the altar. Many thanks. Lu Feng showed an ashamed expression, feeling too ashamed to show his face. He simply had not expected that he could not even compare to the mixed-blood dragon, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I'm not trying to save you. I just don't want to fail the mission. Let's go. Provoked by Xiao Chen's cold attitude, Lu Feng snorted coldly and led the others up the altar. The altar was covered in divine might. Under heavy pressure, even movement techniques were restricted. It would not be easy to climb up. Soon, the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demon elites that were blasted away by the shock waves of Firmament's Rage rallied and charged over. If these people harassed Lu Feng and the others, who were climbing the altar, they would not have a chance to climb it. All of you, come over. Xiao Chen struck the ground heavily with his tyrant saber. Then, he drove the primal chaos veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core. The Taiji force field encased the surrounding 10 kilometers. A huge Taiji diagram spun wildly on the ground. A strong suction pulled over the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demon elites that wanted to stop Lu Feng and the others from climbing the altar. The many Rakshasa demons were horrified to discover that they could not control themselves as they surged over to Xiao Chen. A strange force stuck to their bodies, preventing them from executing their movement techniques and greatly affecting their speed. Even so, the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demons were too horrifying in numbers. Clang! 2 Dao discs appeared behind Xiao Chen, and he drew his saber. A saber light flashed, and 10 Rakshasa demons near him had their throats slit, dying on the spot. However, before Xiao Chen could catch his breath, Rakshasa demons surged over from all directions. Xiao Chen brought out his saber skills to the limits, sending out densely packed saber lights into the crowd. Snowflakes, lightning, bright moons, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena burst out of his body, illuminating the surroundings. Xiao Chen stood on a lightning dragon, howling back and forth. He turned into the light of freedom and dodged most of the attacks. Lu Feng and the others, who were climbing the altar, were greatly startled when they saw Xiao Chen fighting 1,000 alone. The 8 guards on the altar also frowned heavily, finding this scene incredulous. The leader, a high-ranked Rakshasa demon in black battle armor, said sullenly, "4 of you, go down and stop them from climbing the altar." "Yes." Whoosh. Immediately, 4 guards leaped down from the altar and charged at Lu Feng and the others. However, Lu Feng and the others were outstanding. They were core disciples of the various outer palaces and possessed divine dragon bloodlines. In one-on-one combat, they had a high chance of victory. The 4 Rakshasa demons that descended did not pose much of a hindrance to Lu Feng and the others. Taiji burst. Xiao Chen roared ferociously, and the Taiji force field erupted. The remaining Rakshasa demons were all blasted away. Saber wounds riddled each of the Rakshasa demons. Electricity spread throughout their bodies, making them unrecognizable. Xiao Chen stood upright while holding his saber. His white robes were stained with blood. It was hard to tell whether it was his or his opponent's. In the chaotic battle, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to count how many times he was struck. Xiao Chen raised his gaze and happened to meet the gaze of the black-armored Rakshasa demon standing on the altar. Kill! Xiao Chen leaped into the air and charged at the altar. You overestimate yourself. The black-armored Rakshasa demon showed a mocking expression as he smiled coldly. His right hand grasped the protruding bone on his shoulder and pulled out a slender white bone spike. Just as Xiao Chen charged over, the black-armored Rakshasa demon attacked at lightning speed. Pussy! The bone spike pierced through Xiao Chen's right chest, causing blood to spurt out. While Xiao Chen was charging, a strong underworld deity might enveloped him, greatly limiting his speed. Caught off guard, he got injured by the black-armored Rakshasa demon. Furthermore, Xiao Chen managed to dodge at the critical moment. Otherwise, if the bone spike pierced through his chest, he would have been severely injured. The black-armored Rakshasa demon had a handsome face, unlike an ordinary Rakshasa demon. Blood dripped from the slender bone spike. The black-armored Rakshasa demon placed the spike on his tongue and gently licked it. Then he smiled strangely and said, "It tastes pretty good. After this battle, I will properly enjoy your physical body." 3 high-ranked Rakshasa demons stood behind the black-armored Rakshasa demon. Their jade-green eyes stared coldly at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stopped the blood from spurting out of his wound. Then, he glanced at Lu Feng and the others fighting on the altar. They had more or less gained the upper hand. However, when the Rakshasa demons charged over, they would still face the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4. Their chances of victory were not high. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Then, his body suddenly turned into a flash of lightning, charging to the bottom of the altar. In the blink of an eye, it circled around the altar and spun rapidly upward. Rumble! The rapidly spinning electric light illuminated the surroundings, kicking up boundless strong winds that kicked up sand and pebbles, covering the sky. The strong winds made it hard for the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4 to open their eyes, and their bodies trembled slightly. Xiao Chen, who had turned into lightning, resisted the underworld god might, continuously draining his primal chaos veritable essence energy. When Xiao Chen was about to fly to the top of the altar, he suddenly turned into a lightning dragon and roared at the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4. The dragon roar spread out in all directions, shaking the sky. Before this shocking heaven dragon roar, the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4 could not help taking several steps back above the altar. Scram! The black-armored Rakshasa demon shouted, withstanding the pressure, and unleashed his aura. Then, he led the 4 Rakshasa demons to charge at the lightning dragon, trying to chase Xiao Chen down. Who knew, the lightning dragon split into 9, not bothering them at all. Instead, it continuously circled around the 3-kilometer-tall Rakshasa Tian statue. 9 dragons soared into the sky, triggering a terrifying mysterious phenomenon. At some point in time, layers of thunderclouds covered the sky above the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky. Oh no! He is going to destroy the statue. The black-armored Rakshasa demon's expression changed drastically. In a fluster, he quickly formed hand seals. The 3 behind him cut their wrists at the same time, and blood splattered on the Rakshasa Tian statue. Forced by the situation, this group of people prepared to summon the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian's clone. Chapter 1903. 9 dragons soar instantly dodged the attacks of the black-armored Rakshasa and the other 3 high-level Rakshasas and flew into the sky. The black-armored Rakshasa decisively chose to summon Rakshasa Tian. Rather than letting it be destroyed by you, it would be better to waste the summoning opportunity and kill all of these invaders. Swish swish swish. Rocks peeled off the surface of Rakshasa Tian's 3,000-meter-tall statue. The might of the underworld monarch continued to strengthen. The expressions of Lu Feng and the other 3, who had already gained the upper hand, changed slightly. After a moment of shock, they decisively retreated. While the scene before him was unexpected, it was still within his expectations. The best outcome of the mission was to destroy the altar. The worst outcome was to fail the mission. The other possibility was to force the other party to summon the Netherworld King's altar ahead of time. The Netherworld King's altar obviously couldn't summon the Rakshasa race every day. Otherwise, the Rakshasa race would have long since become invincible in the Netherworld. They could only summon it once every half a month. Replenishing the offerings required time, and the altar itself also needed maintenance. Before the battle officially started, Rakshasa Tian had already been summoned. To the Flame Dragon army, this was undoubtedly an acceptable result. But for Xiao Chen and the others, it was almost a death sentence. It was already difficult for him to escape. Now that Rakshasa Tian's clone had appeared, would he still have a chance to escape? Lu Feng took out the signal flag, spun it at the bottom, and shot it into the sky. Immediately, the war flag burned in the sky like a star. Its color kept changing until it finally settled on red. In the air, Wei Hongfei, who was fighting several late-stage holy venerate Rakshasa demons, felt a terrifying underworld monarch might sweep over. Raising his gaze, Zhang Xian happened to see Rakshasa Tian's sculpture peeling off. He couldn't help but be stunned. With the appearance of the Nether God, all of you will definitely die. When the Rakshasa demons surrounding Wei Hongfei saw this scene, they smiled coldly. Their attacks became even sharper. Boom! However, just at this moment, Wei Hongfei's eyes suddenly burned, turning into a golden light. Xiao Chen instantly activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, and the dragon might of the ancient Great Desolate Aeon Golden Dragon race enveloped him. The Berserk Dragon might immediately forced the group back. Wei Hongfei casually glanced at the other people in the chaos. Then, he used the Great Desolate Aeon Dragon might to turn and flee. In this kind of situation, there was no chance for him to take care of the others. Even he himself might not be able to escape. Wei Hongfei was extremely decisive. He turned into a beam of golden light and fled far away with the Great Desolate Aeon Dragon might. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, and almost no one could withstand it. Very soon, a path was torn open by him. Chase them. When his bloodline is exhausted, it will be the time of his death. The Rakshasa demon expert that was knocked back clearly did not intend to let Wei Hongfei off so easily. Turning into a demonic light, it whizzed away in hot pursuit. Looks like I'm really going to die here. The somewhat fatigued Murong Yen looked at the Rakshasa demons surrounding him. When he sensed that Rakshasa Tian's clone was about to appear, despair flashed in his eyes. Although Wei Hongfei attracted the attention of most of the Rakshasa demon experts, Murong Yen faced the entire Rakshasa demon army alone. Although there were not many experts, many ants could kill an elephant. Compared to Wei Hongfei, Xiao Chen had activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline long ago. It was almost impossible to use it to save his life. The Rakshasa demons surrounding him from all directions, in the sky and on the ground, did not dare to act rashly. The Berserk Red Dragon race had left too deep an impression on these Rakshasa demons. Murong Yen felt stifled. His entire body was bathed in blood as he breathed heavily and looked around. Murong Yan's thoughts were simple. Before he died, he would kill more. When comparing the two, it was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. However, it was clear that Murong Yan's thoughts were much more straightforward than Wei Hongfei's. What Murong Yen showed was the difference in intelligence. The underworld monarch statue's intelligence. 9 lightning dragons soared into the sky. Then, the 9 lightning dragons merged together in the thundercloud whirlpool in the sky. The instant Xiao Chen appeared, countless electric lights burst out of his body. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw that Lu Feng and the others had already left. In just 1 second, Xiao Chen analyzed the situation before him. Oh no! Half of the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian's statue had already fallen. In a while, the underworld monarch's clone would arrive. At that time, no matter how capable Xiao Chen was, he would die here. Run! You lowly mixed blood dragon. The underworld monarch has appeared. Ha ha ha! You will die for sure. The black-armored Rakshasa demon laughed maniacally as he formed hand seals and looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the air. The horrifying underworld monarch's might already swept through the entire battlefield. All the Rakshasa demons felt greatly encouraged. The fleeing Rakshasa demons were all in sorry states. Whoosh! 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 The sound of rocks falling off the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian statue was like the death god's talisman, disturbing everyone's emotions. Should I flee? Where can I flee to? With the appearance of Rakshasa Tian's clone, there is nowhere to flee to. I can only fight. Black clouds spread out under the thundercloud whirlpool. Xiao Chen activated his great desolate Aeon bloodline. Golden light flashed in his eyes, looking like a burning divine flame. However, before the light could spread out, Xiao Chen closed his eyes. The tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's right hand flew out and spun in the air, flickering with boundless electric light. Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Then, he formed hand seals with his right hand and activated his great desolate Aeon bloodline. The incomparably horrifying killing intent covered the entire city ruins. In an instant, it suppressed the underworld monarch's might, causing all the Rakshasa demons to freeze for some reason. The killing intent assaulted them, and their movements stiffened. It was like a lotus flower not soaking in water or the sun and moon not staying in the sky. The horrifying killing intent surged and burned like a killing god born in an ancient battlefield returning to the mortal realm. However, Xiao Chen's heart remained incredibly calm. If someone of the Buddhist sect used their Dharma eye to look, they would find the entire city ruins filled with an incredibly turbid aura. Only Xiao Chen gave off a gentle light, separating him from the overwhelming killing intent. However, despite being in water, Xiao Chen did not get wet at all. This was an extremely profound state. What is he doing? The black-armored Rakshasa demon's summoning of Rakshasa Tian slowed down for a moment. What is he doing? Naturally, he was borrowing life from heaven, risking his life to obtain a chance of survival. Kill! Xiao Chen ferociously opened his eyes. At this moment, the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian also appeared. A dark light illuminated the surroundings. Rakshasa Tian looked up, and a pair of jade-green eyes erupted with a terrifying will that entered Xiao Chen's soul pool. If an ordinary person were here, they would instantly be overwhelmed by the fear of Rakshasa Tian. They would not move at all, just stand there in a daze. However, Xiao Chen, who was in the sky, did not show any fear when facing Rakshasa Tian's clone. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the tyrant's saber, which had been spinning in the air several times, came out of its scabbard. A melodious saber hum resounded in the surroundings. Resolving the mundane. Resolving the mundane meant that one had no desires, no joy, no sorrow, and was immune to all mental attacks and negative emotions. After activating his great desolate Aeon bloodline and using the 7-kill seal to execute resolving the mundane, the might of Xiao Chen's saber strike had already reached an incredible level. Boom! The saber descended. Before Rakshasa Tian, who had just appeared, could understand what was going on. The eternal and inextinguishable saber light on the tyrant's saber chopped Rakshasa Tian in half. The saber's momentum did not stop there. When it landed on the altar, aside from the black-armored Rakshasa demon, the other 3 high-ranked Rakshasa demons immediately died. Rumble! When this saber strike landed, it destroyed the entire altar. Before the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian's clone could do anything, Xiao Chen destroyed it with one saber strike. Lu Feng and the other dragon race disciples, who were fleeing, were all stunned, deeply shocked by this saber strike. Before the shockwaves scattered, the great desolate Aeon bloodline in Xiao Chen's body slowly faded. After wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips, Xiao Chen revealed a smile. I won the bet. Xiao Chen gambled that the moment Rakshasa Tian descended would be the moment he was at his weakest. If this saber strike did not kill Rakshasa Tian's clone, Xiao Chen, who faced it head-on in the next second, would be instantly killed. Fortunately, Xiao Chen won the bet. Go! Xiao Chen shouted, and a scarlet light spread out. The demon blood vulture soared into the air with Xiao Chen on its back. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen consumed several medicinal pills, primeval heavenly pills, underworld heart pills, and blood circulation pills. Then, he closed his eyes and recuperated. Fortunately, the demon blood vulture did not come out from the start, conserving its strength. Carrying Xiao Chen, the demon blood vulture charged forward, carving out a bloody path in the sky. After recovering a little, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Then, he suddenly saw Murong Yen below, cornered. His armor was shattered, and wounds covered his body. His eyes were listless, and he appeared fatigued. His body wobbled, but he gritted his teeth and held on. This fellow, without hesitation, Xiao Chen descended from the sky and turned into a flash of lightning, piercing through the many Rakshasa demons riding ghostly beasts in the sky. Just as the Rakshasa demons approached, the lightning turned into a lightning dragon that pushed them back in all directions. The Rakshasa demons circled around Murong Yen, carrying him and turning into a lightning dragon storm that soared into the sky. After knocking away the Rakshasa demons in the sky, the storm scattered. Then, Xiao Chen and Murong Yen landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Ha ha ha! To think that this great me is still alive. I, Murong Yen, am indeed very lucky. Murong Yen, who landed on the demon blood vulture's back, rejoiced endlessly. However, he did not say any words of thanks to Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen had seen this many times. It did not matter. He closed his eyes and took the opportunity to recover. Back then, when Situ Changfeng saved Xiao Chen several times, this fellow did not even say a word of thanks. This kind of person was stupid. He felt that saving him was the right thing to do, that there was nothing wrong with it. However, one day, if Xiao Chen got into trouble, he would definitely risk his life to save Xiao Chen. He didn't need to ask for a word of thanks. In his opinion, this was also something that should be done. Chapter 1904. Xiao Chen. You are really something. To think that a mixed blood dragon like you could produce such a talent. How strange, Murong Yen said excitedly when he saw Xiao Chen open his eyes. Xiao Chen replied expressionlessly, I'm from the Heaven Dragon Palace. Haha, isn't the Heaven Dragon Palace a mixed blood dragon palace? Say another word, and I'll throw you off. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not seem to be joking, Murong Yen laughed embarrassedly. Never mind. Never mind. Relying on the demon blood vulture to display its divine might, it carried the two forward, forcefully carving out a path. Dust clouds churned in the rubble of the Underworld King's altar. The black-armored Rakshasa demon walked out of the rubble with a weak expression and a heavy frown. Rage flashed in his eyes. The moment Rakshasa Tion's clone appeared, it was destroyed by someone else. Rakshasa Tion could not accept the fact that Rakshasa Tion worshipped the underworld monarch as a god. Just at this moment, a black-clad man walked out from behind the rubble. This black-clad man had a perfect figure. His arms were bare, and his muscles bulged. His eyes were spirited, and his expression was stern. However, there was a disharmonious scar on the right side of his face. The appearance of the scar changed that handsome face's aura, making him look tyrannical and ferocious. Yen Songming, I followed your instructions and summoned this underworld king's clone in advance. If things did not proceed as you said, neither you nor I would be able to bear the consequences, the black-armored Rakshasa demon said through clenched teeth as he looked at this black-clad man. Rakshasa Tion could transform into thousands of clones. One clone was nothing. However, to the black-armored Rakshasa demon, it was a humiliation. In the future, he would inevitably be mocked by the Rakshasa demons. However, to Xiao Chen, this was a humiliation. In the future, he would inevitably be mocked by the Rakshasa demons. It might even become a reason for the black-armored Rakshasa demon to be attacked. He could not help but feel angry. The scarred Yen Songming said indifferently, Don't worry. The Flame Dragon Legion should be on their way already. Lord Wu Ting made preparations long ago, just waiting for them to come in. After this, the Dragon's Gates faction will not develop in the first layer of the abyssal underworld for 10 years. Besides, it's not like you don't know the trump card I've prepared. What's there to worry about? When the black-armored Rakshasa demon heard Yen Songming mention trump cards, his expression eased up slightly. However, he said playfully, You flood dragon humans are still the best at dealing with these dragon race cultivators. After all, we were once of the same race. So, this man with a scar on his face was a merman. It was a little hard to tell. A murderous intent flashed in Yen Songming's heart, but his face did not change. After a while, He suppressed his murderous intent. What do you think of that dragon race cultivator who shattered Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike? The black-armored Rakshasa demon asked as he looked at Yen Songming. Yen Songming looked into the distance and said, "Very strong. The mixed blood dragon bloodline has not produced such a horrifying character for many years already. However, due to the limitations of the bloodline, it would be hard for them to have any future in the current divine dragon empire." "Are you that certain?" the black-armored Rakshasa demon asked softly. Xiao Chen's last attack had left a deep impression on him. It was hard to imagine how terrifying such a person would be in the future. However, from Yen Songming's words, there was no need to worry about Xiao Chen becoming someone great. After thinking for a long time, Yen Songming said indifferently, "If the mixed blood dragons were not forced into such a miserable state, how could most of them have followed the Black Dragon King into the abyssal underworld back then?" "Shut up. Don't mention those 3 words." The black-armored Rakshasa demon suddenly raged. His expression turned sullen as he unreasonably interrupted Yen Songming. The words Black Dragon King were taboo in the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. No one was allowed to mention them. Yen Songming glanced at the black-armored Rakshasa demon and said softly, "It is time to make preparations. I have to rush over to Lord Wu Ting's side. I'll leave this place to you." After saying that, Yen Songming's figure flashed, disappearing into the darkness. Outside Flame Dragon City, most of the Flame Dragon army had already gathered. They were ready to move out, preparing to take back their stronghold. War chariots gathered in the wilderness. Warships filled the sky. Tens of thousands of dragon race cultivators waited in formation, exuding an invisible dragon might that spread out with vast might. General Feng had already seen Lu Feng's signal. The Netherworld King's statue being activated ahead of time was an acceptable situation. The Flame Dragon army could accept this. However, to the 7 people carrying out the mission, this was the outcome they were most unwilling to face. When Rakshasa Tion's clone descended, it would be fortunate if one of the 7 could escape. "General, it's almost time," the adjutant reminded him softly. General Feng collected his thoughts, and a burning flame flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "Flame Dragon army, depart!" Rumble! Immediately, the horses with dragon blood galloped and roared. The war chariots sped along, causing the ground to tremble. In the sky, the battleships flew together, covering the sky. The Flame Dragon army advanced at lightning speed. Tens of thousands of people in the army. Surprisingly, they were not any slower than Xiao Chen's group of 7. The entire army was like a precise machine. As time passed, this machine spun faster and faster. Tens of thousands of Flame Dragon Legion soldiers. From afar, it looked like a giant burning dragon had turned into a ball of flames at low altitude. It was a graceful sight. In mere moments, this army covered 50,000 kilometers. It was somewhat startlingly fast. Everywhere the army passed, the ghostly beasts in its way instantly turned to ashes. Even a lone sovereign personage would have to flee for their lives when facing this army, not daring to show off their sharpness. On a sand dune, Wei Hongfei, who had escaped the pursuit of the pursuers, heaved a sigh of relief and landed on the sand dune. Then, he swallowed a medicinal pill and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. His grade 6 golden dragon race divine dragon bloodline helped him recover quickly. After about 15 minutes, Wei Hongfei suddenly opened his eyes. He saw 2 figures rushing towards him in the dark night. The aura of the dragon race. When these 2 approached, Wei Hongfei discovered that they were Lu Feng and another White Dragon Palace core disciple. "Brother Wei." Upon seeing Wei Hongfei, Lu Feng and the other White Dragon Palace core disciple rejoiced and quickly landed on the sand dune. Wei Hongfei asked, "Where are the others?" Lu Feng still had bloodstains on his face, appearing to be in a sorry state. He sighed and said, "I saw the Rakshasa demons surround and kill Brother Hong and Brother Ma. Xiao Chen and Murong Yen do not know. However, they probably will not be able to escape." Murong Yen went without saying. He had long activated his great desolate Aeon bloodline and attracted so many Rakshasa demons. He would not be able to escape death. As for Xiao Chen, he would definitely be extremely weak after that saber strike. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was in the center of the rubble, surrounded by Rakshasa demon elites. He would probably die as well. If Brother Xiao Chen died, it would be a pity. If he had not killed that underworld monarch clone at the last moment, he would not have died. If he had not killed that underworld monarch clone at the last moment, Brother Lu and I would not have stood a chance of escaping. When the White Dragon Palace core disciple thought of Xiao Chen's saber strike, he still felt shocked. What? Wei Hongfei was greatly startled. He immediately stood up, appearing horrified. Say that again? Xiao Chen destroyed Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike? It is absolutely true. Brother Lu and I saw it with our own eyes. Lu Feng did not dare to lie. He nodded in confirmation. If not for Xiao Chen's saber strike, he would have died long ago. Even if Rakshasa Tian had not made a move, his sovereign might would have supported the Rakshasa demons, greatly increasing the Rakshasa demon's strength. Xiao Chen was lucky to escape now. Furthermore, he had to face a much stronger Rakshasa army. Wei Hongfei's expression flickered. He tightly clenched his right fist, and a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. The moment Rakshasa Tian's clone appeared, as a Golden Dragon Palace core disciple, Wei Hongfei's first thought was to flee. However, Xiao Chen, a mixed-blood dragon cultivator, actually dared to do something that Wei Hongfei did not dare to do, risking his life. Xiao Chen had invisibly surpassed Wei Hongfei. The Golden Dragon race was now the orthodox race. Every one of them was incredibly proud. Such a result embarrassed Wei Hongfei. If Wei Hongfei dared to risk his life, he might have a chance to kill Rakshasa Tian, who had just appeared. However, Wei Hongfei did not dare to gamble. If he could not kill Rakshasa Tian, he would die for sure. Just this point alone made Wei Hongfei lose to Xiao Chen completely. No, we have to go back and save Xiao Chen. Even if we cannot save him, we have to retrieve his corpse. We cannot allow the demons to trample on his corpse, Wei Hongfei said seriously. Determination flashed in Wei Hongfei's eyes. Senior Brother Wei. Senior Brother Wei. The two quickly stopped Wei Hongfei. What kind of joke was this? If they charged back in their current state, they would just be sending themselves to death. I've already made up my mind. There is no need for the two of you to follow me. Actually, Wei Hongfei still had some combat prowess. From the start to the end, he had been holding back. He still had some trump cards that he had not used. However, he was stirred up by Xiao Chen risking his life to kill Rakshasa Tian's clone. He decided to go back and take a gamble. If Xiao Chen was still alive, it would all be worth it. Lu Feng urged anxiously, Senior Brother Wei, the two of us are grateful to Xiao Chen for saving our lives. However, if we go back now, we will just be sending ourselves to death. There is no need. Rumble. Just at this moment, the ground trembled endlessly. Cracks appeared on the mound. A surging dragon might surged over, instantly flattening the 1-kilometer-tall mound. The two immediately rejoiced. The Flame Dragon Legion had arrived. They were now completely safe. The adjutant beside General Feng waved the flag, and the fast-moving Flame Dragon Legion came to a halt. This is great. We are truly fortunate. 3 of you are still alive. When General Feng saw Wei Hongfei's group, joy flashed in his eyes. Originally, he thought that it would be pretty good if one of them survived. General Feng fixed his gaze on Wei Hongfei and smiled. You truly live up to being a Golden Dragon Palace core disciple. The Golden Dragon bloodline is indeed extraordinary, living up to your reputation. I will fulfill your request after the battle. I will also report the military merits. Wei Hongfei said, General, there is something you do not know. After making up his mind, Wei Hongfei told General Feng the truth about Xiao Chen killing Rakshasa Tian's clone. There really is such a thing. General Feng was a sovereign personage. However, the shock on his face was no less than Wei Hongfei's. The Heaven Dragon Palace core disciple Xiao Chen that General Feng worried about the most actually forced the other party to summon the Underworld Monarch clone. Furthermore, Xiao Chen killed Rakshasa Tian's clone alone. This was simply inconceivable. The mixed-blood dragon race had not produced an astonishing character for many years already. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, a huge fireball burned in the sky. The fireball suddenly exploded, turning into countless sparks that lit up the night sky. In that instant, the sky turned as bright as day. All the cultivators in the Flame Dragon Legion squinted slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Aside from the front, countless figures appeared on 3 sides of the Flame Dragon Legion, densely packed together. These figures wore armor flickering with demonic light and had indistinct scales on their faces. The Flood Dragon humans. General Feng's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand, and the Flame Dragon Legion immediately entered a state of combat. Chapter 1905. Aside from the ground, there were even more ghostly beasts in the air. Each ghostly beast had a Flood Dragon human standing on it. Surrounded on three sides, aside from the front, there were no gaps. However, the front led to the Rakshasa race. As expected, the Rakshasa demon army was on its way, completely sealing off the encirclement. General Feng looked around and fixed his gaze on a tall mountain in the distance. A Rakshasa demon with grey bone spikes on his shoulders and a Flood Dragon human cultivator with a scar on his face stood side by side. General Feng's gaze sank as he said coldly, "Wu Ting, what is the meaning of getting a bunch of trash to surround my army? Could it be that you want to rely on this group of useless rebels to surround and kill my Flame Dragon Legion?" Although there were many cultivators surrounding the Flame Dragon Legion, their cultivations were lacking. However, most of their cultivations were lacking. They could not even compare to the Rakshasa demons in the stronghold, much less the Flame Dragon army. Many of them were not even minor primal core venerates. It would not be wrong to call them trash. The Divine Dragon Empire did not have as many people as the dynasty. However, they all had the dragon race bloodline and were stronger in the first place. Those who could enter the Flame Dragon Legion were at least major primal core venerates. Half of the elites were star venerates. Although General Feng was surrounded, he did not show too much worry. The Rakshasa demon on the tall mountain was the sovereign personage Wu Ting. The Flood Dragon human cultivator Yen Songming stood beside him. Wu Ting smiled faintly. "You are right. Today, I am going to use this group of Flood Dragon humans to deal with you. This is called using dragons to control dragons. If you think that they are trash, you can take a look at their battle armor first. It will not be too late to decide then." It's the demonic dragon battle armor. The expression of General Feng's adjutant changed drastically when he saw it. The demonic dragon war armor was personally refined by the Black Dragon King. Aside from its strong defense, the demonic dragon war armor was extremely sturdy. Aside from its strong defense, it had a strong suppressive effect on dragon race cultivators. The demonic dragon battle armor could mostly neutralize martial techniques containing the dragon race bloodline and veritable essence energy. Wearing the demonic dragon battle armor immediately weakened the Flame Dragon Legion cultivators' advantage in cultivation. Furthermore, the Flame Dragon Legion had a numerical advantage, several times the Flame Dragon Legions. The situation immediately turned bad. "Ha ha ha, not bad, you have a good eye. Although this demonic dragon armor is a replica and will be useless after one use, it is enough to wipe out your Flame Dragon army. Kill." Wu Ting laughed maniacally. The army of 100,000 Flood Dragon people charged forward without fear of death. "I've been tricked." General Feng's heart skipped a beat. It was possible that the Netherworld King's altar was summoned ahead of time by the other party. They were waiting for his army to move out. Someone had already planned all of this. "General, what should we do?" General Feng's face sank as he said coldly, "Charge! Charge out before the Rakshasa demon army arrives." It was not worth it to fight with these Flood Dragon people. In General Feng's opinion, the Flood Dragon humans were incomparably lowly. It was not worth it for the dragon race cultivators to exchange their lives with them. In any of the 9 layers of the Netherworld, Flood Dragon humans would always have the lowest status. In addition, the Dragon Clan itself had a rather negative opinion of this former traitor. The current situation was also one of the bases for General Feng's judgment. Taking back the stronghold was out of the question. As long as they could charge out before the encirclement closed up and protect most of the Flame Dragon army, they would be lucky. General Feng showed a sullen expression as he led the Flame Dragon army forward. The Flood Dragon humans in the rear were in a frenzy as they chased relentlessly. The Flood Dragon humans on both sides continuously harassed them, so their advance was not smooth. Wei Hongfei felt that something was wrong. However, the situation was urgent, so he could not figure out what was wrong. Relying on the Flame Dragon army's strong mobility, the Flame Dragon army charged forward without saying a word. The Flood Dragon humans finally managed to shake off the Flood Dragon humans encircling them from 3 sides. However, it was too late. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The ground suddenly caved in. Before Xiao Chen could understand what was going on, boundless lava spewed out. A trap. Someone had predicted General Feng's move. They guessed that he would not fight to the death with the Flood Dragon humans. The ground exploded, and the horrifying lava of the netherworld erupted, immediately tearing apart the Flame Dragon Army's formation. Countless Flame Dragon Army cultivators died miserably in an instant. Cries of pain rang out. Several war chariots instantly exploded. The cultivators inside had no space to dodge. The scene was unbearable. Instantly, there were countless casualties. Kill! A chaotic battle broke out. The 3 Flood Dragon humans took advantage of the chaos to charge in, risking getting blasted by the lava. They wanted to prevent the Flame Dragon Army from regaining a unified command, maintaining the chaotic situation. What made the Flame Dragon Army even more despairing was the rumbling of the inheritance in front. The black-armored Rakshasa demon army had reorganized and blocked the gap. Little brother Yen, your plan is indeed exquisite. Ha ha ha. I will definitely remember your contribution. After this matter is over, I will ask Rakshasa Heaven for permission to give you a piece of land as your tribe's fief. Wu Ting laughed maniacally. As he watched the Flame Dragon Army fall into such a situation, he felt strangely excited. The Flame Dragon Army was incredibly strong. It had made the Rakshasa demon army suffer several times already. Wu Ting felt delighted to have this day. Many thanks. Yen Songming remained expressionless. It looked like he was about to succeed in his plan, but he did not show much joy. Even if Yen Songming managed to kill the Flame Dragon Army, at least half of his subordinates would die. The Rakshasa demons only needed to block the top. However, the Flood Dragon humans had to enter the lava formation to fight the Flame Dragon Army. The difference in treatment was obvious with one glance. However, Yen Songming did not show any dissatisfaction on his face, not showing it at all. A chaotic battle broke out. Blood flew everywhere, and miserable shrieks rang out. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red from killing, and they fell into a frenzy. It was a complete chaotic battle. The more chaotic the battle, the more advantageous it was for the Flood Dragon humans. That way, the Flame Dragon Army's advantage in organization would vanish. Haha. Are you thinking of defying heaven and changing your fate? I'll test you out. Seeing that no one could stop General Feng and that he wanted to reorganize his army, Wu Ting laughed maniacally and charged over. The 2 sovereign personages fought. Instantly, they left a large empty space in the middle of the battlefield. The strong auras deterred anyone from getting close. If they did, they would die. Yen Songming looked around and fixed his gaze on Wei Hongfei. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Golden Divine Dragon. The 6-colored Divine Dragons should all die. Whoosh! Yen Songming's figure flashed, and he charged into the battle, landing in front of Wei Hongfei. Wei Hongfei's expression froze slightly. This Flood Dragon human before him actually gave off a dangerous aura. Yen Songming showed a disdainful smile. The scars on his face wiggled, making his face look extremely terrifying. You seem to be injured. In that case, I'll only use half my strength. Come, let me see how strong your golden dragon is. You are seeking death. Seeing the other party's disdainful expression, rage immediately flashed in Wei Hongfei's eyes. To think that a Flood Dragon human dared to underestimate him. In the abyssal underworld, a Flood Dragon human was the lowest existence. To think that he dared to mock the Divine Dragon Empire's strongest golden dragon race. Bang! In the end, when the 2 exchanged a palm strike, endless demonic chi poured out of Yen Songming's body. The demonic dragon might in his body immediately surged like the sea, vast and boundless. Yen Songming used a lot of force, and Wei Hongfei vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. You do not even have the strength to force me to use my bloodline power. It looks like you are severely injured. How unfortunate. Killing you like this does not bring me any joy at all. Wei Hongfei retreated quickly on the sea of lava. As he looked at the other party's battle armor, he entered deep thought. Aside from being injured, the bigger reason was that the other party's demonic dragon battle armor blocked most of the force from his palm strike. Most of the Flame Dragon Legion cultivators in the lava sea, and the entire battlefield were in a similar predicament as Wei Hongfei. The Flame Dragon Legion cultivators were simply helpless against the other party's demonic dragon battle armor. Even though the other party was only an insignificant venerate, this demonic dragon battle armor, which the Black Dragon King specially developed to counter the dragon race, immediately became problematic. In the distant sky, the demon blood vulture carrying Xiao Chen and Murong Yen traveled through the clouds. Suddenly, Murong Yan's and Xiao Chen's expressions changed at the same time. A heavy stench of blood penetrated the clouds and spread over, instantly turning the two's expressions grave. It was the blood of dragon race cultivators. How many dragon race cultivators had to die for the stench of blood to soar into the clouds? Xiao Chen and Murong Yan both sensed that something major had happened, something very bad. Chapter 1906. When the demon blood vulture saw Xiao Chen's gaze, it turned around in the clouds and turned into a beam of scarlet light, rushing towards the battlefield. As the two were fleeing, they had been extremely weak, so they slowed down in their retreat. As a result, Xiao Chen slowed down when he left the path of retreat. He focused on recovering himself and did not have time to regroup with the Flame Dragon army. How can it be like this? Soon, the two saw an extremely chaotic and cruel scene. The Flame Dragon Legion was surrounded by Rakshasa demons, who outnumbered them by several times. The Flame Dragon Legion's 20,000-odd Flame Dragon Legion cultivators were split into small groups by Yen Songming's Flood Dragon humans. The Flame Dragon Legion cultivators could not regroup, unable to get into a formation. What was even worse was that the location of the battle was a sea of lava, causing the battle to be even crueler. At every moment, there were Flame Dragon Legion cultivators being killed in this land of lava. Although several Flood Dragon humans died for every Flame Dragon Legion cultivator, such a comparison was worthless. Those Flood Dragon humans had low cultivations. They relied entirely on their demonic dragon battle armor to qualify to fight the Flame Dragon Legion. Without the demonic dragon battle armor, the Flood Dragon Legion could crush the Flame Dragon Legion and easily break out. The most intense battle was between General Feng and the Rakshasa race sovereign personage Wu Ting. Wu Ting held two bone spikes in his hands. His Thunder Dao might merged with his sovereign personage will, forming a lightning barrier. When fighting General Feng, Wu Ting did not seek to kill his opponent. All he wanted to do was delay him. Whenever a sovereign personage wanted to leave, Wu Ting could not hold him back. Even if the Flame Dragon Legion got destroyed, nothing would happen to General Feng. However, if he was left alone, this was the situation that Wu Ting wanted to see. How could one person's strength reverse the situation? Wu Ting smiled and said, "Even if I let you go now, you will not be able to turn the situation around. Today, the Flame Dragon Legion will be eliminated." General Feng showed a sullen expression, not saying anything. He only attacked even more frantically, venting the rage and dissatisfaction in his heart. The demon blood vulture carried Xiao Chen and Murong Yan far away in the air. Murong Yan felt hot-blooded. Without thinking, he wanted to charge down. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to stop Murong Yan. Then he said softly, "Just protect me. There is no need to send yourself to death." "Are you sure?" Murong Yan's heart was already filled with rage. When he saw Xiao Chen blocking him, he felt somewhat upset. "It's better than you going down there to die." Not bothering to explain, Xiao Chen took out the Soul Slayer bow, loosened his grip, and released an arrow. The heart flame on his fingertip merged with the arrow, and it shot into the battlefield without a sound. The arrow was like a beam of dark light. Without a sound, it pierced through the Flood Dragon human's demonic dragon armor and pierced through his heart. The demon dragon armor had a suppressive effect on a dragon race martial artist's true essence. But in front of Xiao Chen's arrows that were fused with his heart fire, it was like paper. Pucci! The Flood Dragon human that was pierced by the arrow lost all signs of life and died on the spot. The arrow did not stop, piercing through a dozen Flood Dragon humans before stopping. Although the arrows did not pierce the hearts of all the Flood Dragon humans at the back, their demonic dragon armor was completely destroyed. As expected. A look of understanding appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Just as he had expected, the demonic dragon armor could restrain the dragon race. It did not have much of a defense against his heart fire. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, Xiao Chen shot out arrows like dragons, shooting 9 arrows in 1 second. Each arrow pierced through 10 enemies. In 1 second, more than 100 Flood Dragon humans had their demonic dragon armor destroyed. The unlucky ones were even killed by a single arrow and died on the spot. In 10 seconds, more than 1,000 Flood Dragon humans had their demonic dragon armor destroyed. Among them, 100 died instantly. Many of the Flame Dragon Legion cultivators who were fighting felt it was strange that the Flood Dragon human cultivators they were fighting were Flood Dragon humans. Before these Flood Dragon humans understood what was going on, their demonic dragon armor broke and exploded. After losing the demonic dragon armor, these flood dragon humans were no match for the Flame Dragon Legion cultivators. These Flame Dragon Legion cultivators could easily kill them with a casual sword strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows that Xiao Chen shot all landed in the same direction. Immediately, a gap appeared in the tight encirclement. What's going on? The Flame Dragon Legion's dragon race cultivators found this somewhat strange. However, they could not miss this opportunity. They instinctively rushed towards the gap. The Flame Dragon Legion's momentum, which had fallen to rock bottom, rebounded. The situation of the battlefield changed in an instant. Such an obvious abnormality naturally attracted the attention of the Rakshasa demon's upper echelon and Yan Songming. The same words echoed in everyone's minds. What's going on? It's Xiao Chen. Lu Feng looked around and noticed Xiao Chen and Murong Yan, who were standing on the demon blood vulture in the distant sky. It's Xiao Chen and Murong Yan. These two are not dead yet. Several of the Flame Dragon Legion upper echelon, who knew the inside story of the mission, roared in shock. After putting in a lot of effort, Yan Songming pushed Wei Hongfei into a corner. Just as he was about to kill Wei Hongfei, Yan Songming suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Chen, who was still shooting arrows. Suddenly, he stopped moving and looked at Xiao Chen, who was still shooting out arrows continuously. The Rakshasa demons and flood dragon humans that went to harass Wei Hongfei were either chased away by the demon blood vulture or knocked away by Murong Yan. When these three stood in the sky, they were simply unrivaled. Damn it! Yan Songming shouted coldly. He ignored Wei Hongfei and soared into the sky, intending to attack personally. Stay behind. Wei Hongfei, who was already severely injured, was deeply aware of how horrifying this Yan Songming was. Wei Hongfei, who was already exhausted, burst out with a horrifying aura. Strands of golden dragon chi surrounded him as he continuously soared into the sky. The golden dragon might spread out. You! A murderous intent flashed in Yan Songming's eyes. He could not do anything but stay behind. The demonic chi on his body surged, exuding the aura of death. Yan Songming's aura changed drastically, and the mysteries of death flickered in his eyes. In that instant, it was like Yan Songming turned into the Grim Reaper of Hell. A black dragon that represented death seemed to circle in the depths of his eyes. Touch of death. Countless strands of black energy containing the Death Great Tao shot out from the sea of lava, looking like the tentacles of a demon, looking incredibly terrifying. Yan Songming remained expressionless. The scars on his body looked terrifyingly sinister as he ferociously opened his hand. The black energy that shot out turned into countless black tentacles that wrapped around Wei Hongfei. Boom, boom, boom. Wei Hongfei's expression changed slightly. He moved his fists, sending out a dense barrage of attacks. The golden dragon's roar shook the surroundings. Thousands of strands of golden dragon chi flew out continuously, trying to block the black tentacles. Unfortunately, the golden dragon chi that Wei Hongfei sent out immediately corroded when it touched the black tentacles. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out. Countless black energy tentacles stabbed thousands of holes in Wei Hongfei's body. Wei Hongfei could not move at all. He was like a huge mutated hand with thousands of fingers. The fingers pierced through his body and held him in the air, preventing him from moving. Black demonic chi slowly covered the golden light in Wei Hongfei's eyes, slowly draining away his life force. Boom! Yan Songming swung his hand, and Wei Hongfei's body knocked away many ghostly beasts in the air before sinking into the sea of lava. Wei Hongfei's fate was unknown. Such a restraint gave Xiao Chen plenty of time to attack. Not only did Xiao Chen not mend the opening, but it even grew larger. The Flame Dragon Legion took advantage of this opportunity to regroup and break out of the encirclement. The Flame Dragon Legion, which had been split up earlier and could not bring out its full combat prowess, finally pulled through at this moment. The exquisite machinery started operating once more, and the entire Flame Dragon Legion became one again. Surging dragon might gathered as the Flame Dragon Legion charged over the Rakshasa demons' corpses and Flood Dragon humans' corpses with an unstoppable aura. At this moment, Wu Ting tried to escape, but General Feng blocked him. Damn it! How can it be like this? How did we break out of a sure-death situation? Wu Ting brandished the bone spike in his hand, feeling enraged. At the same time, he could not understand. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen felt dizzy. He held the Soul Slayer bow as he knelt on one knee. Heart Flame was the simplified version of Heart Force. It was formed using the supreme profound heavenly heart art soul energy and veritable essence energy. In such a short time, Xiao Chen exhausted his heart flame without any regard for his life. He instantly overdrew on his recently recovered essence, qi, and mental strength. Whoosh! After breaking out of the harassment, Murong Yen returned to the demon blood vulture's back. Then, he looked at the pale Xiao Chen, who looked like he would collapse at any moment. Murong Yen panicked and quickly supported Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen, hold on. Did you manage to break out? Xiao Chen asked in a somewhat weak voice. Murong Yen turned his head back and looked. He saw a long dragon pouring out of the hole that Xiao Chen opened, sweeping through everything in its path. The Flame Dragon Legion gathered the remaining cultivators and successfully broke out of the encirclement. We succeeded, Murong Yen answered quickly. Quickly retreat. Without much thought, Xiao Chen gave the order. The demon blood vulture immediately obeyed. The demon blood vulture's entire body shone with a red light. Cassie! Cassie! Scarlet feathers containing intense poison shot out in all directions. The demon blood vulture immediately cleared out a large space. After finding the right direction, it quickly fled far away. You think you can escape? Death God Profound Chop. Yen Songming, who was chasing with murderous intent, roared ferociously and executed a killing move. The sky tore, and a cold light containing the mysteries of death tore through the sky. Then, it turned into a 30-kilometer-long saber light that locked onto the demon blood vulture and chopped down. Heaven-burning rage. At the crucial moment, Murong Yen did not even think. He turned around and stood before Xiao Chen, then pushed back with a palm strike. Flames burned in the sky for half the day, illuminating the surroundings like it was daytime. Murong Yan's rage surged, blazing with a fierce flame. Rage attacked his heart, and his bloodline burned, making his entire body burn. Murong Yen leaped into the air and controlled the descending flaming palm to block the Death God Profound Chop. Pussy! Who could have imagined that the Death God's Profound Slash contained the Death Great Tao, which overdrew on Murong Yan's physical body and bloodline? The Death God Profound Chop looked down and chopped down heavily. A mouthful of black blood splattered into the air as Murong Yen fell, half dead. The demon blood vulture quickly caught him. Damn it! He actually blocked it. When Yen Songming saw that Murong Yen blocked his killing move, he felt enraged. Just as Yen Songming was about to make a move, he suddenly saw clouds moving in all directions. 10-odd tribulation clouds drifted over from all directions and gathered above Yen Songming's head. This was the divine lightning eye that Xiao Chen took the opportunity to execute. Yen Songming's expression immediately changed drastically as he quickly landed. He cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique that contained death's mysteries. Yen Songming's body was filled with overwhelming sin, making him incredibly horrifying. He feared lightning tribulations the most, like heavenly punishment. Although the Flame Dragon army suffered severe losses below, it managed to regroup and retreat to the back. The Flood Dragon humans and the Rakshasa race army chased closely. However, the distance between them slowly widened. The demon blood vulture casually chose a direction. Its entire body gave off a scarlet light, and an indistinct golden light appeared in its eyes. The demon blood vulture did its best to carry Xiao Chen and Murong Yen through the clouds. Chapter 1907. Boom! Amid loud sounds, 10 lightning tribulations layered over each other and landed on Yen Songming. Most of the tribulation thunder's might was blocked by his powerful cultivation, but the sin that it detonated left him in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Dense dragon scales appeared on Yen Songming's face. That scar looked even more horrifying, and his eyes gave off a demonic light. His expression was distorted by the pain, his thoughts were in chaos, and his mind was on the verge of going berserk. His entire body exuded a terrifying sin. The sin had almost materialized and was constantly tormenting him. Young master. The many Flood Dragon humans noticed Yen Songming's strange behavior and quickly flew over. When they landed beside him, they revealed worried expressions. The berserk Yen Songming's entire body surged with murderous intent. However, when he looked at his fellow Flood Dragon humans in the surroundings, he felt a chill run down his spine. He forcefully clenched his teeth, and his eyes slowly regained clarity. This person's willpower was truly terrifyingly strong. He was actually able to persevere through such a terrifying sinful backlash with his willpower. Pah! A few flood dragon humans had just gone over to support the pale Yen Songming when the Rakshasa race's sovereign personage, Wu Ting, descended and threw a slap. A crisp sound rang out as Yen Songming crashed to the ground. Half his face swelled up, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Hee, a scheme that transcends the heavens. In the end, Rakshasa Tion's clone was killed, and the flame dragon army fled. No one knew if the stronghold could be defended or not. Yen Songming, you can forget about having your own conferred land. You are just a bunch of lowly dragons. You should just kneel before me. Wu Ting was clearly enraged. Rakshasa Tion's clone had been killed in his stronghold. Naturally, he would become the laughing stock of the Rakshasa race. In the worst-case scenario, he might even be attacked by his own clansmen. If they could wipe out the Flame Dragon army and occupy the Flame Dragon army's headquarters, everything would be fine. However, although the Flame Dragon army suffered heavy losses, they still had their combat prowess. If they returned to defend, it would be impossible to take down Flame Dragon City. He had paid such a huge price, but in the end, it was all for naught, and he had even gotten himself into a lot of trouble. How could he not be angry? The rage of a sovereign personage caused the group of flood dragon humans to tremble. They worried that Wu Ting would take their lives in a fit of rage. Kneel properly for your father and slap your own face. Pa. Yen Songming did not say anything. He just knelt on the ground and continuously slapped himself. Even when his cheeks were red and swollen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, he did not stop. My lord! The black-armored Rakshasa demon slowly descended and arrived beside Wu Ting. Then he said softly, I received news that the Golden Crow Empire's people rushed over. It looks like they are interested in the Dragon's Gate stronghold that we occupied. Wu Ting immediately became enraged. He sent out a palm wind infused with the will of a sovereign personage and knocked Yen Songming into the air. Retreat! Abandon the stronghold. The black-armored Rakshasa demon glanced at Yen Songming and snorted coldly before leaving with Wu Ting. Young master. Seeing the two leave, the others quickly helped Yen Songming up, their eyes filled with worry. Yen Songming clenched his right fist tightly. His sharp nails dug into his flesh, causing blood to seep out. I'm fine. Let's clean up the corpses of our clansmen and leave. But where could he go? This enormous first netherworld was like a dark forest. Killing intent was everywhere. It seemed vast and boundless, but there was no place for the flood dragon humans to stand. Slowly, he loosened his grip, and the anger and killing intent in his heart calmed down. He could only hide his obsession in the deepest part of his heart and never forget it. Looking around, the lava sea was filled with the corpses of flood dragon humans. Actually, not many of the Rakshasa race had died. After a while, most of the flood dragon humans' corpses were cleaned up. Only the corpses of the dragon race cultivators, which no one cared about, and the Rakshasa demon corpses remained on the battlefield. The Flame Dragon Legion was indeed well trained. They were much more efficient than the Rakshasa demons and flood dragon humans. By giving them an opening, the Flame Dragon Legion could instantly resolve the situation and preserve most of their strength. However, there would not be such an opening in the plan. A white-clad bladesman standing on a demon blood vulture slowly appeared before Yen Songming's eyes. 4 hours later, the army returned to their positions in Flame Dragon City, and the entire city was under martial law. A suppressive atmosphere spread throughout the entire city. Since the Flame Dragon Legion was formed, it had never suffered such a setback. If not for Xiao Chen's sudden appearance and opening alone, the consequences would have been dire. General, the Golden Crow Empire's army moved out. The Flood Dragon humans and Rakshasa demons both retreated. Before he could sit down, he received a message. General Feng sighed. There was no way to reclaim the stronghold. The Golden Crow Empire's army must have received news and moved. If it were General Feng, he would not let go of such an opportunity, either. However, it was still acceptable. He could go and negotiate with them. Perhaps he could pay a price and reclaim the stronghold. After all, they were still allies in name. Pass down my orders. Search for Xiao Chen and the others with everything we have. Send them back to the city. Yes. The army had left in a hurry, so they could not care about Xiao Chen, Wei Hongfei, and the others. They could only pray that these dragon race elites had great luck and avoided this calamity. 3 days later, the demon blood vulture carried the perfectly fine Xiao Chen and Murong Yen back to Flame Dragon City. After escaping danger that day, the two did not immediately rush to Flame Dragon City. As a precaution, they found a secluded place and started to cultivate. The two were severely injured. They made up their minds not to come out until they fully recovered. In the end, the two spent 3 days recovering to their peak states. Murong Yen patted the demon blood vulture's back and smiled. Xiao Chen, this demonic pet of yours is pretty good. When can you help me get one as well? This was the first time Silly Bird was praised. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, there should be a chance. Its father is the demon blood vulture's race head. We can go and ask in the future. Don't mention my father. I get angry at the mention of him. The demon blood vulture protested in Xiao Chen's heart. This made sense. Only Xiao Chen's demon blood vulture could be sold by its father. When Murong Yen heard that, he rejoiced. Really? Really? However, we will have to wait for an opportunity, Xiao Chen replied casually with a smile. After surviving a series of huge battles, the two felt somewhat relaxed. We've arrived. Whoosh! Flame Dragon City's silhouette appeared in the two's vision. Then, they leaped up and landed firmly on the ground. The moment the two landed, a group of Flame Dragon Legion cultivators immediately appeared and surrounded them. After the earlier battle, Flame Dragon City's security was now several times tighter than before. Xiao Chen! It really is Xiao Chen. When this group of Flame Dragon Legion cultivators saw Xiao Chen's appearance, they immediately revealed joyful smiles. The leader of the group said respectfully, Young Master Xiao, the general has been searching for you for many days already. He thought that something happened to you. Come. Come back to the city with us. Completely ignored, Murong Yen said unhappily, Hey, I'm still here. Haha. Young Master Murong, come with us. The general did not forget about you either. In mere moments, the news of Xiao Chen and Murong Yen returning to the city spread throughout the entire army. Everywhere the two passed, nearly every cultivator fixed their gaze on Xiao Chen and Murong Yen. Now, everyone knew that a genius appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace, who killed Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike. After that, Xiao Chen nearly single-handedly opened a gap for the Flame Dragon Legion, saving the lives of more than 10,000 Flame Dragon Legion cultivators. This meant that every cultivator in the Flame Dragon Legion owed Xiao Chen and Murong Yen a favor. General Feng and the other Flame Dragon Legion upper echelon personally came out to welcome them at the city gates. Back then, when Xiao Chen first arrived, everyone in the Flame Dragon Legion doubted his ability to take on heavy responsibilities. Now, Xiao Chen's fame soared. Everyone knew about the white-clad bladesman who killed Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike, saving the Flame Dragon Legion from destruction. Xiao Chen, Murong Yen, this time, it is all thanks to the two of you. The entire Flame Dragon Legion owes you a favor. General Feng did not put on any airs, directly acknowledging Xiao Chen's contributions. Murong Yen accepted this praise without standing on ceremony. When he discovered Wei Hongfei beside General Feng, he was greatly startled. Brat, you are actually not dead? Didn't I personally see you being flung into the lava? Wei Hongfei frowned. Anyone who heard this would feel upset. General Feng replied calmly, The Golden Dragon Palace's core disciples all have an Emperor Dragon pill personally nourished by the Dragon Emperor. They will not die that easily. After Wei Hongfei explained, he looked at Xiao Chen and said softly, It is indeed shocking that the Heaven Dragon Palace can produce someone like you. Brother Wei, you are too polite. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. This Wei Hongfei was pretty good. Xiao Chen had seen how Wei Hongfei held back Yan Songming at the risk of his life. General Feng said softly, Let's stop with the conventional greetings first. The 5 of you come with me. I'll finish your mission. Chapter 1908. Xiao Chen followed General Feng into the inner hall. After the 4 sat down, General Feng clapped his hands. Someone immediately came over and offered the extra rewards that Wei Hongfei and the others requested. Wei Hongfei showed no joy on his face. He waved his hand and said, There's no need. We barely managed to complete this mission. Flame Dragon City's essence is also damaged. Give it to our injured brothers. The Golden Dragon Palace does not lack this bit of resources. The moment General Feng said that, Lu Feng and the other White Dragon Palace core disciples felt somewhat embarrassed. However, this made sense. When they thought about the Flame Dragon Legion's losses, they recalled the dragon race cultivators who died in the sea of lava. The cruel scene appeared before his eyes as soon as he recalled it. The miserable screams of the dragon race still lingered in their ears. Surging blood chi spread for 5,000 kilometers around. Lu Feng and the White Dragon Palace core disciples chose to give up. General Feng said softly, "There's no need to feel guilty. This mission was a failure on my part. Everyone completed it excellently. All the extra rewards came from my own pocket and have nothing to do with the Legion. Furthermore, it is not that there is no good news. The Rakshasa race army suffered heavy losses as well. The Golden Crow Empire has already taken back their stronghold. I already negotiated with their leader. For the next 10 years, they will get 20% of the stronghold's resources. The stronghold will still belong to our dragon race. Soon, we will raise the dragon race's war flag there. At the very least, when the Dragon's Gate's might is displayed, all the factions of the underground world will know about it. Without the Flame Dragon Legion fighting a bitter battle, causing the Rakshasa race army to suffer heavy losses, the Golden Crow Empire would not have such an easy pickup. Hence, you have completed your mission excellently." Even though the four were not willing to accept the extra rewards, General Feng still forcefully gave them, keeping to his promise. The Golden Crow Empire? Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then he recalled something. Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather seemed to have gone to the Golden Crow Empire. Xiao Chen had known long ago that Little Yellow Feather was slowly recovering the memories that his ancestors had passed on to him. Back then, Ao Jiao had said that she would send Little Yellow Feather to his old home. The scenes of the past on Grave Island flashed before Xiao Chen's eyes. After that night of romance, there was no more news of Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather. Xiao Chen followed his original heart and searched for the moon step by step. Where was Ao Jiao? Could it be in the Golden Crow Empire? Yes, the Golden Crow Empire, one of the 8 great empires of the Central Great Realm. 3 years ago, the Golden Crow Empire became the most famous empire among the 8 great empires. The legendary ancestor of the Golden Crow actually reappeared. This is truly shocking. At the mention of the Golden Crow Empire, General Feng sighed with emotion. A pure-blooded Golden Crow had actually descended into the Golden Crow Empire. This was simply like a legend. The entire Golden Crow Empire was in an uproar, and even the entire vast thousand domains were in an uproar. One must know that the so-called Dragon Clan and the other primordial races were not pure-blooded. However, humans with ancient bloodlines could only be considered descendants of the dragon race. Even the 6-colored divine dragons were the same. Little Yellow Feather's appearance in the Golden Crow Empire was like a pure-blooded ancestor dragon descending to the divine dragon empire. The commotion it caused was naturally imaginable. General Feng could still remember that the upper echelons of the dragon sect were all shocked when they received this news. They even sent out a large number of people to search for the ancestor dragon of the Dragon Clan. In the end, they returned empty-handed. The dragon race was not like the Golden Crow or the Vermilion Bird, which could undergo nirvanic rebirth and pass down their memories to the next generation. It was practically impossible. When Xiao Chen heard General Feng's words, his expression did not change. However, he felt shocked in his heart. Indeed, it was as he expected. On the other hand, Wei Hongfei, Lu Feng, and the others showed calm expressions. They had known about this long ago, having been shocked back then. General Feng, might I ask how that Golden Crow appeared? Xiao Chen asked softly, unable to suppress the questions in his heart. The others gave Xiao Chen strange looks, expressing their confusion. To think that Xiao Chen did not know about such a major matter. This stunned Xiao Chen. He knew that he had asked the wrong question. Given his fake identity, he should know about this. Xiao Chen could only add, "Back then, I left the Central Great Realm to hide from my enemies. I only rushed back after obtaining some fortuitous encounters." General Feng nodded. "No wonder. However, there is no harm in telling you. Back then, the Golden Crow Empire offered sacrifices and divined that the Golden Crow ancestor would appear. Even they did not believe it, so they divined it many times before informing the Golden Crow Empire's upper echelon. This continued until the Golden Crow Empire's faux god ancestor, who had been in closed-door cultivation for many years, suddenly came out. Then, before everyone's incredulous gazes, he respectfully appeared with a pure-blooded Golden Crow and a young girl, causing the entire empire to stir. Speaking of which, It was rather mystical. That young girl was naturally beautiful without any makeup. Her face was exquisite, her lips and teeth fresh, and her bright eyes hid dimples. However, her bloodline was ordinary. She sat on the pure-blooded golden crow openly, not showing any fear at all. You should know that even that faux god ancestor does not dare to look the pure-blooded golden crow in the eye. Xiao Chen could not help thinking, it would be strange if it showed fear. She was the one who raised it. Back then, that little yellow feather did not even care about him, its master in name. It liked sticking to Ao Jiao. However, if the Golden Crow Empire's people knew that Ao Jiao named the supreme holy beast in their eyes little yellow feather, they would probably die from anger. Now that the Golden Crow Empire's people mentioned the Golden Crow Empire, they still felt somewhat shocked when they recalled the past. Murong Yen, who sat beside Xiao Chen, said, I know about this. That young girl calls herself Ao Jiao. I heard that she is incredibly beautiful, comparable to our White Dragon Holy Daughter. The White Dragon Palace Core disciple immediately felt upset. How can she compare to our White Dragon Holy Daughter? Our White Dragon Holy Daughter has a grade 7 bloodline. She has an innate dragon soul and is crystalline and flawless. In terms of aura and beauty, she is unparalleled, capable of toppling nations. How can she compare? Seeing Murong Yan's serious expression, Murong Yan's lips curled up. He whispered, I'm just saying. You make it sound like the White Dragon Holy Daughter is your home. Xiao Chen, don't you think so? Xiao Chen felt stunned, but he did not say anything. It seemed like both of them were his. Even that golden crow was hatched by Xiao Chen's heavenly flame. Of course, Xiao Chen would definitely not say this out loud. Wei Hongfei thought for a while before saying, the Golden Crow Empire has the Divine Flame Church as its national religion. I recall that young girl was conferred the title of Solar Divine Daughter. General Feng smiled and said, Indeed. There is a rumor in the Golden Crow Empire that their pure-blooded golden crow was brought out from the sun by the Solar Divine Daughter. Feeling somewhat depressed, Lu Feng asked, Speaking of which, what benefits did this pure-blooded golden crow bring to the Golden Crow Empire? General Feng replied sullenly, The benefits were too great. Why else do you think the Golden Crow Empire's faux god ancestor personally came out of closed-door cultivation? Back then, I heard that there were many battles in secret. Many factions did not want the holy beasts to return to the Golden Crow Empire. There were many top-notch figures who came to stop us. We almost couldn't make it back. If we are talking about intangible benefits, naturally, it is the increase in the nation's luck. You can see this just by looking at how strong the Golden Crow Empire has become in the past 3 years. As for tangible benefits, let me put it this way. If a pure-blooded ancestor dragon appears, all you need to do is take a look, and your strength will increase by 20%. Wei Hongfei nodded and said, There is a golden divine dragon statue that is said to be petrified in the Golden Dragon Palace. Back when I became a core disciple, I was allowed to cultivate under the statue for 3 days, and my strength increased by more than 30%. Many questions that were difficult to understand were suddenly enlightened. I really can't imagine the benefits of cultivating beside a living divine dragon. General Feng said, No matter what, a strong Golden Crow Empire is beneficial to our Divine Dragon Empire. Although the 8 empires compete with each other, they help each other out and are allies in name. The stronger the Golden Crow Empire is, the more pressure the dynasties have to bear. The other empires will be better off too. The 8 empires were elite empires with the bloodlines of the great desolate Aeon's overlord. The 4 dynasties would have to be wary of them. If one looked further back, the conflicts between the dynasties and empires could be traced back to the beginning of the martial epoch. Xiao Chen, although you did not ask for any additional rewards, you have to accept my kind intentions. General Feng took out a separate box and handed it to Xiao Chen before everyone. General Feng did not show any fear. However, Wei Hongfei and the others did not overthink it, either. Be it chopping down Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike or saving the Flame Dragon Legion at the last moment, Xiao Chen was worthy of this valuable gift from General Feng. Xiao Chen was worthy of the heavy gift that General Feng gave to him alone. Without any pleasantries, Xiao Chen returned the gesture and took the box. Murong Yen smiled and said, General, I contributed as well. Don't forget about me. Naturally, I won't forget. General Feng smiled faintly and took out another gift, handing it to Murong Yen. When Murong Yen opened it, He immediately beamed with joy. That was a flame seed from the depths of the abyssal underworld. The red dragon race was innately skilled with fire. This great gift brought out the best in Murong Yan's heart. Xiao Chen wanted to open his own box, but General Feng stopped him. He smiled and said, "Open it after we return to the Heaven Dragon Palace. I will not send everyone out of the city." Chapter 1909. The mission to recapture the stronghold was officially over. The surviving 5 all obtained a pretty good harvest. Just the mission reward was 20,000 primeval heavenly pills. Such a large number of primeval heavenly pills was a large sum even for the core disciples of the 6-color divine dragons. After leaving Flame Dragon City, Xiao Chen, Wei Hongfei, and Murong Yan felt like a lifetime had passed. Before coming here, no one would have thought that a single mission would cause so many chain reactions. 2 of his clansmen had left them forever, dying in the midst of a mission. Furthermore, they had not expected Xiao Chen to explode with such terrifying power. Originally, they had looked down on Xiao Chen, thinking that he was a burden. "Xiao Chen, it looks like you will be a very strong competitor in the competition between the 7 outer palaces," Wei Hongfei said seriously as he looked at Xiao Chen in his golden dragon robes. In the competition between the 7 outer palaces, the heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces would compete for the right to enter Ancestor Dragon City. The few of them were of the same opinion. With Xiao Chen's strength, he should be able to easily become a heaven-class core disciple. However, my cultivation is still too low. The heaven-class core disciples of the various palaces are all extremely horrifying. Even the Heaven Dragon Palace is no exception. It has always been better to have nothing than to have something substandard. You have only joined the Heaven Dragon Palace for a short period of time. Wei Hongfei did not blindly flatter Xiao Chen. He continued objectively, "It should not be difficult to become a heaven-class core disciple. However, obtaining the right to enter Ancestor Dragon City is still too difficult." Actually, these words were true. The strength that Xiao Chen displayed was far from sufficient to enter Ancestor Dragon City. But this time, what Xiao Chen showed was mainly a kind of potential, a kind of feeling that made people's eyes light up. Xiao Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. He wasn't arrogant enough to think so. Right now, Xiao Chen could already sweep through the core disciples of the 7 outer palaces. As for the heaven-class core disciples, it would be even harder to say. Just the way Hongfei before him gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he would not be easy to deal with. He was very strong. "I hope to see you in the competition between the 7 outer palaces." "It is not easy to become a heaven-class core disciple in the Golden Dragon Palace," Xiao Chen said softly. Wei Hongfei smiled, and confidence flashed on his face. "You will definitely be able to see me. Goodbye." The group took their leave. Soon, only Xiao Chen and Murong Yan remained. Murong Yan said, "This fellow is right. If we want to enter Ancestor Dragon City, we have to work hard. Remember to come to the Red Dragon Palace in the future. If you have the chance." Murong Yan clapped Xiao Chen's shoulder and soared into the sky. The path ahead was boundless. Xiao Chen was still far from entering the Ancestral Dragon Palace. Right now, he was thinking about the harvest of these 4 missions. Xiao Chen had obtained 10,000 primeval heavenly pills from killing Mu Yun, 8,000 primeval heavenly pills from the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape, 12,000 primeval heavenly pills from the demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, and 20,000 primeval heavenly pills from snatching back the Gathering Point. Just the mission reward amounted to 50,000 primeval heavenly pills. To Xiao Chen, that was barely enough. He had not let down the effort he had put into this mission, as well as the danger of death. Especially the 4th mission. Now that he thought about it, he was lucky. The 2 dead clansmen were a little unfortunate. Apart from the mission reward, Xiao Chen also obtained a crystal box containing the wealth that the Demon Cloud Mountain bandits had accumulated over the years. The Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Outyan's dragon-patterned battlesuit, and demonic venerate Mu Yun's storage ring. There was also the mysterious box that General Feng had given him. He had gained a lot from this trip. After Xiao Chen returned, there was no need to think. He would immediately break through to late-stage Star Venerate and cultivate the Supreme Dragon Fist. Then, Xiao Chen would improve Firmament's rage further. With resources in hand, he had the confidence to do anything. "What did General Feng give me? Do you want to take it apart and take a look?" "We'll take a look when we get back to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Let's take a look at this battle suit first. Xiao Chen took out the dragon-patterned battle suit and put it on with a thought. Xiao Chen recalled that when Qin Outyan activated the battle suit, a lot of dragon chi surrounded it. The patterns on the battle suit all lit up. In the end, Xiao Chen tested it and discovered somewhat embarrassedly that he could not activate the battle suit. Only dragon race cultivators with the golden divine dragon bloodline could activate it. Could this be a Dao tool passed down in the clan? After Xiao Chen thought about it, he felt that this was possible. If that were the case, the requirements would be even stricter. Only the golden dragon bloodline's Qin clan could use it. Had Xiao Chen known, he would have snatched a few rings with different attributes. However, at that time, Xiao Chen thought that the owner of such an inherited Dao tool was either rich or of high status. There would definitely be an expert guarding in secret. Xiao Chen could not remain for long, so he left after snatching one battlesuit. Now, it looked like he suffered a great loss. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen put away the battlesuit, preparing to find an opportunity to sell it when he returned. Then, he started to ponder the demonic Cloud Mountain Bandit's crystal box. It was tightly packed and covered in formation patterns, containing the Dao. If he was not careful, it might explode. Xiao Chen was not skilled in refining or formations. He frowned slightly, not knowing how to deal with it. The Heaven Dragon Palace is equal to a peak rank 6 sect. There should be someone skilled in this. At that time, I'll go and seek out the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master Li. Xiao Chen did not worry about the crystal box. There would definitely be a way to deal with it when he returned to the Heaven Dragon Palace. 7 days later, as Xiao Chen traveled at full speed, he finally returned to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Chen had completed 4 missions over the past 2 months. He had spent about 40 days going back and forth. There were still 20 days left for him to prepare for the Heaven-class Core Disciple competition. That was sufficient. I'll go to the Law Enforcement Hall first. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, turning into a flash of electric light in the vast and boundless Heaven Dragon Palace. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen arrived at the Law Enforcement Hall. After reporting, he quickly received a reply. Vice Hall Master Li personally came out to welcome Xiao Chen. He walked over with a big smile and said, "Brother Xiao. Ha ha ha. This old man knew that you would return on time. Indeed, you are not bad. You are much earlier than I expected. Did you complete the mission?" Vice Hall Master Li asked in a low voice as he walked over quietly. After all, Xiao Chen had to complete 4 rank 1 missions in such a short time. Vice Hall Master Li felt anxious for Xiao Chen. "If you did not complete it, I can help you think of a way. There is no need to worry about the sex punishment." Vice Hall Master Li was very forthright. He thought highly of Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen said the word, he could help him resolve the problem. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, Big Brother Li. Naturally, I completed the mission perfectly. With this mission reward, the Heaven-class Core Disciple competition 20 days later will definitely be mine." Excellent. Vice Hall Master Li felt slightly stunned when he heard that. Then he praised, "You truly deserve to be the person that this old man thinks highly of. Come, I'll accompany you to the mission hall." Damn it! This old man has long found that damned administrator an eyesore. I'll show him that this old man's judgment is absolutely correct. I was thinking the same thing. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then, under Vice Hall Master Li's lead, they secretly arrived at the mission hall. When the administrator of the mission hall saw Xiao Chen and Vice Hall Master Li, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Isn't this the core disciple Xiao Chen? Why are you back so early? Have you completed the mission?" Vice Hall Master Li, "It is not that I am not giving you face. It is only right and proper to accept punishment for mission failure. The more failures, the heavier the punishment. Even I cannot change the sect rules." The administrator had a deep impression of Xiao Chen. Back then, Xiao Chen had taken 4 rank 1 missions in one go, putting him in a difficult position for a while. When the administrator saw that Xiao Chen had returned early with Vice Hall Master Li, he felt that he had failed the mission. The administrator wanted to ask Vice Hall Master Li to plead on his behalf and deceive him to avoid punishment. The administrator smiled coldly in his heart. "Who asked you not to listen to my advice back then, making things difficult for me? You also have times when you beg me." Xiao Chen and Vice Hall Master Li exchanged looks. Then Vice Hall Master Li guffawed and said, "Who told you that they were not completed? Listen up. He has completed all 4 Rank 1 missions. Xiao Chen even received a reward from the Flame Dragon Legion's commander." The expression of the mission hall administrator changed drastically despite himself. That's impossible. How could he have completed 4 Rank 1 missions in such a short time? Give me the mission card and the proof of completing the missions as well. That's impossible. Xiao Chen calmly took out the heads of Demonic Venerate Mu Yun and the 18 Great Bandits, the Blazing Sun Berserk Apes Beast Corps, and the mission card that General Feng had approved. As Xiao Chen verified the heads one by one, he confirmed that they were all real. The mission hall administrator's expression turned somewhat unsightly. When he heard the final mission card, General Feng's praise for Xiao Chen, the administrator's expression turned as unsightly as it could be. His expression was as ugly as it could be, and he still couldn't believe it. Vice Hall Master Li felt delighted. He smiled and said, "Stop wasting time. Quickly hand over my brother's reward." That's not right. Completing 4 major Rank 1 missions at the same time is a rare occurrence. No matter what, there should be some bonus reward, right? This is a bit against the rules, Hall Master Li, the deacon of the mission hall stuttered. Vice Hall Master Li snorted coldly. "Just do what I tell you to do. Do you think I don't know that after the Rank 1 mission is completed? You idlers will also receive rewards from the Dragon Gate. Just give me 20%. Don't be so long-winded." The deacon of the mission hall felt bitter in his heart. He knew why Vice Hall Master Li had come here personally. He wasn't here to plead on behalf of Xiao Chen at all. It was because he had acted like a villain last time that he had angered the other party. This time, he was here for revenge. The Blood Dragon Guards are a bunch of bastards, the mission hall administrator cursed in his heart as he was forced to do as he was told. Chapter 1910. Vice Hall Master Li was a straightforward and righteous person. He directly increased Xiao Chen's reward by another 20%. 50,000 primeval heavenly pills. An increase of 20% meant 60,000 primeval heavenly pills. Obtaining an additional 10,000 primeval heavenly pills for no reason felt very good. After leaving the mission hall, Xiao Chen expressed his gratitude and stated the reason for his visit. "Big Brother Li, this is the crystal treasure chest I obtained from annihilating the demonic Cloud Mountain bandits. It is probably the wealth that the demonic Cloud Mountain bandits have accumulated over the years." Vice Hall Master Li received the crystal treasure chest and clicked his tongue in wonder. What an exquisite little thing. This old man actually can't figure it out in such a short time. After fiddling with the box for a while, before Xiao Chen could say anything, Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, "You want me to find a Grandmaster to help you open this box?" "That's right. No matter what's in the box, I'm willing to give 20% of it to Brother Li." Vice Hall Master Li laughed heartily and said, "There's no point in talking about this. The demonic Cloud Mountain bandits aren't even worthy of my attention. I think highly of you because you have a high chance of becoming a Heaven Dragon in Ancestor Dragon City." Heaven Dragon? I often hear these 2 words. What exactly is a heavenly dragon? Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, "The Heaven Dragon is a kind of transformation, a kind of leap. Breaking out of the cocoon to become a butterfly, washing away all the impurities and becoming a legend. The Heaven Dragon is a legendary existence that surpasses the divine dragons. It is extremely terrifying. You might not understand what I'm saying. Do you see the statue of the Heaven Dragon standing on the peak of the mountain that looks like it's soaring through the clouds? It's right there," Vice Hall Master Li said as he pointed at a statue standing on a mountain peak in the distance. Looking in the direction of his finger, Xiao Chen saw the statue. It was a statue of a giant dragon that could be felt from far away. The entire statue was incomparably long, occupying the peak of the mountain. The mountain was tens of thousands of zhang tall, and its peak was vast and surrounded by clouds and mist. The clouds moved with the wind, and the statue hidden inside seemed to be alive. The Heaven Dragon bloodline is a mutated bloodline of the dragon race that cannot be inherited. In the Great Desolate Era, the Heaven Dragon actually existed, but its bloodline could not be passed down. In theory, a divine dragon could also mutate into a Heaven Dragon, but it had never happened before. Without experiencing the hardships of the lowest level, it's impossible to complete this sublimation and become a Heaven Dragon. Vice Hall Master Li said leisurely. There was a hint of yearning in his words. The Heaven Dragon could only be a legend. Are there any warriors with the Heaven Dragon bloodline in the Dragon Clan now? Xiao Chen asked. Nope. The probability of a Heaven Dragon appearing was too low. Once it appeared, the Dragon Clan would definitely prosper. Actually what? I shouldn't be saying this to you, but it doesn't matter. This old man doesn't have that many scruples. 25 years ago, my Heaven Dragon Palace gave birth to a genuine Heaven Dragon. However, this person only appeared for a brief moment before his Taoist rhyme disappeared. Dead. Indeed, he died. When I was very young, I found him somewhat strange. Indeed, it was not strange. To think that the first thing he did after becoming a Heaven Dragon was to challenge the current Dragon Emperor. If that is not seeking death, what is? Vice Hall Master Li seemed to know that person. When he mentioned that person, his tone contained heavy sorrow. Even though Vice Hall Master Li purposely hid it, Xiao Chen could still sense it. Speaking of which, he was the one who created the Supreme Dragon Fist that you chose. What? This startled Xiao Chen. His normally calm heart could not help rippling. He recalled that the martial technique pavilion disciple who led him there back then did not say this. Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, he was the one who created the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, because of what happened 25 years ago, the Supreme Dragon Fist was created by him. However, because of what happened 25 years ago, the dragon race sealed up his deeds. Not everyone knows about it. Hence, sometimes, everything is preordained by the heavens. You were the one who chose that secret manual. Xiao Chen thought to himself, I am a blue dragon, a bona fide divine dragon bloodline. It is probably impossible for me to become a Heaven Dragon. I will have to disappoint Vice Hall Master Li. After saying goodbye to Vice Hall Master Li, Xiao Chen walked down the peak alone. Xiao Chen was still thinking about his conversation with Vice Hall Master Li. To think that the Supreme Dragon Fist was created by the Heaven Dragon who fought with the Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen had not expected it. It was no wonder Zhang Xian felt that this fist art was disgraceful and unorthodox at first glance. The vast and mighty group of dragons roamed the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who was honored? The group of dragons was leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon ruled. Who was honored? Luck was not on your side, and your life was as thin as paper. What was supreme? In the world, only I was honored. The incantation for the Supreme Dragon Fist echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. His thoughts drifted somewhat. It looked like Xiao Chen had to practice this fist technique properly. The fact that it was created by the Heaven Dragon was definitely true. Vice Hall Master Li had also said that the Divine Dragon bloodline could give birth to a Heaven Dragon. Xiao Chen might have a chance. He wondered if there would be any difference between the transformation of the Blue Dragon bloodline into the Heaven Dragon bloodline and the transformation of an ordinary bloodline into the Heaven Dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen! Just as Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, a startled cry startled him to his senses. When Xiao Chen raised his head to look at the newcomer, he felt slightly stunned. After a while, he showed an expression of understanding. Zhang Yunxian. Before Xiao Chen came out of closed-door cultivation, Zhang Yunxian had forced him to make a move and ended up being beaten up like a dead dog. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen had just returned, and he ran into Zhang Yunxian again. Xiao Chen, how bold of you! The law enforcement hall grounded you, and you actually sneaked out. When Zhang Yunxian saw Xiao Chen, he also felt stunned. After he saw clearly, he could not help smiling coldly in his heart. What a great Xiao Chen! Is it not enough for the law enforcement hall to teach you a lesson? You even dare to sneak out after being grounded? Quickly go and call the Blood Dragon guards over. I'll delay him. After violating the sect rules and being punished, he still dares to sneak out. Xiao Chen, no one can save you today. Zhang Yunxian smiled coldly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Then, he quickly left with his friends to inform the Blood Dragon guards. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled that he had indeed been placed in confinement. Back then, Vice Hall Master Li had said that he had been imprisoned. Back then, Vice Hall Master Li had said that Zhang Yunxian would give him a random punishment and not show himself for now. Xiao Chen had forgotten. However, does it matter? It does not. Xiao Chen raised his hand and punched at Zhang Yunxian. After the tempering of a few missions, Zhang Yunxian was no longer as weak as before. Xiao Chen's cultivation had stabilized, and his horizons had widened. He had accumulated a lot of experience. When Xiao Chen punched, the attack was sharp. The fist wind contained 30 cauldron force and a boundlessly sharp saber move. Xiao Chen raised his feet slightly, and 2 Dao discs appeared behind him. Winds blew and clouds surged. This time, Zhang Yunxian was on guard, guarding against Xiao Chen. When he saw Xiao Chen make a move, he smiled and said, "I was waiting for you to make a move." However, when the fist wind approached, a vast might pressed down. The sharp fist wind immediately stifled Zhang Yunxian. Zhang Yunxian immediately regretted his actions. He could not receive this punch at all. He had to dodge the instant he made his move. However, the fist wind had already arrived, and he could not retreat. Bang! The punch sent Zhang Yunxian flying amid a loud sound. After he landed, he moved back continuously. Bang! 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 Using Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chen's entire body flickered with electric light. Saber winds danced, and fist lights flew endlessly. Xiao Chen threw punch after punch. With every punch, blood leaked out of Zhang Yunxian's mouth. After 10 punches, Zhang Yunxian could no longer hold back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground. Pah! Just as Zhang Yunxian was about to get up, Xiao Chen stomped heavily on him. "Senior brother Zhang, the Blood Dragon Guards are here. The Blood Dragon Guards are here." At the crucial moment, reinforcements arrived. Zhang Yunxian, who was under Xiao Chen's foot, could not help laughing loudly. "Xiao Chen, your death date is here. Let's see how you deal with the upcoming Heaven-class core disciple selection after being captured by the Blood Dragon Guards." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Then, his gaze fell on the 4 Blood Dragon Guards in the air, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When the 4 Blood Dragon Guards saw Xiao Chen, they all showed startled expressions. Before they came, they had not heard that the person who broke the sect rules was Xiao Chen. This was especially so when they felt Xiao Chen's gaze. They felt a chill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Blood Dragon Guards landed on the ground and walked over to Xiao Chen and Zhang Yunxian. It's him. He left the confinement room and violated the rules of the sect. Today, he even injured a fellow disciple, adding to his crimes. When Zhang Yunxian saw the Blood Dragon Guards walk over, the smile on his face widened. He pointed at Xiao Chen and shouted, "Senior Martial Brother, you've worked hard. Leave this person to us." Not at all. Zhang Yunxian chuckled. However, he immediately felt that something was amiss. Those words were not directed at him. A core disciple, Zhang Yunxian, deliberately attacked a fellow disciple, Xiao Chen. He has a bad influence and is now being taken away according to the sect rules. Without saying a word, the 4 Blood Dragon Guards each struck out with a palm strike, knocking Zhang Yunxian unconscious. Then they worked together to raise him. The leader of the Blood Dragon Guards looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Senior brother Xiao, goodbye." The disciples who came with Zhang Yunxian were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Why did nothing happen to Xiao Chen, but senior brother Zhang was taken away? What a joke! How could the Blood Dragon Guards dare to offend Xiao Chen now? Everyone knew that he had Vice Hall Master Li backing him. They would be lucky if they didn't beat them up instead. Chapter 1911. As Xiao Chen watched coldly as the Blood Dragon Guards captured Zhang Yunxian, he remained expressionless. However, he thought to himself, serves him right. Zhang Yunxian repeatedly sought trouble for me. If this were outside, I would not let him off so easily. The disciples who came with Zhang Yunxian startled to their senses after being stunned. Then, they ran over to block the Blood Dragon Guards. Blood Dragon Guards. You are mistaken. He. Xiao Chen is the main culprit. My senior brother is just blocking him. You have to look carefully. Those disciples said in dissatisfaction as they pointed at Xiao Chen. The Blood Dragon Guards are handling matters. It is not your place to interrupt. Scram. The leader of the Blood Dragon Guards felt impatient and directly attacked. Scarlet flames immediately burned in his eyes. When the Blood Dragon Guard threw a palm strike, vast veritable essence energy mixed with dragon might surged out. Then that person shouted coldly, "If you still don't scram, we will capture you all as well. How dare you obstruct the Blood Dragon Guards? You are really bold." Seeing the Blood Dragon Guard's ferocious appearance, The disciples immediately trembled in fear, not daring to say anything. Their image of bullying the kind and fearing the evil was immediately exposed. The many disciples watching from the summit could not help laughing loudly when they saw this scene. The core disciples following Zhang Yunxian were usually arrogant and despotic. However, no one dared to do anything to him because he had Yi Qianyun as his backer. Even if they were bullied, they could only endure it. Now that the Blood Dragon Guards captured Zhang Yunxian, they felt incredibly happy in their hearts. As for Xiao Chen, the spectators could tell who was in the right and who was in the wrong. No matter what the rumors were, Xiao Chen had never used his status as a core disciple to suppress the other disciples. Xiao Chen had not taken the other disciples' cultivation resources, either. He did not have any disputes with them at all. There was a balance in everyone's heart. They could distinguish between good and bad. At the very least, no one spoke up for Zhang Yunxian at this moment. No one stepped forward to accuse Xiao Chen, either. Of course, Zhang Yunxuan's lackeys were an exception. Seeing that the Blood Dragon Guards had gone far away, the lackeys did not dare to voice their anger. Instead, they vented their anger on Xiao Chen. Just you wait. Now that senior brother Yi has broken through to middle stage Holy Venerate, he will definitely seek justice for senior brother Zhang. However, when they saw Xiao Chen raise his eyebrows as if he was about to attack again, the group of people ran away quickly. He did not dare to stay for long, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to make a move. He sure runs fast. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He ignored this group of clowns and summoned out the demon blood vulture. He flew straight to his cave abode. Senior brother Yi, something big has happened. The group of people rushed to Yi Qianyun's residence in a fluster. Even before they arrived, they were already making a ruckus. Yi Qianyun, who was in closed-door cultivation, frowned slightly. When this group of people approached, he shouted, "Speak properly. Don't act like you lost your soul." Yes. Senior brother Zhang Yunxian was beaten up by Xiao Chen in the mission office. What? Yi Qianyun immediately felt enraged. This Xiao Chen is really going against the heavens. Does he not know that Zhang Yunxian is one of my people? Xiao Chen repeatedly did not give me face, humiliating Zhang Yunxian in front of everyone. How is Yi Qianyun going to establish himself among the core disciples in the future? Something's not right? Yi Qianyun stood up. Then, he thought, isn't Xiao Chen in confinement at this time? Yi Qianyun had forgotten about this person long ago. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen violated the sect rules and was placed in confinement. He would definitely miss the heaven-class core disciple selection. If Xiao Chen could not become a heaven-class core disciple, then Xiao Chen would be as good as crippled, no longer a threat. Why did Xiao Chen suddenly appear again? Yi Qianyun said coldly, "Speak. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." Senior brother Yi, it's like this. After hearing this group of people's narration, Yi Qianyun's expression turned grave. His thoughts were quick, and he quickly guessed what happened. The Blood Dragon Guards completely ignored Xiao Chen. This meant that Xiao Chen's confinement was just a pretense. This was normal. A talent with potential like Xiao Chen would always attract the appreciation of major characters. Senior brother, what should we do now? Yi Qianyun said coldly, "Don't cause too much trouble during this period. When I become a heaven-class core disciple, Xiao Chen's good days will come to an end." Scram. Yi Qianyun felt uneasy. How could he care about Zhang Yunxuan's life or death? Now that a major character had taken a liking to him, the threat that Xiao Chen posed increased several-fold. After the group left, Yi Qianyun said sullenly, "I have to show Elder Yun some respect as well. There is only one heaven-class core disciple slot. Nothing can happen to it." At the same time, Qin Yan, Xiao Jinyu, Feng Tianyi, and the other core disciples with extremely strong accumulations, who were disciples of heaven-class elders, also received news of Xiao Chen's strong return to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Back then, as a disciple of a large clan, they had cleared the 3 stages together with Xiao Chen and become core disciples. Initially, they did not care about a mixed blood dragon. However now, they had no choice but to take him seriously. However, these people were also very confident in their own strength. After arriving at the Heaven Dragon Palace for about half a year, they had brought out their accumulations to the fullest. Their respective accumulations were fully brought out, and under the guidance of a master teacher, they improved rapidly. These people did not believe that they would lose to others. Like Yi Chen-yun, they all had absolute confidence. They believed that they would definitely become a heaven-class core disciple. However, in the end, there was only one heaven-class core disciple slot. At Xiao Jinyu's residence, clouds covered the sky, and strong winds howled. The sword intent was like frost, dyeing the surrounding 5,000 kilometers white. The surrounding mountains were covered in pure white mist, making them look like white snow. However, if one looked carefully, one would discover that it was not white fog, frost, or snow. It was the sword intent. It was the sword. This was an extremely pure sword intent. With a thought, it turned into white frost, covering the mountains and lakes. A strong wind howled. When one listened carefully, one could hear the sound of metal horses and weapons clashing. That was the sound of the sword Dao. In the courtyard of the residence, pear blossoms filled the courtyard. Xiao Jinyu circled in the air before slowly descending. His heart moved, but his sword did not move. The pear blossoms flew and piled up. When he landed, he was buried in a pear blossom grave. Clang! Xiao Jinyu tossed the sword in his hand, and it stabbed into the ground by 1 centimeter. It buzzed endlessly, and the sword intent raged like a storm. However, that pear blossom grave did not move at all, looking like a real grave. Xiao Chen! Xiao Jinyu snorted coldly, and the white-clad Xiao Chen appeared before him. During the past month, Xiao Jinyu had cultivated bitterly day and night, Elder Tianyun's words echoing in his mind. If you cannot defeat Xiao Chen and embarrass this old man, you can forget about remaining in this Heaven Dragon Palace. Damn it! Damn it! The echoing words grew increasingly louder in Xiao Jinyu's ears. He could not help roaring to the sky. Dang! 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 The sword stabbed into the grave directly shattered. Then, a horrifying sword intent howled out. Rumble! The broken sword shard stabbed into the surrounding peaks, instantly chopping them in half. Xiao Jinyu said coldly, "You cannot exist in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Only I can become a heaven-class core disciple. You are not worthy." The strong hatred caused Xiao Jinyu's sword chi to surge endlessly, raging and howling as he wished. Not bad. Whoosh! Elder Tianyun suddenly appeared in the residence and praised Xiao Jinyu softly. Xiao Jinyu's expression changed slightly, and a hard-to-detect hatred flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head and said, "Master, only with emotions can one erupt. The more hatred you have, the more ruthless you are. I know that your ambition is not in this Heaven Dragon Palace but the vaster Ancestor Dragon City. However, if you cannot even take the first step and fall at Xiao Chen's feet, your life will be over." Elder Tianyun said coldly without any expression. "Disciple does not dare to. No matter what accomplishments I achieve in the future, I will not dare to forget Master's kindness." Humph! What use do I have for your kindness? If you become a heaven-class core disciple and enter Ancestor Dragon City, the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon will naturally reward me. Remember, just don't embarrass me. In the future, if you really reach a high position, what does that have to do with me? This old man has lived long enough. I fight for the present, not the future." Elder Tianyun said sullenly, "You have to ruthlessly defeat Xiao Chen. Otherwise, I will personally chase you out of the Heaven Dragon Palace." Xiao Jinyu's expression twisted slightly. "Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen! It's Xiao Chen again. Why do you feel that I am definitely not as good as Xiao Chen? He is just an insignificant mixed-blood dragon. Yet, you keep using him to provoke me. How hateful!" Seeing that Elder Tianyun clearly did not trust him, Xiao Jinyu's hatred for Xiao Chen and Elder Tianyun deepened. "Prepare well. There is still 1 more month. You need to make a breakthrough in the Sword Great Dao." Elder Tianyun waved his hand and vanished. Chapter 19:12. When Xiao Chen returned to Cold Moon Cave, he did not know that he had become a thorn in the side of Xiao Jinyu and the others. However, given Xiao Chen's character, it did not matter even if he knew. Those who did not incur the jealousy of others were mediocre. As long as one's heart was fearless, it did not matter. Xiao Chen was very open-minded, not thinking about these frustrating thoughts at all. There was no hatred or fear in Xiao Chen's heart, only an indomitable, proud, and unyielding heart. Xiao Chen clearly understood his heart and his goal. Then, he put in the effort and did not give up. Just that was enough. Inside his residence, Xiao Chen took out the brocade box that General Feng gave him. He could finally open it and take a look. What could it be? General Feng gave Murong Yan an abyssal flame seed. It happened to be compatible with Murong Yan's attribute, complementing his heart and body. Since it was given to Xiao Chen, it could only be good and not bad. Furthermore, it would be compatible with Murong Yan, not some useless treasure. With some anticipation, Xiao Chen opened the brocade box. Boom! The instant Xiao Chen opened it, a dazzling light immediately blinded him. It was white and gray, and he felt some pain. Tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. Xiao Chen could not help mocking himself in his heart. Interesting. I have not even seen what it is, and I am already moved to tears. No wonder General Feng told me not to open it first. With such a piercing light, it would be hard not to envy Wei Hongfei and the others. When Xiao Chen's vision recovered, the blurry, flickering scene slowly turned clear. The brocade box contained a stalk of grass and a piece of jade. The light came from the two. The main thing that came from the jade was the jade. The grass originally did not give off any light. However, after being in contact with the jade for a long time, it gave off some light. The jade was an unpolished piece of jade. Aside from the resplendent light, there was nothing strange about it. It looked very plain, white and clear, like a drop of dew that bloomed with the morning sun. There was a burning flame hidden in the water. Something strange. The jade is like water, but there is a flame hidden in the water? Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and magnified the flame in the jade by 100, no 1,000 times. Only then did he discover to his horror that the flame was actually a thunder flame. It was this thunder flame that had stabbed him just now. Good heavens! Just how pure and dense must it be to be able to injure me with just a little bit? How can it compare to my great Tao of thunder? With a thought from Xiao Chen, the Tao disc representing the thunder great Tao appeared behind him. The Tao ring condensed into a point. The lightning was resplendent, and Xiao Chen placed it on his palm. The lightning flame was hidden in the jade, but it gave off a bit of light. However, compared to his own condensed grand Tao, it was overshadowed. How could this be? Xiao Chen trembled slightly. He almost lost control of the great Tao of thunder, causing it to spill out and explode. Xiao Chen quickly focused his mind and slowly infused the thunder great Tao into his body to prevent an explosion from destroying his courtyard. Jade was not an ordinary object. It was like water or mist. However, this peerless unpolished jade was merely used to hide the aura of the thunder flame. What General Feng gave Xiao Chen was that thunder flame, not this unpolished jade. It was indeed a good fit. General Feng saw that Xiao Chen possessed the great Tao of thunder, so he gave him this item. This way, my thunder great Tao can be improved further. Indeed, it complements each other. It is indescribably wondrous and suits my heart. Xiao Chen looked at that stalk of grass. It was green and extremely simple, just like an ordinary grass that grew in a crack in a rock, in a corner or on the ground. However, when placed together with that bit of thunder flame, it would definitely not be ordinary. What could it be? The first thing that came to Xiao Chen's mind was something like the sword monarch grass, a grass watered by sword intent. The grass before Xiao Chen might be a grass watered by saber intent. However, it was of a much higher grade than the sword monarch grass. Back then, the Scarlet Blood Holy Land was filled with sword monarch grass. At that time, Xiao Chen felt that it was a great pity. How great would it be if it were saber monarch grass? If he directly absorbed it, his saber intent would reach peak small perfection and his saber great Tao would advance further. Right now, would this stalk of grass fulfill his wish? I'll know after trying. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense entered the grass. Cassie! The vast saber intent shattered his spiritual sense in less than 1,000th of a second. All Xiao Chen saw was a blurry saber light in his mind. It was as vast as the sea, disappearing in a flash. Xiao Chen immediately felt a splitting headache. His sea of consciousness felt like it was about to be sliced in half. He stumbled and nearly dropped the brocade box. Fortunately, the scene that appeared in his sea of consciousness disappeared in a flash. It came and went quickly. When Xiao Chen recovered, he revealed joy on his face. His eyes glowed as he laughed loudly. Good. Indeed, it suits my heart. Even a stalk of grass has its own pride. It cannot be underestimated by others or pry into it. General Feng, Xiao Chen thanks you. Of the two treasures, one targeted his Thunder Dao and the other targeted his Saber Great Dao. No wonder he could not open it in person. Wei Hongfei and Murong Yen were still fine. At most, they would feel envious and jealous. However, it was hard to say for the other two. If these treasures were leaked, who knew what kind of trouble it would bring to him? Xiao Chen, who already had the heaven-class core disciple spot in his grasp, could not help feeling even more confident now. I'll advance to late-stage star venerate first and absorb all these primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Chen suppressed his restless heart. He knew that it was not the time to absorb these two treasures yet. It would be a waste to do so now. When he reached the peak in both aspects, he would absorb these two treasures and experience a qualitative leap. Even with important treasures in hand, he could not act rashly and summon a heart demon. Caution! Caution! This was the principle. After arriving at the cultivation room of the residence, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. Then, he gently waved his right hand. 1,000 primeval heavenly pills appeared in the surroundings, floating in the secret room. Such a scene was extremely extravagant, dazzling to the eyes. These were primeval heavenly pills, something much more precious than superior-grade spirit jades. Time to break through. Xiao Chen did not feel any pity or fear of wastage. He opened his mouth like a huge whale in the deep sea, swallowing all these primeval heavenly pills like you the shrimp. Boom! 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 Intense tremors came from Xiao Chen's physical body, making him excited. Dragon roars rang out endlessly, shaking heaven and earth, surging in Xiao Chen's body. Every cell in Xiao Chen's physical body thirsted for the vast spiritual energy that the primeval heavenly pills turned into, greedily absorbing it. Xiao Chen's aura soared explosively, rising continuously. When he finished absorbing all 1,000 primeval heavenly pills, a certain bottleneck in Xiao Chen's body broke. It was like a dam instantly collapsing, surging energy crushing it. After successfully breaking through, Xiao Chen advanced to late-stage star venerate. The bottleneck between middle-stage star venerate and late-stage star venerate no longer existed. However, Xiao Chen wanted to temper himself in the middle stage, accumulating accumulations. Looking at it now, the effects were pretty good. After breaking through, Xiao Chen's aura increased several-fold. The veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core, which was already filled to the brim, immediately became sparse. The space within the primal core was like a nation with countless more territories added. The sky above the soul pool was densely packed with stars. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, starlight burst out. The azure-colored dragon seal formed by soul energy was strangely simple, like returning to its natural state, laying the final foundation for the next realm. Without circulating any cultivation technique, Xiao Chen relied only on these 1,000 primeval heavenly pills to forcefully break through. It was tyrannical and efficient. There are still several tens of thousands of primeval heavenly pills left. After this, I will have to work slowly and not succeed in one go. Xiao Chen did not lose himself because of the sudden breakthrough. He closed his eyes again. With a wave of his hand, he placed the many primeval heavenly pills in the spirit-gathering formation below. Xiao Chen circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 11th layer, continuously absorbing the primeval heavenly pills. Immediately, electric light flickered in the room, and thunder roared endlessly. All sorts of mysterious phenomena of lightning appeared in this quiet room, nourishing Xiao Chen, who was in the center of the formation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Xiao Chen used up 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. Such a horrifying absorption forced Xiao Chen to stop temporarily. Although Xiao Chen's physical body had a horrifying requirement after cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique, he still needed more primeval heavenly pills. Even if he swallowed 50,000 primeval heavenly pills in one go, his body might not explode and die. However, Xiao Chen maintained restraint and did not go that far. Xiao Chen had a balance in his heart. There were some bottom lines that he could not touch. Once he did, it would be hard to turn back. The consumption of 20,000 primeval heavenly pills thoroughly stabilized his late-stage star venerate cultivation. He was now a small perfection late-stage star venerate, not far from great perfection. Senior Brother Xiao, I'm here on Hall Master Li's orders. Please open the door and meet me. Just at this